8 and then I woke up again. We are now live.
Hello.
Board. Board games, board games. That's what we're talking about. In
What
some
are you
way,
talking about?
board games. It's what we're talking about. Board games. I'm not gonna shout. Board games. I'm not gonna shout. Now I am starting off this streaming with a little bit of singing. And over here, I love you. It's my wonderful friend called Liz True. Liz True lives
Liz
in
True
the
loves you too.
city. Pardon?
Liz True loves you too.
Aw, Liz True lives in the city known as Berlin. That
Berlin.
is where Liz lives within. Board games, what we're talking about. Board games, I'm not gonna shout. Hello, everybody, and this is no longer the. You know what? I'm still calling it the Betty Brunchy Board Game Bladder because I am just breaking my fast. I just like 2 minutes ago, I had the first thing that I've eaten today, and today I'd been unboxing a thing, and but now I have where is this thing? I have my wonderful friend Liz, and
Hello. Oh, it appears that I'm upside down. Let me try it. There we go.
Liz helped massively during Innabind's creation and has been a wonderful source of emotional support over the years. And that's basically why I'm having you on again. We already
Hello
talked
again.
yesterday a wee bit about how we met. And yeah, I already asked you all the questionably quick questions, did I not?
I believe so. Maybe it's time for another round.
Of
Or do you want
questionably
that?
quick? Well, some of the questions might have changed. So let's talk about brilliant things, brilliant things. Here's a little thing which is brilliant. Let's talk about beds.
Beds.
Yeah.
Yes, we're broadcasting from a bed in Berlin to keep up with the alliteration.
And I think that what I like about beds is that it's just okay, this is your designated spot to sleep in, or to kind of chill in, or to, maybe have sex in, whatever. But it's like just beds are quite pretty big. I mean, also I know there's a lot of futons. I know that's but the thing about the bed is that you can slide things underneath, which is quite nice. And I do like having that slight elevation because when I'm down on the ground, I've got to admit, especially if it's not absolutely the cleanest thing, being slightly off the ground, it feels like you've got a bit of protection, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
But
I actually
yeah,
have 4 mattresses. Oh, hold on. It's 3 mattresses on my bed, so it does. There is a bit of a climb getting in it.
yeah,
There's
you have a
extra elevation there.
mm, there's a lot going on in that bed. So let's talk about recent highlights. Recent highlights. What have we enjoyed in our life? Recent highlights. Um, I enjoyed recently, like within the past hour and a half, I did a quick bit of exercise. So I spun 36
Ah,
times this way, then that way, whilst hula hoop and then spun 36 times this way, then that way. Then I did a quick bit of thigh slapping, which is something that I can totally do now. I can even touch my foot whilst hula
all
hooping
right.
and had a shower. And when I talk about recent highlights, it's kind of just this whole stream. It's um, I feel like my brother once told me about like the examined life, and if you spend all your time drawing things in a visual diary, then you're kind of not actually living that life, if you know what I mean. So there is definitely a balance. I'm enjoying streaming, I'm enjoying chatting to people, but I don't know if I'd want to make a habit of doing it quite so long. But as a special once a year thing, or even maybe potentially twice a year, I think, yeah, I've enjoyed it so far.
Like doing a wee evaluation.
Yeah, it's always important to check in with yourself, do you not think?
I agree, yes. Though I don't think I do it enough.
It does bring us to the point of, yeah, if anyone's watching, then please feel free to comment, ask questions, like, follow, all that stuff. And we're going to be chatting a little bit about the topic of emotional support. But first, let's have some questionably quick questions. So, Liz, today, did you have breakfast?
I did have breakfast. I had they were poached eggs in creamed spinach, and I got the idea for this from that movie Carol, when Carol Kate Blanchett takes away oh, I can't mind the lassie's name, but they go to a restaurant and she orders cream spinach and poached eggs, and I couldn't stop
I
thinking
don't
about
know
that one.
this film at all. Is it something that I should be looking out for? And
It's an okay film. Like came out a couple years ago. Kate Blanchett plays she's like a closeted lesbian.
what time
And
did you wake
she's
up today?
what time did I wake up? First at 8 o'clock and then again at 11 o'clock. I just realized I slept yesterday as well, so I hope that's not becoming a bit of a habit.
So, what is the last tea you drank?
The last what I drank?
Tea.
Tea. It was a black and green tea, and I had that last night.
Okay, now for some quick board game questions.
Okay.
Eh, so, if you could pick any theme for a board game, so we've already had some themes in board games that are about palliative care and caring for people who are going to die with holding on. We've had Spirits Islands, which is anti-colonialism, which is quite cool. We've got
Actually, I wouldn't mind
Freedom's
playing that one.
Underground Railroad. Pardon?
I wouldn't mind playing that one.
Spirits Island.
The anti-colonial one you mentioned.
Yeah, it's more of a kind of subtext than an overt theme, but I think it's just kind of something that really redresses the balance because one of the most popular games, Settlers of Catan, it is all about this colonialist painting over a lots of things that happened, if you know what I mean, historically. And when you look at Puerto Rico, where Puerto Rico, you have these little brown cubes or discs, I can't remember what shape they are, but are basically representing slaves if you actually stop to think for 5 minutes about what's going on in the game. And a lot of people have questioned the, you know, fact that players are using slaves as parts of this game. But setting all the existing stuff aside, what theme would you like to see explored in board games?
Mm, maybe going on from the colonialism, the effects of colonialism in the present day. I guess
Hmm.
post-colonialism, post-colonial theory.
Yeah, I could see definitely the benefits of that because people don't always realize that these things kind of have ripple effects throughout history and it
Yeah,
changes things so
definitely
massively.
like a continuation.
Hmm. And
Yeah, for something a bit more lighthearted food.
oh, Well, there's already lots of board games about food, about donuts, about cake making. I saw some, Ellie Dix, who I'm friends with, made a game called Top Dat. But any particular food that you'd like to see a game made out of?
Mm, not that I can think. Maybe a baking one. But you mentioned your friend doing a cake one there.
Yeah, but that's a bit. I mean, the cake one was more of a kind of light-hearted party game, but you could totally have a baking one where it was like, okay, have more ingredients in this thing, and maybe the cakes come out slightly flat if you don't put enough of this, or you've got, yeah, something that's a little bit more of an in-depth game about baking. It
Or
reminds me
maybe
of Elizabeth.
it'd be cool if there was one that involved actual like baking something. Like, you know those easy bake ovens that came out? Well, I think they're even still being made. You know those like kiddies toys and they've got a wee light bulb inside and you
Hmm.
can actually bake something. You like bake tiny wee like biscuits in that.
So you don't mean an edible game where you bake ahead of the actual game? You mean actually as parts of the process of the game, you're
Yes.
baking? Yeah, that I like that idea. That's really out there. So thank you for that. Now let's talk about emotional support.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about emotional support. That yeah. So I think that it's when you've got a game like in the binds, for example, you know, there because it is the 5-year anniversary of In a Bind this weekend. And
Yay.
yeah, it's easy to kind of look at the arts and be like, okay, who drew that? Okay, who wrote all the words on the cards? Like, who decided what those words should be? Who came up with the idea? But then that's kind of overlooking all the many, many people. And I have slightly regrets that I never gave due credit in the role sheet in a way, because that's
Okay.
something that I redressed a lot for the L deck, where I go a lot more into detail of, hey, all these different people helped out. But it's obviously you've got the playtesters, and more for other games, you might have people doing um, creating the little miniature models or doing the manufacturing or graphic design or whatever. But there's so many people around you, like a kind of support network, if you know what I mean. And without having some humans like to give us support network, like I don't think that we would get anything done.
Okay. I feel that you would have though. I mean, I've seen you do have I feel anyway that you've always had a very strong work ethic, and sometimes it's almost like you're a machine. You're just constantly doing stuff. So I could see that you there were times you were feeling down, and yeah, I could see you needed a wee bit of a push. But I could see that also that you were more than capable of doing it. And I don't know if I would have like I don't think I did so much, and I don't think I did that much in uh helping you get this project through. I think you would have done it anyway.
I mean, I think that we will never know because there's no way to rewind time and then take out any individual. There's no way for me to say, okay, what if Ben Neumann wasn't there? Would I have eventually been like, oh yeah, I am allowed to make a silly, ridiculous game, even though I don't know what else is going on of that style? Would I have gotten to that point? like if you and Maquette hadn't been there to encourage me to really reach out to people, if Maggie Rostron hadn't been there to um yeah, push other people to yeah, sort of
Who's
spread the
Maggie
word
Austria?
and get Maggie Rostron is the Dr. Maggie Rostron, if to give them their full title, I guess. So Maggie Rostron is a pole dancer and also medical doctor, and
Yeah. I mind the card when
gave
once
me
you said
lots of
pole
support
dancer.
for the legal battle that I faced, if you know the one I mean, with the scissors and the public
Oh yeah,
cutting of hair.
yeah, I mind that.
But
Yes, I
that is a
remember.
picture.
I remember that.
There we go. Dr. Maggie Rostron. Because people can be medical doctors and also be athletic, and also you can be professional and have. Maggie Rostron is really impressive in that they are super successful both in in very divergent fields, if you know what I mean. Anyway, so I can't remove one person from history and be like, let's see what would have happened without that person. But I might have gotten to the same points eventually. Like if it wasn't for you and Maquette, I might have failed and then done it again. But I feel like if it were not for you, I wouldn't have had the people at Sophie's bar again. We've already gone over this, and I don't think I would have at least successfully funded. And I know that a lot of it was me. In fact, the majority is me, but I think that it's really easy to understate the amount of work that someone does, because when in fact they are instrumental to the success of something, if you know what I mean.
Okay, well, it's nice you think that. I feel that the role that I played in regards to like getting you to personally message everyone when we were I can't mind, was it just a day before the deadline for the Kickstarter and
Yeah.
getting everyone to come to your event. I think that something that I really understood that you failed to understand at the time was that just making a Facebook event, just you know uh making a good Kickstarter campaign, I should say, but just like putting that on the internet, that's not enough. It's not enough at all. You have to get people to make a personal connection with whatever is happening. You have to like I mean, with these Facebook events, people see it. They don't think much of it. It's the same as millions of other Facebook events that they get. You have to still say to them, "Here, I would appreciate becoming this." That draws people. That's more likely to make someone come in than anything. Or telling them that you know you have a project that you want funded, or you want them to
And
get
that's
involved in
it.
some other way.
I think you're absolutely right that to some degree, um, maybe it's easy to be ashamed of what you've made. Like, okay, I'm making this thing. Like, you feel awkward promoting stuff. Like, Liz is making beautiful masks, and if you live in Germany, you should check out instagram.com/estrobomb, ESTROBOMB. And you don't want to do it to the point where it becomes you know horrible, like repugnant, but you want to make people aware of it at least, and you want to explain that it matters. Like when I've got to Kickstarter now, people, yeah, do you want to chat over this? Sorry, Liz.
No, I'm just looking at that photo of Bertie. No, no, sorry, the photo. What am I saying? The video. No, no, no. Keep going.
But yeah, Dear, I just realised that I never put up the banner. I never actually did what I should normally do and explain what we're doing today. So just so people know, 1 p.m. I'm chatting to Liz, who is right here. Then I'm chatting to Jess in a wee bit. Is the plan? Um,
Oh my god, I was so young. God.
then 2 p.m. is in a bond. Then yeah, 3 p.m. is going to be a competition, and then we're going to be chatting with sharing and buying stories with Dave Wetherall at 3:30, Jenny Harmon at 4, then general chats, and finishing off at 6 p.m. onwards with Kathleen Mercury. And the highlights of today is going to be at 2 p.m. with Deanna Bond. But all of
What's in a
this,
bond?
all in a bond is basically like so you've got companies who are contorting themselves because other people tell them to do things, but then you've got the traders who are basically investing in the companies, and it's like you're betting on who's going to do the best. So if it's like, okay, this person's got 15 cards on, well, 11 cards on them, then maybe you pull out and then you invest that money into someone else who's only got two because they're hoping that the person who's got two is now going to start doing well. And you start giving them cards. And we played that on Friday and Saturday at 2 p.m. And it's kind of like you get to play it either just playing a simple game similar to in a bind, or you can play it if you don't even like physical movements and just encouraging other people to do stuff. Should be fun to
All right.
watch.
Yeah, I think I might pop in for that.
For that one, we've got a big group of people. I think there's going to be 10 of us. Um, just sent a thing to Fraser. So, um, yeah, just looking to double check who we've got. And Fraser is saying, wow, 20-ish years, because it has been 20-ish years since I met Fraser Gibson. So we've got Catherine Morgan, a purveyor of edible dice who I met at a board game convention in Bristol.
Edible
Dave
dice.
Wetherall, yeah,
Made out of what?
made out of sweets. They're sweets.
What kind of sweets?
Like they're hard sweets, and
Oh, nice.
then Dave Wetherall is a game designer and are the person who originated the names alphabetical Wordle, Fable, Phrasal, which then I rewrote as alphabetical, Wibel, Fabel, Phrasal, to
Mm-hmm.
become parts of the L deck, of course. Um, and then, like because of Dave Wetherall, I would not have had that naming system. I would not have made Couple a two-player cooperative game. There's Fraser Gibson, of course, who we both know.
Tell
Um,
me say hi
got, I will say hi. Or if you
from
want
me.
to pop into Twitch, you can say hi in the comments.
Oh, I
Got the
probably can't.
energy.
'Cause I need to get the. I'll need to get the app to do that.
It's also on the Facebook and YouTube. But either way, I will say hi. And Gotcha, a super smart techie person who helped me
Mm.
massively to make all the videos. So
Good old gotcha.
going back to the videos, um, oh, just flicking through. I think most of them are not actually on here, but certainly for those who weren't here yesterday, um, this is something that Gotcha did the filming for. Jess, we've got Jess Hancock, Jess J. Sankey, Kathleen Mercury, Talita Ryan, Tom Cauldron. Basically, I'm going to introduce those people when they get here. I mean, it's only having you on for 5 more minutes, but I just basically want to underscore the importance of emotional support. And the only reason I want to have you on is to express my gratitude and to say thank you, Liz.
Ah,
And yeah,
you're very, very welcome, and I love you too.
So, if you had something that I know you're heading off, so before you do, can I ask you, looking forward to and hopes and ambitions, it's over to you for this final section. Can I ask you to tell me something you are looking forward to or a hope and ambition? It could be a meal that you're cooking, something you want to get done, or
Yes.
anything.
So I will be making a Peranakan curry for my dinner. I'm looking forward to that. But in terms of something more long term, I am hoping to further the Asian Food is Asian Life project. And what else? Uh, I would say that's all for now.
So that is instagram.com/eastrobon if you want to look up some masks. And yeah, there's some beautiful masks. People were specifically looking at these ones. I don't know if you've heard of the board game Azul, but it's got things that look
Showed
vaguely
me,
similar.
yes, these tiles, red and blue, yellow tiles. I saw them.
Okay.
No, I was
And
talking about the Asian Food is Asian Life project. It's a different Insta.
of course, and Asian food is Asian life. And that is that. And it has
Say
been
it, say
delightful seeing you, Liz. And I want to say
it, my dear.
bye for now. I'm going to have the next
Bye.
guest. Well, love you lots.
Love
Bye,
you.
Liz. And it's
Hi. Music.
Jess. Hello,
Hey.
Jess.
How are you?
I'm generally well. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. I just got home from an adventure, so I'm good. I'm not in
I loved
lockdown,
your hair
by the way.
today.
My what?
Your hair.
I haven't washed it today, and I just thought I'll just put it up. Be fine. Thank you.
It's getting a bit dark over there, especially because it's like 7. You might have to turn on the lights in a minute.
The light is on. What? All
Really?
the lights are on. Yeah. Sorry, my
So
house is kind of.
it's like you're
Oh
kind
yeah.
of.
You just made me realize that I'm missing a few bulbs, so I need some new bulbs. I didn't realize that. Yeah.
But it's lovely to see you. And
Popcorn car
Kokunka.
time.
So
Yeah,
can
thank you.
oh Sawadika.
Saudi cars, hello, yeah, or goodbye. Saudi car.
Okay, so Jess,
Yeah.
I'd like to ask people recent highlights, living life and seeing the sights, recent highlights. What is a
Okay.
recent highlight that you've had? Can you tell us about your adventure?
Yes. Today, yeah, on my adventure, I feel bad for people who are in lockdown who maybe can't go out. But yeah, I'm in Thailand. So I had a little adventure. I went up the river, only I didn't take a boat.
Now, do you want to explain quickly the situation in Thailand?
Yeah, sure. I think there were like 58 deaths altogether. And then the situation is just being monitored really closely. So like if there are any new cases, like we hear about it in the news, and the country was fully locked down, like the borders were closed. The borders are still pretty much closed. Like they're kind of slightly open, but it's very, very hard to get into the country. And like you have to have 2 weeks hotel quarantine when you arrive, and you have to have 3 negative COVID tests to be allowed out in public. So yeah, it's very tightly controlled compared to many places, I suppose. And yeah, the situation is generally improving, but I think we've had a few more new cases recently, so that's not so good. But in general, it's improving, and we are generally allowed out. But Thai people really enjoy wearing masks, so we're okay. I feel like because people like tend to be kind of shy, so like wearing masks is not really, doesn't seem to be a big deal. Like I'm a teacher, my students have to wear masks in the classroom. We're like half online, half in the classroom. And when we're in the classroom, we're in 2 separate rooms. So I have to run between the classrooms. And like if I ask a student to come to the front and like speak to the class, and I say, I'm going to stand away from you, like you can remove your mask so people can hear you, the student's like, no, I'll keep my mask on. So I feel like people don't really mind. So it's a good way to hide. So I've just been on the train just now, and everyone was in a mask. One man had his mask just below his nose, and he got pulled up by the guard. The guard said, "Pull it up," and it was fine. Like, yeah. So I don't think anybody kind of asks not to. Yeah. So yeah, things hopefully are improving. I know that there have been a few new cases. I've only just seen that in some of the news. But yeah, hopefully things will be controlled. Because we had a full lockdown and a curfew as well. So yeah, we I don't think many places had an actual curfew. Did they? I don't know. But yeah, we weren't allowed out at night, and yeah. So at the moment, there's quite a nice atmosphere. It's still quite chilled and quite calm. Like not too many people out, but people just kind of enjoying being able to do that. So yeah.
It sounds like things are a lot more on top of everything over there, and
yeah,
so
definitely.
I know that here there's problems with us, but we're not just here to talk about the current state of the world. We are also
here. Talk about my adventure. Sorry.
Sure, let's talk about your adventure.
So my adventure, which I'm allowed to have, and I wore a mask and everything. I went in my friend's car. Actually, we should have gone on a riverboat, but never mind. Anyway, so I went up the river to a small island called Kokret, or Thais would say Gokret, I guess. And yeah, it was nice. It was pretty, and I made some pottery on a potter's wheel. And we had a bike ride, and we had some Thai food, really delicious Thai food. Like one of my favorite dishes, which I can't remember the name of. So yeah, it was really chilled, relaxed. You know, you sit on the floor and have some food, and it's really cheap. And had a beer. But yeah, my highlight was making the bowl, like the pottery. And I kept like ruining what I was doing. But I didn't want the potter to help me, and I was like, I can do it. So I've come home with like a squash bowl actually, because I didn't manage to keep it upright in my back. So yeah, I went to a place that's famous for Thai pottery. So it was nice. Yeah. So what about your highlight? Have you already mentioned your highlight today?
That does sound wonderful.
Thanks. It's quite fun.
Now, we also sometimes like to talk about games on this show. So
games. Well, okay.
Games. What have we been playing? What are their names? Games. Right. So tell me, what games have you been playing, and what did you think of them, if you wish, and what are their names?
Bess, when did I last play a game? I feel, especially as a teacher, damn, I should be definitely right. I plan to play games in class this week because I've just been. So I haven't been playing many games. I tried to play games with you online a while ago, and then I played some word games online a while ago. Anyway, so recently in the classroom at work, I think games are really important with teaching English as a foreign language, but recently, because I've been getting used to 2 classrooms, I've been a bit boring and I haven't played many games. So that's something I plan to do, play more games at work. Also, you know how we're going to play a game on here later, we need cards. I found some cards, and they're quite interesting, they're quite small. So I don't know how this is going to go. But they're like teacher cards, and they say interesting things on them, like, name 3 things you find in a shed. Can you name 3 things you find in a shed?
Ooh.
3 things you find in a shed.
And are you asking me dirt, wall, and in the ground?
And spiders and rakes and shovels. Come on, Bess.
You want me to actually do objects? Okay. Sure.
Oh, I've got a good
lawnmower, maybe. Maybe you put some shears in a shed. Maybe you have some gloves in a shed, because gloves for the garden.
Okay, excellent. Now you've only got 5 seconds this time. Okay, 5 seconds. You listening? Ready? Okay. Name 3 currencies.
Yen,
money,
GBP,
currencies.
dollars.
Well done. Should we do another one? Name your 3 favorite songs.
Oh no, that's going to take me like
Ages
days
to think
to
about.
decide. That should be 3 of your. That should be like 3 of your favorite songs or 3 songs you love. I feel like your 3 favorite songs. It's just too much pressure. You know, Donald Dennis made a point that
I know,
talk about
it is.
instead of asking someone what's your favorite game, say what's the game you're enjoying right now, because that allows someone to even change their minds, and it doesn't feel like, oh, I was lying.
I can name my first favorite song easily. It's Everything is Everything by Lauryn Hill. That's my first favorite, but my second two would be difficult. I have another one for you. Okay. I think this is easier. Name 3 places you leave your keys.
Okay, me personally, in my bike pannier, on the shelf by the door, and in a pocket if I don't have a pannier with me and I'm walking around.
Sorry, there was a real security issue with that question, which I didn't realize. That's good though. Yeah, I have a table where I leave my keys, but I always, sometimes I miss.
Why 3 places? Surely it's better if something like your keys inside, you should only leave it in 1 place.
Well, I'm thinking I have a key table. Sometimes I accidentally leave them on a different table, and then sometimes they're in my bag. Anyways, I have a question here that's like slightly negative, and I know we don't really do that on this show. Things that are annoying. I don't think I can think of 3 things.
I mean, I can think of 3 things I hate, but I wouldn't say that racism is annoying. I would say that I think it's a bad thing, but say it's annoying is kind of almost an understatement.
Yeah, exactly.
But let's not.
Let's have a fun question. Well, should we do at least one more?
Yeah, one last one. Make it a fun question.
Okay, make it a good one. Okay. Oh, there are so many. Since we talked about hair, name 3 types of hairstyle.
Okay, ponytail, pigtails, and bob.
Yes. I don't know what you call this. This is a mess. But it looks good though. I've got talcum powder in it because I was like, I'm not washing it. Sorry, I didn't wash it for the show.
You don't need to keep apologizing for that. I mean, it's all good.
Okay, good.
So now, Jess, are you ready? And I meant to remind people to comment, ask questions if they wish, and follow. But are you ready now for some questionably quick questions?
Yeah, I'm excited because I can't remember what these would be. Yeah, come on. Bring it on.
Okay. So we've got, did you have breakfast?
Oh my gosh, sort of. I fasted a little bit. I'd fasted for actually not long. No, I had Pringles for breakfast. Kind of, but I think it was after 12. We were in the car and I was a bit bored. Small pack of Pringles. I shared them.
When did you wake up?
I woke up at 4 and then I went back to sleep until maybe 8:30.
I'm glad you managed to get back to sleep. Oh, damn, that's really loud.
I thought about getting up because people do get up quite early here. Yeah.
What is the last thing you ate?
The last thing I ate? Oh, it was the Thai food on the adventure. I can't think of the name of it, but it's a really famous, delicious curry. It's like orange colored and coconutty, and it's got chicken in it and like crunchy noodles. It's really beautiful. I had that with a beer.
Iced coffee or hot tea?
Hot tea.
What would you like to eat or drink whilst playing a game?
Playing a game? I love drinking soda water. Soda water to drink. And food. I don't know if eating food whilst playing a game is a good idea, because I'd probably get carried away and like eat a lot of snacks. It's probably just a soda water.
Well, I thought you were going to talk about the fact that you might get the board game messy. So you're just not worried about that.
I don't care about mess. No, I'm not worried about that. Actually, when the last thing I ate, I got it all over my shirt, all over my mouth, my food. No, I just think like if I've got snacks, then I'm probably just gonna eat too many. I'm gonna start with olives, and then I'm gonna have like cheese, and then I'm gonna have nuts, and then it's gonna be too much. Just a soda water.
Talk about the last person in as much or as little detail as you would like to share. The last person that you spoke to in person.
I saw and spoke to someone called Pang, who's Thai. Yeah, she's a Thai woman. She's really nice.
Great.
Yeah, so we went on this adventure together.
So,
she's an engineer.
Sorry, did you want to say more?
I just said she's an engineer. That's all.
And books or podcasts?
Books, because I haven't really got into podcasts because I'm so old-fashioned, and I love going to like secondhand book sales and buying books still.
Can you tell us about a book that you've enjoyed recently?
Oh, well, I don't know. I've kind of dipped into many books. I enjoy. How about nothing more interesting than that.
And what's...
And
oh, sorry.
Go on.
What,
no, I thought I should.
What's the last physical game that you played?
Physical game? Ooh. Bez, it's a cheeky question. Okay.
I mean,
you mean like
how you interpret the word physical game? I mean, by physical game, I just mean a board game in real life, not this. What are you thinking I'm talking about?
Anyways, no, I know it's only like, I know this is a family show, so apart from, yeah, anyway, so let me think of an actual physical game, like a sport. Well, I've worked out recently. Oh, I went rock climbing a few days ago. Is that a physical game? Can I count that?
Yes, it is. Like, I mean, there are choices that you make, and I guess there's a measure of success.
Yeah.
I guess you could count that as a game.
It's super creative. It's a lot of thinking. I love climbing. It's so good to go climbing. Yeah.
You know, I think literally the last time I went rock climbing was with you.
Yay! I was just gonna say, have you ever been? But we've been together. I don't remember where did we go? Was it in Glasgow?
Yeah, we were going to. We had a bit of. Yeah.
Did we have a kerfuffle?
Yeah, because I wanted to starve myself because I was going to go to this Eat As Much As You Want place, like this buffet.
In Huddersfield.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't in Huddersfield. It was in Glasgow.
Right.
That was a separate thing. That was like Okay. No, but that was in Glasgow. We were just going to a buffet, like an Eat As Much As You Want place.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay, and you were starving yourself.
Yeah, and then you felt a bit uncomfortable because you were worried about my blood sugar going down and me not being able to.
No, so interesting, because that's because I've always had problems with my blood sugar, but recently, the week before last, I started fasting, and actually now I can do it. So now I'd be much less worried. But yeah, I can imagine I was probably worried because it's probably projecting onto you, because I was probably like, oh my God, she's gonna do sport and she's gonna have low blood sugar. So yeah.
Yeah, I
hopefully
think that's
okay.
a really important thing to be mindful of generally in life to kind of be like, yeah, everyone's going to be doing stuff in a different way, if you know what I mean. But it is difficult, and that's something that it took me years to realize. Hey, most people don't actually like to be super precise. I mean, this was a major realization for me. And most people don't like to have in-depth conversations about a film after you've seen it. Most people wouldn't want to analyze it to the nth degree.
That's true. I don't.
You don't?
I used to go to a film club in Bangkok, and after the movie, they would talk about it, and I hated it. And I used to stand there because I was kind of like, oh, what are they going to say? And then I was just like, I don't want to know. Now you've ruined it for me, because I come out of a film, and I just have this like nice feeling, and it's like I feel kind of dreamlike, and I feel like I'm almost still in the movie. And I have my own perceptions on it. And if somebody else criticizes the movie or breaks it down in a different way to me, I don't like it. It's too much. So, yeah.
I love that kind of discussion, but it's just really useful to know what people do or don't like. And yeah, to be mindful that humans are so incredibly varied. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. For sure. It definitely helps. We're growing up, huh?
Yeah. We really are. We're not like the people who met up the tree.
We're not. I was probably worried that you would pass out and I would freak out and be like, what to do? I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, you survived. We're all good. Hopefully you had a good time.
I did have like I can't remember. It was either a whole bar of chocolates or a half bar of chocolates, just to be like, okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh no, did I make you eat? I don't remember this. Don't remember.
Yeah, you basically said that you wouldn't be.
I wouldn't climb if you didn't. Oh, I wouldn't be comfortable, right? Because you were climbing high up and stuff. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have been comfortable in those days. Now I think it's been progress made on that front, I think. In general, a lot of people are fasting these days and doing it in a sensible way. I actually have a friend right now. She's doing a 30-day fast, and I think it's a juice fast. So she's having juice, but she's climbing like almost every day. But I think she's okay now. Yeah, but then because I think because I struggle with
a degree of trust, doesn't there? Like trust for the other person to understand their own body and their own limits.
Yeah, that's true. I honestly don't remember this, but yeah, I was probably about 26, a long time ago.
So, wow, the tangents we get to, these questions really are questionably quick. So, what's it in a board game? Let's say you had a bunch of pieces and you could choose your own color. What color would you like?
So look behind me. I've got pink and I've got yellow. I think probably it depends on my mood. Pink or yellow. Probably in a board game might be yellow because it's nice and cheerful. And yeah.
I'm going to say hello to. We've got a new friend. We've got Talita.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, I can hear you. So we're just finishing off some questionably quick questions for Jess, and then we're going to start. But I thought I'd let you in. You can sit on the sidelines, or you can take a bit of a break if you want to have a wander or get yourself a drink. Or you can comment on Jess's stories that Jess is sharing. But right now, it's Jess in the focus.
Okay.
My audio got cut and I didn't understand what you said. I'm very sorry. I'm having this internet problem here that is like cutting sometimes. But now I see you both perfectly, and I already have my glass of water.
Hey. Okay, so Jess was just talking about pink and yellow being good colors. Now I'm going to ask cards or cubes.
Cards or cubes in life in general or in games?
Oh, no one's
cubes
that far in life. Did you say?
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna say your T-shirt matches my cards. The cards I'll be using.
Oh yeah!
I prefer cards. I have cats here.
If you want.
For me, I'm gonna.
I have
You said
cats in my.
cubes. I think cubes because I feel like there's more similar about them. I don't know.
In a game, would you prefer a wooden meeple?
I don't know if that was the right word.
I understand what you mean.
Right? Is it? You mean like a?
Would you like a wooden meeple, like the wooden wee things, or a plastic figurine?
A wooden one? Yeah, because we met in a tree.
Yeah. Do you prefer art or rules?
I think art. Because I appreciate freedom and creativity, and I don't like rules.
That's fair.
In general.
Can you
I find it really hard to learn the rules for a game.
You find it really hard to?
Really hard to learn the rules for a game. You know, like when I play games with you and you and your friends, like, you know, I don't know what I'm doing. Usually.
Guilty. It's like me. I play more intuitive than like following the rules. I'm a bit of an anarchist, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, Jess, can you name 3 board games that you love?
Oh my gosh. I think I love Othello because I used to play Othello when I was a kid a lot, and I play it on the airplanes now on the screen. Othello. I don't know. Does a board game have an actual board?
No. I mean, you could say something that's like if you want to.
Oh, I like word games like Taboo, and this one that we just played. Like anything that's like a word game like that, I love. And another game. Oh, can I choose Boggle?
Sure.
Because I think I'm the best in the world at Boggle. No, I'm good at Boggle. I like it. Yeah.
And the final question is, could you give a shout out to a board game shop?
A board game shop, Nineveh or Ninive. I don't know how you say it, but it's in Bangkok and it sells Bez's game in a bind and it sells really well. And they want to, what do they want to do? They want to buy the license and sell it in every shop in Thailand, like every 7-Eleven, which is practically every shop. So that's amazing. Yeah, I love that shop. They have really good stone-baked pizza.
Ooh, for pizza.
Yeah.
And so
yeah, it's a nice place.
Jess, that is the end of the questionably quick questions, and I am going to have to start introducing everyone else. I'm sorry, but
it's okay. I'll come again another time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like maybe one of the mornings you can come on and we can just chat about something as I'm reviewing and you can interject. But so Thalita is a Brazilian board game designer living in Dortmund or somewhere?
Berlin,
I'm sorry. And Thalita was on, if you look at my back episodes, you can see the one with Doggo Dash. We've got another previous guest. And before we start, Thalita, can you give us a quick recent highlight?
Yes, I'm currently in Spain, and we drove here because we wanted to have some like lovely weather. And then I figured out that the lovely weather is also in Berlin now. So yeah, I am lucky. I'm going to ride back home next week, and we will enjoy a lovely summer. I've been playing a lot on Tabletopia and playing a lot of prototypes, and I've been some panels at Gen Con in Portuguese about representation of Black and people of color in board games. And it's been amazing. I met a lot of lovely people. I'm in connection with many other designers, and I'm learning so much. It's been lovely days. I'm very happy.
That sounds amazing. And we've got Catherine Morgan, who is also a previous guest, who makes edible dice. Where can people find you?
Edible.
Ooh, Honey Badger Games. Honeybadgergames.co.uk is where you can find me. That's the best place.
Can you share I should have said Thalita is doggodash.com, but what's a quick highlight that you've got recently?
Oh, I went to see my oldest, bestest friend from play school years, which was absolutely amazing. Haven't seen her for about 5 years, and got to meet her wonderful children. The eldest of whom is currently doing art and design and is very into board games. So suggested that maybe she might, maybe we should have a chat sometime, and I'm sure I can introduce her to some useful people. So that was absolutely lovely.
That sounds brilliant. And we've got yet another previous guest, who's
Hey.
Jessica Hancock.
Hi, everyone.
So we've got the
Hi.
Battle of the Jesses.
Yeah. Well, it's a good name. What can we say? Yes.
And so now, finally, I have seen you both at the same time.
Yeah, we are not, in fact, the same person.
Whoa.
So, yeah, but you know.
I suspect.
And Jess works, well, Jessica Hancock, I should say now, works for...
Just down so we could differentiate. So you can use that one if you like.
Thank you. So Tabletop Jess works for Alley Cat Games, Long Pack Games, and what's...
EN Publishing.
Thank you. EN Publishing. And yeah, you can check all that out. We spoke about a week ago, I think it was.
Yeah, 8 days ago.
And what is one of your recent highlights?
I got my hair cut yesterday. So that was so
Oh, that's
exciting. I haven't done that
amazing.
this
And it's
year.
all recolored as well.
Shh, no, it's all natural, Bez. Yes, I did. Yeah, I think last week when I was on the stream with you, my roots were about down here, like the lockdown look that a lot of us have. But yes, it's all the same color now, which is nice.
Looks beautiful. And I've got another lovely person. I've got Tom Cauldron, who is the designer of Categorical, and we've met at Playtest UK and youtube.com/Nordlook. Tom actually did the how to play video for Puzzle. And what is one of your highlights, Tom?
Yeah. Oh, I think playing a silly game yesterday with you in a bond. It was very good. Am I allowed to say you as a highlight? I don't know.
And we've got my old-time friend, Fraser Gibson. It's been like 20-ish years since we met.
I did not realise that it was actually that long, so shocked to realise that it's been that. Seems like it's just been 5 minutes. Well, like maybe a couple of years.
Yeah, it's
Definitely not 20.
but we studied together, well, you know, in different classes, but in the same building. And
Yeah.
then lived together. Did we live together for a wee bit? I feel like we did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, you, Andy, and I shared one half of the 2 flats at the top on that main road in Dundee that I can't remember the name of now. But I mean, it has 20 years, so I can be forgiven for that, I think.
And we've got next another. Oh, before we let the next person in, Fraz, could you say a recent highlight?
A recent highlight
Yeah.
of what? Just anything in my life, or
Yeah, like could be as small as a meal you've had, or
my daughter Hazel, who's in the background, you might be able to hear her now, but we just come back from night camping on the beach at North Berwick, so that was fantastic.
that does sound lovely. Just a wee
Brilliant.
I'm going to bring in my other Gotcha, who's another old-time friend who I used to live with. Actually, Gotcha used to live right here, in this very room.
Oh, so you took my room now?
Yeah.
Yeah, since when?
I mean, it's a nice room.
Yeah, are you treating my room well?
Yeah, I hope. Well, it could be a lot cleaner, but I'm trying my best. But
Yeah. I will visit you sometime.
I spoke to someone earlier on about how with all of the Inner Bind videos, Gotcha did do the filming, and we were showing that earlier on today, which can you say a recent highlight of yours, Gotcha?
Right. So right now I'm in Istanbul since mid-February, just before the pandemic took off, and I'll be staying here for a while. So I have been developing games like some time ago. Right now I'm not working on games, but doing mobile virtual reality and augmented reality applications. And where we used to play lots of games with bears, like in the old times when I was living there. And the times when we were filming Inner Bind Inner Bind campaign and videos were quite fun.
Like that.
Yeah.
And we've got hello Alan and hello Andrew January. It's lovely to see you in the audience. And we've got Dave. Oh, GGG.
Hi Bears, how are you? Hello everybody.
I'm doing not too badly, and it's lovely to see you live. And one of my recent highlights is seeing you for an extremely distanced walk.
Yep, no, that was a fantastic walk, and it was great to get outside and catch up with you in person.
Yeah, I cycled definitely more than 10 miles, and then we had a bit of a walk, and then I cycled back up. But yeah, it was a good day, and I feel like I should do more cycling, just get out and have a destination, and sometimes having someone to get together with. But do you have a recent highlight that you would like to share?
So I've just got back from a week's holiday with my partner and kids, and we've been down in Dawlish in South Devon in a wonderful cottage overlooking the sea. So it had a fantastic terrace, which was great for playing board games on. But we actually spent far too much time, well, not too much time. We spent most of our time out and about, so played far fewer games than I'd have liked. But anyway, it was still great fun.
That sounds awesome. So, yeah, I'm just going to check the schedule because I remember that some of us were happy to be contorting companies, and I think we might be. So, yes, I don't know if Ping is a friend of yours.
Oh,
No, sorry. Hello, Xate. No, I was talking to Jessica Jane Sankey.
I tried to send the link to my friend, but I think I might have sent the wrong link.
Don't send the StreamYard
How do people watch this?
The StreamYard's link, I'm just kicking out someone from... So I'm sorry, Jess's friend, but to watch it, you should be following on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. So...
Yeah, no. That's okay. Yeah.
But yeah, there's just one last person trying to come into the studio.
I tried to find it on Facebook. I can't find it. Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, go.
Here you go. If you want to engage. So,
ways of doing things online, isn't it?
we're waiting for Kathleen Mercury. We're just... Kathleen Mercury was just having a bit of problems because we are going to the max, because for some reason the max is 10. So we have, I'm going to do this introduction in the style that Kathleen Mercury would do it. So, Kathleen Mercury, YouTube,
Yeah.
or Twitch. And just to remind all my guests that there is a mute button on the bottom left if you want to mute yourself. And hello, Kathleen. I'm going to do an intro because I was listening to you on Board Games from a few months ago, and you did this wonderful intro. So I want to say that Kathleen Mercury was raised by raccoons. Now,
Trash pandas. We call them trash
Kathleen
pandas.
Mercury first managed to hold a meeple when they were only 2 days old. Kathleen Mercury carved a meeple from a stone with their bare teeth. And Kathleen Mercury is trying to send little nanobots into children, so that they just get that information instantly.
Yes.
And so we present Kathleen Mercury.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
What a great intro.
Someone just dropped, I think. Who dropped?
The game in itself. He's not here.
Yeah. Who was here? Oof, this is a hard one. Just sharing the link in case people want to share those links. Whoops. Jess was trying to share the link. So we've got Catherine, we've got Dave, we've got Fraser, Gotcha, Jess, Kathleen. We've not got Talita. And we've got Tom Cauldron. And so, let me explain the rules of In a Bond, which ideally we might be able to find a name for In a Bond, which is, rather than a pun on In a Bind, a pun on Yogi, if that's possible. And so that is a contest that I invite people to join, because Xates did help make this game, but it's just been so much fun that we might actually put it up on BGG as its own thing, because it's totally different to In a Bind / Yogi. Oh, Talita's having connection problems. Oh, there we go. Hello again.
Oh, the back.
Oh, Kathleen, Talita's gone again. Oh.
That was a tease, wasn't it? They just flashed up and back out again.
No, I was standing because I was ready, but I had to go grab a chair.
I did the same, don't worry.
So I would like us, if possible, to have about 5 traders and 5 companies. I know that Jessica Sankey, you were happy to be a company.
Uh-huh.
So you're going to be consorting.
Okay.
Kathleen? Fraser, you're happy to be a company?
I am. This is your birthday, so whatever you need.
Thank you. Who else was going to be a company?
I volunteered as tribute, and I bought linens especially, so I can contort.
I'm happy to be
Talita, hopefully your connection will hold up. Do you, if you want to be a company, then what we'll say is that if your connection breaks, you know, that's it. It's as if your card drops. A card drops, your connection drops, either one. Your company stops.
I will start bankrupt already.
That's full.
What are you feeling, Catherine? Did you have a preference?
I think probably trader might be slightly safer, given that my connection is absolutely awful. So I think I'd go for trader.
Okay. So this works. We've got 5 companies, all on the bottom, and we've got 5 traders, all on the top. And we've got Xate suggests Yogi Stock Guru. Hello, Elaine. It's lovely to see you. Alan Alton suggests Logi Diet. And Andrew January says, no luck, the best I've got is Yogi Stock Exchange, which isn't a pun unless you want to stretch it to New Yogi Stock Exchange. That's Terrible.
I like New Yogi Stock Exchange. That's a good starting point anyway.
Yeah, I mean, in the absence of any better name,
Yogi money.
That sounded like a backhanded compliment, Bez. Oh, well, yes, there's nothing better, I guess. I'm sure you didn't mean it that way.
What about you'll get the money?
you'll get the money.
Mm,
Oh, I like that. I like that. That's the strongest one so far.
that's pretty good.
And
Could you
then we've got-
could you do Yogi Bull and Yogi Bear? Like bulls and bears? Is
Nice
there
one.
something there? I don't know.
Really like that.
Yogi Bear, though, you're gonna run into some.
Licensing issues. Yeah.
I think you could have some licensing problems with that. Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're going to. I don't know if it adds much to the game to do licensing with Hanna-Barbera. Like,
No.
Yogi the money. I prefer you'll get the money.
This is great.
Okay,
That's good.
so the companies are allowed to pick actually some color. So Jess, you can be yellow because I don't have any pink.
Is that me? Yay! Thanks. Yellow's good.
So we've got, these are the remaining colors. Green, blue, red, and white. Companies, choose your colors.
Red.
Can I? Oh, darn, sir.
Bez red. I want Bez red.
Kathleen, I just met you,
Green.
but now we're sworn enemies.
Who said
That's right.
is Talita green? Who said green?
That's kind of how I roll.
Yes, green.
Sally is green. Fraser and Jess. I mean tabletop Jess, sorry.
That's okay. I don't mind, so I'll be gracious and allow you to choose.
Oh, great.
I'll go blue then, since it doesn't look blue actually, but it is a blue top, so I'll stay
Okay.
consistent.
I'll be white then. White is my ginger skin. Can do it.
Okay. So if anyone in the comments would also like to be a trader, I'm not going to allow anyone from Facebook or YouTube to do this because there is a little bit too much lag there. But anyone from Twitch, if you want to be a trader as well, chime in and you can join in. It's going to be madness. But before we do that, going from left to right, Jess, describe your company. What are you selling?
Oh my goodness, I don't have to do this. We sell small accessories for large dogs, like hats and jackets and shoes.
Hmm.
There we
Let's
go.
go. Okay.
And we're
Now-
called professionals. There we go.
Razor.
I'm going to go with blueberry muffins and assorted baked goods.
I can dig it. Yeah, everyone wants some baked goods these days.
I like that, blueberry muffins as well.
Talita.
My company sells cannabis goods, so it's like it's legalized in this fantasy world.
Okay, I'm going to invest it.
Hey.
And then you're going to want some blueberry muffins.
Let's make a partnership.
Jess. Jessica Jane Sankey.
She's frozen.
She's
Oh
looking very.
no. It's Jess frozen. Oh wait.
Does look
Are you
frozen.
asking me what my company sells?
Yeah, what your company is doing.
Oh wait, is this supposed to be like a
Yeah.
fictional company?
Yeah, I panicked too. I didn't realize this
The
either.
game?
Don't worry.
Can I make something up? All right. My company sells cushions that like this.
Oh,
Oh,
let me make you big. Yep.
Wow.
Those are cool cushions.
And you can get them in all different colours. Yeah. Mainly
then-
pink and yellow.
Got Kathleen, who's the best color, of course.
Obviously. We're a pharmaceutical company that Our medicines create interesting responses so that, if you want acid tears, we can do that. If you want to create custom smells for yourself, like you're like, I think today will be Himalayan yak, then we've got you covered. So we basically allow you to chemically experiment with how you interact the world through your own personal secretions.
That sounds like something from Bioshock.
And that's the best thing is that's what I came up with off the top of my head.
Okay. So, running these companies are the financial experts. Myself, Catherine Morgan, Tom, Gotcha, Dave, Alan Oughton, and Andrew January. So sometimes the company doesn't really make that many decisions for itself. It just has to bumble on as best as it can. And we are going to start you off. So the way this game works, a company will start off with 2 cards. You will have to do those cards. Along the game, you will be given more cards to do and more cards to do. If you get to 15, you win the game outright. If you stop, you can give up at any time. Seriously, dinna be a numpty. That is the official rule of In a Bind. Dinna be a numpty. So if you don't, no, Alan, Tom is not playing as a company this game. It's the bottom row. I tried to make it easier for you. So you're trying to buy, as traders, we are going to buy and sell stocks in the Little Dog Company, run by Jessica Hancock, the Blueberry Muffin Company, run by Fraz, the Legalized Marijuana Company, run by Tally, the Cushion Company, from Jess, or the Pharmaceutical Acetyr Company.
Money in the bank.
And we will be, along the way, a company's share price is equal to how many cards you're doing. That's it. So at the start of the game, you're doing 2 cards, your share price is 2. Everyone has 10 money. We can invest in 5 companies. As the share price increases, at some point we might pull out of someone to invest in someone else who doesn't have so many cards to try and reinvest. If we get to 100 money, then we instantly win. If we get to 100 cash on hand. That has never happened. I mean, I say that as if this game has been played a lot. This is only the 3rd time it's ever been played. But we will just see what happens. Alan Oughton might just watch, okay? That is cool. So, to start us off, Jess, you have to keep set cards touche en pouce. So this card's wait. What? Oh, sorry.
You never told us we were playing in French.
This card's touching the thumb.
Is this me? These are my options.
Yes, have a card's touching the thumb. So I'm going to give everyone 2 cards just starting off.
Okay.
Let's see. Bring them up just to see how they're doing. 1 card touching the thumb.
All right.
Cards. I like that.
Let me get my setup ready. I have the actual top of the box.
Oh,
How's the
lots of
setup?
space. I think I'm really impressed by this.
Okay. So I just have to have 1 touching my thumb. So is that cool?
Yep, and your right thumb pointing down.
Yeah.
Now, Kathleen Mercury.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So, Kathleen Mercury, you only get 2 green cards. So you've got to have your left elbow.
Okay.
Don't have to worry about the cards just yet.
Okay.
Your left elbow has to be above your shoulder.
Okay.
And your right wrist has to be bent.
Like any,
Okay,
anyway,
that's looking
that's
good.
good, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Now, Tally, can we see your right hand above an elbow? And your little finger on your left
right hand.
Yep, keep it above the elbow. And your little finger on the left hand pointing down.
Pointing down. Ah! Like that.
Yep, you don't need to hold any cards just yet. It's only when cards are...
Okay.
Now we've got...
Like that?
Exactly. But keep the... make sure to keep your hand above the elbow.
Ah, above. Like that.
Now, moving on to Fraser Gibson.
Oh, right. Is everyone standing up, or should I go and stand up as well?
So, Fraser, you might want to put a hand on a knee. So you might want to get to... And now, have your left thumb pointing up. And finally, other Jess. Or the first Jess. So you've got to grab a card and make it touch a pinky. You can hold it between two fingers, that's absolutely fine. Remember, you can even use clothing or anything to help you if you need to. And your right hand needs to be above your left hand at all times. If you ever forget, you're instantly out. Now, starting from Andrew January, who would you like to buy stocks in? You can buy up to 5 shares. Andrew January. Let us know. But while Andrew January gets first pick, but Dave, you can choose as well.
I mean, I feel like I'm in a strong position, so...
I'm going to buy 3 in the dog accessory company by Jess. And I'm going to buy 2 in... who to go for? I reckon... in fact, I'm going to go for the other Jess too.
It's a good day to be a Jess, clearly.
Yeah.
That's a very Jess-centric answer. So, gotcha. Who are you going to go for?
Right. Okay, I will spread my my stocks. So can I see all? Okay, 1 Teresa, 2 Kathleen, and 1 tabletop Jess, and 1 other Jess.
So wait, is that one of everyone?
No. So 1 for 3 people and 2 for Kathleen. So 1 for tabletop chess, 1 for Teresa, and 1 for other Jess.
Okay. Oh man, harsh times to be Fraser Gibson. Andrew January is buying 2 stocks in Talita, 2 in Tabletop Jess, and 1 in Kathleen. Tom, you're muted.
No, I'm not. All right, hello. I'd like to buy some shares in Fraser.
Did you
I'd
say
like to buy
5
3
shares?
shares in Fraser. 3.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that.
Got confidence in you, Fraser. And 2 in Kathleen.
2 in Kathleen, okay. Now, Catherine.
Hello. So we've got 5 to spend, is that right?
Yeah. Well, you've got 10
Okay.
money. Every company's worth 2 right now.
Ooh, okay. So a maximum of 2 on anyone, is that correct? Sorry, I have read the
Well,
rules.
you
but
can
I've
go
forgotten.
for 5 in one person if you want. You can get
Brilliant.
5 shares in any combination of Jess, Fraser, Kathleen, or Talita.
Amazing. Okay, in that case, I would love to get. I'm actually going to go all in. I'm going to say I'm going to get. No, I'm going to be good. I'm I won't go all in. Not yet. Can I have 2 shares in Jess, please? And can I have 2 shares in Fraser? And 1 in tabletop Jess, because, you know, got to spread it out a bit. There we go.
Okay. Now looking at the shares, I see everyone has been invested in. Let me go. Oh, who do I? I'm so tempted to go all in on one person just for the sake of it. But no, I'm not going to go all in. But I am going to bet 3 on Jess and 2 in Talita. Okay, so now I will be the first person to run the companies. And now we're going left to right, and then Andrew January from chat. So the 2 cards that I have to distribute are cette carte touche les deux mains and cette carte sous le menton. So a card touching 2 hands and a card under the chin. I'm going to give these. I believe in you, Jess. I think you can. I think you can do this. So grab 2 cards, and Jess.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Grab a card and have it touching 2 hands.
2 cards or 1 card?
1 card touching 2 hands.
Okay, so it has to be a new card.
Yep.
Okay. Oh.
And then you have to get another card.
What? Okay.
And puts it under your chin.
But this hand needs to be lower than this hand. And I have to get it there. And it's in... Okay.
I believe in you, Jess. I believe in you.
Okay.
Do it for all the Jesses around the world. You can do it.
Okay.
Nice work. Okay. Now at this point, once we've gone round once, we are allowed to buy and sell stock. So, Catherine, the 2 cards are cette carte entre deux doigts, this card between 2 fingers, or l'index gauche, pointe vers le ciel.
Do you want to translate the second one as well, please? Oh, I'm going to say card between 2 fingers. That looks good.
But you need to do so. One or you could split them up to 2 different people. You could give it to someone you want to sabotage, or you could give it to someone that you believe in. Like you could give one to Fraser, one to Jess.
Yeah, I have a plan. So card between 2 fingers. Fraser can have that one.
Okay, Fraser, grab a card. Keep it between 2 fingers.
Amazing. And I'll give the other card to Kathleen, if I may, please.
Okay.
Absolutely. So, Kathleen, have your left index finger pointing up.
All right, I can do that. That's easy. Already there.
Yeah. Nice work.
Am I allowed to use furniture?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, good.
Using clothing or other props is totally fine. And the French is because, to answer Xate, it's because I did the unboxing of the French edition today. So, Tom, we've got l'œil est fermé and un doigt touche le menton. So, 1 eye closed and 1 finger touching chin.
Okay. I'm going to do 1 finger touching chin to Jess. And 1 eye closed, Fraser.
So 1 finger touching chin to
Jess, not tabletop yet.
Ah.
So was that to me?
Yep. So tabletop Jess.
So 1 finger touch.
Yep. Easy.
No. No, other Jess. Other Jess. Just
It's
Jess,
me.
not tabletop yet.
So yellow company is touching 1 finger on chin, yeah?
And Fraser, one eye closed.
Oh,
Fraser.
So,
which one am I doing?
Fraser, you've got to keep one eye closed. Yeah, looking good. And who was the one finger touching chin?
Jess.
Me.
Jess.
Oh, sorry, Jess. Yeah, I'm just struggling to hear Tom sometimes because of tech issues. So, gotcha. Cette carte sur l'épaule gauche and cette carte touche l'oreille droite. So, a card on left shoulder or on the right ear?
Card on left shoulder to Jess.
Okay. Jess.
A card on the left shoulder. Wait, I can't remember all my rules now.
Okay, so let me break it down. You've got to have a finger touching your chin. You've got to have your right hand above your left hand. A card touching two hands. A card on your little finger. A card under your chin. And now grab a new card.
Okay.
And put it on your left shoulder.
My cards are far away. Okay, I have a card. What do I do with it?
Get it to your left shoulder somehow. Keeping your right hand.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, that's my left shoulder, isn't it? Yeah. But my right hand still needs to be higher.
Yep, that's good work. Now for the card on an ear. On the right ear.
Card on the right ear. Can I buy or sell the stocks right now, or
No,
should I
only next round.
Right. Okay. On the right ear. Okay, to Talita.
Talita.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so
What
grab a
should I
card
do?
and put it on your right ear.
Okay, can I move either of my hands or should I choose
Yes,
one?
you just as long as you keep right hand above the elbow and the little finger pointing down. Oh, I think that right hand went below the elbow.
I think it did.
I think, sorry, Talita, I think you're out.
Oh.
Sorry, Talita. That company lost. Sorry, take a break, sit down, and next round you can potentially join back. So that stock has crashed. So legalize marijuana. You know, it's just not happening.
There was no future.
No.
Oh, so everybody who had shares in green, you just lost them.
God.
So now, Dave.
Hello.
You've got le deux mains septichon and sept cartes touche le dos de la main gauche. So two hands touching or the card on the back of the left hand.
Okay. I think I'm going to give two hands touching can go to tabletop Jess.
Okay.
Just two hands. It's not. You don't need a card.
Okay. So just
Okay.
Um,
Cards on the back of the left hand.
what is it? Say again.
Cards
Yeah.
on the back of left hand.
I'm going to give that to Phrase.
I had the feeling that was coming. Right.
Okay, Fraser, you've got to grab a card, get it touching the back of your left hand.
Is your thumb still up?
Oh, don't know. I mean,
oh, he's dropped it.
is that Fraser out?
I think it was either dropping it or it was my thumb, but
Oh, so the stock
I knew that was
market.
coming.
Sorry, Tom and Catherine. The stock markets in Fraser has crashed.
Oh well.
There's no more blueberry muffins because once the legalized marijuana was gone,
The basket fell out.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. Yes.
So now Andrew January gets to operate the companies. Sets cartes cash and oi and sets cartes touche l'oreille gauche. So a card covering an eye and a card touching the left ear. Andrew January. Card covering eye, card touching left ear. Choose the 1 or 2 people who are going to get these cards. And then afterwards, I do realize that there is a strong first player advantage because, yeah, I get to buy and sell.
I guess each turn, though, you can change that.
Do a switch back.
The start player rotates or whatever.
Yeah.
Left, okay, tabletop Jess.
Yeah.
Can I ask you to put a card, grab a card, and get it touching your left ear?
In theory, you can certainly ask. Let's see if it can happen. Is my thumb pointing down still? My hand's still touching? Yeah.
Nice work.
Thanks. It's going well.
And Jess, can you grab a card?
Oh, I don't know.
And cover an eye with it somehow.
Let me think. Which hand? Okay, this one is okay. That's fine.
I believe in you, Jess. I believe in you.
I need to still touch my. No, it's too hard. What are the rules again? So.
So you've got to have the card on your shoulder, the card touching 2 hands, the card under your chin, and the card on your pinky, a finger touching your chin, your right hand above your left hand, and now card covering an eye.
Okay.
He's done it.
He's done it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Nice.
Looks like tabletop Jess is on the phone. Like, hello?
And so
We're chatting to each other.
now, Talita and Fraser, you can either come back as a company if you want, or you can come back as a trader.
I would be trader because of my connection issues. It's very hard to hear the commandments, and then I move around and I will be a bankrupt company again.
So we've currently got, just for an update, we've got Jessica Jane Sankey with a stock price of 7. We've got Kathleen Mercury, slowly and steady winning the race with a stock price of 3. And we've got Tabletop Jess with a stock price of 4.
Mm-hmm. So I have.
Alita, you can buy. You can buy either 2 shares in Jess or 3 shares in anyone else.
I would buy 3 shares on Kathleen.
3 shares of Kathleen.
Yes.
Yeah, going for the best color.
I probably wasn't selling my stock well there because I was flaving while you're making your decision. It's all good. Just for everyone else to come on.
Okay, and Fraser, would you like to come back in a wee bit as a company or?
I think I want to try and redeem myself. Seeing how well Jess has done with, or both the Jesses have done, I think I need to try again and do better next time.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we'll go up to Tom, and then Fraser's going to jump back in. When was it that Fraser lost? It was around Gotcha's turn or Tom's? I can't remember.
Dave got because
I knocked him out.
Okay, so we'll go 2 backwards, so we'll go at Tom's turn. So I'm going to run some companies. You are now allowed to buy or sell, but you can't buy or sell before and after you do the operating. I'm going to sell all my stock.
Did you just a card?
Oh.
I dropped a card. It came out from under my chin.
Oh no!
There we go.
No.
That means that I'm bankrupt.
Nobody noticed, but it came out.
Yes, that was super impressive, by the way. I was really impressed when you had that.
Thanks.
So that means that I am out of the game as a trader. So Catherine and Gotcha
Hello.
and Dave, you have lost all your Jess stock.
Oh.
And I was just going to sell it as well. Oh well.
I was all ready to sell out on
Yes,
Jess.
come on, quick, get to my turn. I need to sell.
Yeah, I was going to say it on my turn.
Catherine, it's your turn.
Hello.
You've got 1 stock in tabletop Jess.
I have.
Are you holding tight?
I think I will. Yes, I haven't got any money left, have I?
Well, you could sell it and invest in Kathleen.
No, I'm good. I'll stick. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to put all of that stuff on Kathleen, I think. Sorry.
Okay, so Kathleen, we've got someone trying to tank your market, but don't let them. 1 finger touching your nose. Can you do it? And your left wrist should also be bent now. Can you do it? Nice work. Yeah, looking good.
She looks like she did a little voguing or something.
And we've got big ups to Jess. And lets us know in a moment you can re-enter and try to redeem yourself or come back as a trader. So Tom Cauldron.
I'm sweating.
Kathleen is now worth 5, and yeah, tabletop Jess is worth 4, and we said that Fraz is going to come back now. So Fraser, your 2 cards. Are you coming back with more blueberry muffins?
Yeah.
It's all about the blueberry
I've got
muffin.
I can't think of any other blue-based goods.
Okay, so a card touching your chin and a card under your armpit.
Right.
Okay. So now that there's a new company, Tom, are you going to buy and sell in Fraser, or are you going to hold tight in the Kathleen Acid Sears company?
I'm going to sell 1 of my shares in Kathleen and buy 2 in Fraser, I think.
Okay, so Tom has sold 1 Kathleen to buy 2 Fraser Gibson, and now you've got
faith in you, Fraser.
Much appreciated.
a finger touching a chin or middle finger touching palm.
Both on Fraser.
You've got some belief.
So what was that?
Middle finger touching palm.
Middle finger. Is that like this one?
Yeah, like Spider-Man.
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And a finger touching your chin. Nice work. Okay, so now it's Gotcha. Gotcha. Do you want to buy and sell any stock? So if everyone's worth 4,
Right.
except for Kathleen Mercury, who's the most expensive. Wait, did Tabletop Jess just... Oh no, Tabletop Jess is still doing everything.
Yeah.
So Kathleen's worth 5. Jess and Fraser were 4. Are you happy with your stocks, Gotcha?
Yeah, I would like to sell my stock of tabletop chess, but can I buy one for Kathleen?
No, because Kathleen's worth more. That would give you no money.
Exactly. So that's true. So I don't have any money left.
I mean, you could
So, okay.
sell your Tabletop Jess and just sit tight on 4 money if you want, which would technically give you the most money out of everyone.
Right. Okay, well, I will keep it. I'm not selling or buying anything.
Now, running the companies. Le reculer doigt pointe vers le bas. Right pinky pointing down. Or paume de la main gauche vers le sol. Left palm facing down.
Left palm facing down to tabletop chess.
Okay.
Okay, we've got some belief in you.
Yeah.
Yep. Left palm facing down. That's good work.
Yeah, and
Yep.
it's still touching my other hand.
Solid work.
Right, and the other one was
Pinky pointing down on the right hand.
I could do that as
pinky
well.
pointing down. Pinky pointing down to Kathleen.
Oh, well. Kathleen. Yep. Pinky pointing down. Okay, and now it's Gotcha. It's up for Dave. 2 arms touching and right palm pointing down.
So is this me?
Yep.
Don't I get to trade first?
You can trade first or
Yeah.
after your
And
choice.
am I right in thinking that Jess is now back in?
Who? The other Jess. Jess is not. Would you like to come back in as a new company, Jess?
A new company? Do I have to make a new thing?
No, you could go back into the. Yeah,
Can I be a different company with a different product?
sure.
I make pink ping pong balls. Oh wait, why? There we go.
Okay. So, Jess, just to get you started,
Yeah.
you are going to have 2 cards as before, and you're going to have 1 card touching your nose, and your lower teeth have to be hidden. If we ever see your lower teeth, then you lose.
My lower teeth are always hidden.
That's good.
So 2 cards, 1 card touching my nose.
Yep, that's it. That's it. 1 card touching your nose and your lower teeth hidden.
Okay.
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 So
I'm going to sell from 2 from Tabletop Jess.
So that leaves you 1 remaining.
Yeah, and that gives me 10 money to invest.
Indeed, it does.
And I'm going to put 1 in Fraser and 3 in Jess.
Diversification of the stock, going into all those startups. That makes lots of sense. Okay, so now you run the companies.
Okay, and what are they? Sorry, I can't read.
2 arms touching and right palm facing down.
If you want to crash
What
my
are Fraser's rules at the moment?
So Fraser currently has to keep a finger touching the chin, middle finger touching palm, cards in the armpits, and the cards on the chin.
Okay. So I'm going to have the two hands touching for Jess.
Ooh, Jess.
Two hands touching?
2 arms touching.
2 arms?
Yes.
Oh, it's 2 arms, is it? Hmm.
Yep. 2 arms on Jess.
Okay.
And right palm face down on...
And right palm face down also on Jess.
Nice work, Jess.
Thank you.
And now it's Andrew January's turn. Finally again. Which is this card touching left elbow or one finger touching ear. There's so in Kathleen, we've got Sally is all in on Kathleen. You've got 1 in Kathleen, Gotcha has 2 in Kathleen, and Tom has 1 in Kathleen. Whereas in tabletop chess, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shares out. 2 for Andrew, 1 for Dave, 1 for Catherine. Sorry, Catherine. And 1 for Gotcha. So 1, 2, 3, 4 people are invested in both, but the market is more heavily invested in Kathleen. You could say that Kathleen is too big to fail at this point.
My shoulder is twitching. It's fussy. I'm committed though.
Okay, I believe in you.
Thank you.
I believe you can all do this. Even though I lost all my money because...
Oh, shoot. You know, I just took...
Oh!
I'm sweating. I'm sweating. I'm sweating, and I was trying to get my hair out of my face.
Well, that's the longest running company then.
Gotcha, you lose that share. Andrew, you lose
I crashed the market. I'm sorry.
And Andrew January was selling 1 in tabletop chess, which is currently worth 5, and that gives you 5 money, which I understand you're not doing anything in. And oh wait, sorry, before you sell, you want to do the left elbow one first. Okay, so Jess.
Yeah?
Andrew January wants you to grab a card and get this card to touch your left elbow.
What?
Oh.
How do you expect me to do that?
Could you lie down, or sort of like have it on the table and there you go. So again.
Okay.
She can't see us anymore.
No, I'm just gonna listen.
But you can hear us.
Yeah.
And
If I rotate it, hang on. Hey. But you can't
wait,
can you? They're all here.
Oh, both cards in Fraser. Sorry, I misunderstood. I'm just going to lock in my mistake because it's funnier. Sorry, Jess. And January. So now you sell 1 for Jess, which does mean that you get 6 money. And Fraser, you're going to have a finger touching an ear.
Right, I'm trying to think how I can do this with this hand. I've got like... I can't.
Andrew, did you want to buy in Fraser? You do need to explicitly say if you're wanting to buy in Fraser, and technically you're meant to do that at the same time, but it's all good.
Does a thumb count as a finger?
Oh yes, thumb is definitely a finger, I suppose, in the rules of this game.
Excellent.
So, oh, crazy. So This is Andrew just trying to tank the market. So Catherine Morgan,
Hello.
cards on on a shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
on the right shoulder, or this card on the left eyebrow. Morning, Bree.
Oh dear. I mean,
So
I think we'll give the I think we're going to give one of those to Jess. We'll give the first one to Jess and the second one to Fraser, please.
So card on right shoulder to Jess.
Right shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
On right shoulder.
So Catherine, you currently only have one stock in tabletop Jess.
I do. Sell, sell, sell.
What?
I'm
And
selling.
You're running company.
the other one, who was that going to? Fraser, did he say?
Yes, please.
Fraser, grab a card and get it to your left eyebrow.
Oh.
Sorry. Too good.
Easy. You can do this.
Yeah, amazing.
Okay, and you're
Great.
selling all your shares, and now you have no shares on hand. You've got 6 money.
Oh,
You
lovely.
could afford, if you want.
Who can I buy in? So I've got Jess or Fraser. Is that right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
you've got Fraser.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to get anywhere by just having all that money sitting about, so I better buy something, hadn't I? I'm going to say I'm going to buy a stock in Fraser, please.
Okay.
How much is Fraser's stock?
Fraser's stock is currently 6.
Perfect. That's how much I have.
Okay. So now Tom.
What do we have?
So the companies that are still active, we've got the pink ping pong balls. We've got, this is a strong, solid company, Little Clothes for Dogs.
Never felt more glamorous.
And coming back with the rebirth of the blueberry cupcakes. So we've
What card
got,
have we got?
right pinky touching nothing, or this card on top of head.
Huh. I'm gonna go both with Fraser, starting with the head one. This card on top of head.
Okay, Fraser, how are you feeling about this? Grab a card on your head.
Right, so what was right? So one card on my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's already got a card on his head. Does that mean he needs another one?
He needs another one.
Yeah, it always has to be a new card. That's Fraser up to 7.
Nice. Good job.
He's probably doing it. We could.
I'm getting it off the table now.
That's the trick. Just stay out of camera view, and that's perfect.
I'm being honest. Hazel can verify.
Nice.
Great.
And now your right pinky should be extended and touching nothing. Nice work.
Yeah.
Fraser is up to 8.
Can I? Oh my, yes, in Fraser. Red.
Sorry.
I'd like to sell my Fraser shares.
Are you wanting to sell both the shares?
Yeah.
Oh. Now Tom's got 7 money. So, are you wanting to invest? We've got tabletop Jess. who's, done very well.
Yeah.
Had to go through some unique challenges getting those accessories to the pets. Or Jess, who just started doing ping pong balls. And they are worth 6 and 5 respectively.
Don't make her laugh.
Des, you know what that means in Bangkok, doing ping pong balls?
This is a PG show.
But I'm in Bangkok.
Okay, so Jess. Tom has 3 in Jess with 2 money remaining.
Don't let me down, Jess.
Gotcha. Left hand above elbow and in right index finger touching nothing.
Okay, I will just give them both to tabletop chess, and I would like to sell my stocks.
What? What do you want me to do?
So are you giving them to tabletop Jess first?
Yes.
Okay. So Gotcha does at least believe that you will be able to achieve these.
Okay. My card fell off my shoulder.
Oh.
Sorry. It was balanced and it fell off.
We've got an upset. We've got the shareholders, Tom and Dave, are presumably up in disappointed.
Okay, what do I have to do now? Because my life is kind of complicated at the moment.
So, Jess, as in Jessica Hancock, you need to put your left hand above your elbow.
Any elbow?
I think your left hand it's already above your elbow.
My left elbow, yeah, that's acceptable, yeah.
Yep. And get your right index finger and make sure it's not touching anything.
Yeah?
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, okay, cool, done.
And Gotcha, you've now got 8 money. You could...
yeah, I'm not going to invest. I will wait.
You just don't believe in anyone.
Have you just sold
will...
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, as long as you got the money and sold them.
Oh no! Andrew January is
Tabletop Chess, did you just give up?
No, it fell off. My card fell off my shoulder.
No, Tabletop Chess.
Oh.
No, my body did. I'm in my 30s now. I don't heal when I hurt myself.
Waited 30 seconds and I just told you.
I think Andrew January still has 6 money remaining. So that means that there is only one company, which is Fraser, which triggers the end of the game.
Do I get to sell or?
It automatically sells at this point. Yeah, Andrew has 6 money. You're right. So hold that pose, Fraser. Hold that pose. Fraser, hold that pose. But you are the winning company, okay?
Hey.
But now you try to absorb the other companies. See if you can beat the record set earlier in the weekend. So whilst doing everything else, can you get a finger touching your nose?
Yes, look at that.
Nice.
And Catherine and Dave, you can pull out any time. Fraser, left wrist bent.
There's already.
Okay.
Sorry, Bez, before you go any further, can you just tell us how the traders are doing?
So, Tom, well, Tally and I are bust. Tom has 2 money. Andrew has 6 money. Gotcha has 8 money. You and Catherine have no money, but you do have one stock in Fraser each.
Okay.
So Catherine and Dave, you are allowed to pull out anytime.
I'm going to pull
What's he
out.
on at the moment?
10.
Well, that makes my decision for me. I'm going to stay in.
Okay. Freeze, and you've got to pull out before I reveal the next card.
Yeah.
So
No,
No, I mean,
I have now pulled out.
okay, Dave has pulled out, and Dave's on 10, but Catherine staying in. Okay, so
I have faith.
Eraser, get your left index finger pointing up.
Yay!
Nice. Okay, get your right wrist to be
I'd like
bent.
to pull out of it now, please. I'm out.
Okay. So Fraser, there's no one investing you, but for your personal satisfaction, you can give up at any time. You can give up at any time, but just for yourself. You can keep on going. The record for this weekend is 20, just so you know.
20?
Right
That's
wrist
tough.
bent.
20. Wow. A little way to go.
Okay. Left elbow above shoulder.
Right. I think I have the back flexibility for that.
That
Just for a moment there, you had it.
that was very good.
My chin card is very sweaty now as well.
Yeah, mine too. Not a good look.
That is the one advantage of Yogi, as opposed to in a bind that PVC as opposed to cardboard.
Yeah.
But so that means that the winning company, the company that made it to the end, was the one, the only Fraser Gibson.
Sometimes you've got to go past, come back to get to the top.
Correct.
Feel better.
But we did have
Okay.
some other amazing companies, so I do want to give a big round of applause, like silent applause or quiet applause to Jessica Jane Sankey. Yay! Tabletop Jess. Yay!
Yay.
If you'd held on just that little bit longer, then I'd have sold in you and made a fortune.
My neck was killing me. Like, I'm gonna need to go to the physio after that.
I can see tabletop just sweating here. Like I could see.
I'm sweating now. This is serious. My neck
You should
hurts.
have a record as well for like longest running company rather than just cards played, because I think people thought.
Yeah, there might have been. I say to sing that I might have accidentally changed the rules because we might have said it was the original company, but it's not a serious enough game that.
So I kind of won then.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Moral victory.
It's worth this pain then. That's fine.
So is this the end? Because I just started a new company here.
No, I'm sorry. It's.
But my company makes rats. Black and white rats.
A little bit closer
So,
now.
I do want to give a congratulations to Kathleen Mercury for being a wonderful company
Well, thank you.
and also wonderful company in general.
Oh, thank you.
And everyone's wonderful company and Talita, of course. And we've got
Not very successful.
props from everyone and yeah, a lot of people saying congratulations. And yeah, I want to say that in the final analysis, well, Talita was the one person who got to be a company and then came to be a trader, but unfortunately went bust quite quickly. I went bust fairly quickly as well. Tom did at least end up with some money. I mean, Tom, not quite your starting 10 money, but you managed to end up with 2 money. So it's actually quite a low-scoring game for all the traders, because Gotcha came first, middle of the pack, with 8 money. And so you would have been better off just holding tight and not investing in anyone.
I'm out.
Dave, you got 10 money, and Catherine, you actually managed to make a profit with 11 money.
Hooray!
Wow.
I do wonder
if only life imitated art, eh?
Where maybe there were too many traders, because it did take quite a while to go round, and with that, only being able to sell and buy on your own turn, it was maybe a bit problematic.
Most of the companies went bust from people getting tired rather than having to take on new cards and new actions.
Yeah.
So I think, speeding up, and I'd have won by miles.
Oh yeah, well, if the game went totally differently, I'd have won as well.
That's great.
So
great fun, but yeah.
Catherine, would you care to give us a recap?
A recap? God, I mean,
whoever feels comfortable. Does anyone feel comfortable to give us a recap?
Shall I have a go then?
Okay.
Go for it.
So we had 5 wonderful companies, all trading, new startups, all trading on the stock market. We had Tabletop Jesse's dog accessory company playing with white. We had Fraser's Blue Muffins baked goods company trading in blue. Talita's green dodgy cannabis company trading in green. And Jesse's yellow cushion selling company, and Kathleen's red weird chemical smells and bizarre pharmacy things. And
I'm American.
A range of different traders all investing at the start in these up and thrusting startups. Sadly, Talita's up and thrusting startup was so laid back with the on cannabis and hemp that they didn't actually really get off the ground. Also early on, Fraser's Blue Muffin Company went bust, leaving just 3 companies to begin with. Tabletop Jesse's dog accessories, Jesse's yellow cushions, and Kathleen's red smells. And the traders were all desperately buying and selling, except Bez. Sadly, she crashed and burned early on when Talita and Fraser's companies crashed out. Others bought and sold here and there. At one stage, Beth was looking really strong with, I think, 7 or 8 cards in wonderfully contorted positions, and then she dropped them. And meanwhile, Kathleen was doing amazingly well with her company, balanced and like sort of positioned in a elegantly stylish way up against a bookcase. Tired too. Tabletop Jess, I think, actually has to win the trophy for the most contorted, because she was out there lying on the floor, arms all over the place, being given investment decisions by her board of investors. I think some of them are desperately trying to make her crash and burn, and yet she stayed on in there until Fraser's company came back into the market, as did Jesse's second company came back into the market. Jesse's second company was looking strong again. I'd invested heavily in her. I was feeling right. I'm all the way here to get to my 100. And then she dropped a card off her shoulder, leaving it being fought out between Tabletop Jess and Fraser's new company. And Tabletop Jess then decided that she was a little bit tired and contorted. And sadly, that original first of the original 5 dropped out, leaving the Fraser's re-energized company in there. And the only people left in that final company with investments in it were 1 share held by Kath and 1 share held by me, and a few other traders. Tom had a couple of pounds in the bank. Gotcha had £6 in the bank. Andrew had 6 or 8, I forget which. But it was just between Kath and me, holding 1 share each in the final company, as that final company tried to absorb the other the remnants of the other companies which had gone bust. Well, we got back to 10, each share being worth 10. And at that stage, I decided to pull out and recoup my original investment, because I didn't have enough confidence that Fraser had the staying power to get to 100. Kat wisely stayed in, seeing how far she could push Fraser. He took on 1 more asset. And at that point, Kath made the strategically sensible decision to quit while she was ahead. She sold up, taking back 11 money, having made a whole 1 out of her original investment of 10. And Fraser, now with no backers, just fighting out against all the rest of the businesses in the world. Without those angel investors backing him, he couldn't stand the pace. And so as he tried to take on a new 12th asset, he crashed and burned. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the answer to why investing in the stock market can be a little bit risky.
Well done.
Amazing. Amazing.
Wow.
Thank you, Beth.
Yeah.
Lovely to see you, Xate, and thanks for the help making it. And yeah, Xate says that they have a lot of ideas for playing it, theoretically, not on a live stream. Because, I mean, honestly, this is a game, and Prey says, congratulations. I'm not sure whether that's congratulations to Catherine, or congratulations to Fraser, or Tabletop Jess, or just everyone involved for being a wonderful human being.
Yeah.
But I like to think it's just congratulations. You all were parts of something brilliant. Although that's a bit self-aggrandizing, but after all, the weekend is called Wednesday. I'm aware that some of you might have to skedaddle, and by Andrew January, it was lovely to have you join in. So Dave is going to hang around for 40 minutes-ish or so, at least, to chat, and Jess, you might hang around for a bit. If people want to hang around, as I say, you're welcome to, just to be... So hands up if you need to skedaddle for a wee bit.
Well, actually, I'm going to have to go.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I'm going.
In order, may I ask you, Fraser, before you go, what is something that you're looking forward to? Because I'm going to ask you, Gotcha, Tom, and Catherine the same question that I ask everyone at the end of the show. I say, looking forward to hopes and ambitions, it's over to you for the final celebration. Fraser Gibson, Gotcha Balkan, Tom Cauldron, and Catherine Morgan. What are you looking forward to? It could be a meal that you're going to have, maybe a little walk that you're going to go on, a game that you'd like to play, or a project you'd like to finish, whatever.
Well, I have, tomorrow is Marshmallow the Cat's first birthday, so we have got that to look forward to. So that's, in fact, what I'm going to go and do is go in and get dates to celebrate her first birthday. I'm looking forward to it.
Sounds great, and I hope you have a wonderful birthday celebration. Bye, Fraser, and see you in real life soon, hopefully.
Absolutely.
Hi.
And also bye Prey and Gotcha. What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back to the UK and having some games at your home, to
Yeah,
my previous home,
lovely to have you here.
including this one as well. And maybe seeing this published.
Nice. Well, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. It looks like is that a window behind you? Is it?
No, it's a mirror.
Okay. I was thinking maybe it was getting dark, but then Turkey should be earlier than us. Is it like...
No, it's 2 hours later than there. So it's 5:21 here.
Enjoy your dinner and bye Gotcha. It's lovely to see you and thank you so much for joining me and thanks again. And I should have said, if you want, feel free to give a shout out to where people can find you if you wish to be found.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for having me, and see you soon, hopefully.
Sure.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Got Tom or Catherine?
After you.
We're going to have looking forward to having a relaxed evening. I think we're going to play our latest Kickstarter acquisition, which is the Alan Paul's latest game, the March of Progress. So that's going to be... We just received that
I think
the
mine has
other day.
just arrived for me in
So
my
that's the
West London soon, so I'm looking forward to that as well.
Mm. Lovely mutual friend, Alan Paul, great game designer. And so enjoy your evening. Bye, Tom.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
You know best, right?
And we've got Tally. What are you looking forward to?
Me? I wish I have a better internet connection because I really enjoyed the game and I really like the interaction. I'm hoping for going back home soon and to be able to see my friends soon, I hope. And yeah, to play more games with lovely people again.
Oh, that's super lovely.
Bye. It was so lovely meeting you. It was amazing. Thank you
Nice to
so
meet
much.
you.
Nice to meet you all. It was great.
Sally.
Bye.
Bye.
And Catherine.
Hello. So I'm looking forward to having a bit of a panic this evening because I've announced a new product on the UKGE website and I haven't actually made it yet. So I'm going to be busy.
Amazing.
How did you get to announce it there? Are you a sponsor or?
No, nothing so fancy as that. Just I've got a virtual stall and I've put down an event of a sort of a launch party for this new product that I haven't actually yet made. So I'm going to be quite busy this week. But there's really no other way. Just put the pressure on oneself and that way things get done. So I'm off to the kitchen.
What is that product? Do you wish to share?
Absolutely. I've mentioned them before. This is the potion range, which I've called Alchemy. I've got my labels in production, so I've got a nice new logo and everything, but just actually no potions yet. So time to get cracking on that.
Well, all the best with sculpting your sweets.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. It's lovely to meet you all.
Bye. Nice to meet you too.
Thank you so much for having me.
It was a delight.
Always. Bye.
Now, if we look at the banner at the bottom, oh dear, 3 p.m. was meant to be a competition. I keep relying on people to remind me of this stuff. I just think that maybe people are kind of shy and then they don't want to remind me of the competitions, or maybe people don't mind. But like basically, I see that there's still some people watching, and the idea was that at 3 p.m. there would be a competition immediately after the game, which I completely forgot about. But for those people who are still watching, you can enter the competition by telling me what's a word, a besmungus thing. So what is a besmungus thing? Write down an idea, and you have to use the word besmungus in your answer. Basically, anyone... I don't know what besmungus actually even means, so frankly, anything that you write could be a valid thing, unless it's really insulting, in which case I might just disqualify you on principle. But if you say, for example, feces are besmungus, that sounds a bit insulting, doesn't it?
Not the nicest. Not
You
the
read
nicest.
my mind.
Yeah, in a bind, I mean, surely something that I made must be inherently besmungus in some ways. So, if I do, what is, and yeah, Jessica Hancock, do you have an idea of what could be besmungus?
Besmungus. Well, I think the colour red is besmungus.
Okay. Any other ideas?
Oh, I had to have more than one?
Well, not necessarily from you. I meant from anyone.
Oh, right.
I mean, for me, the ultimate besmungus experience.
Well, my idea would be something huge and red.
Yeah, I would say for me, besmungus is when you get together with a group of people that you don't really know, but then you just have this
connection,
big amazing time. So.
Bad.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay. So
there's a tiny bit of a delay, I think, just the whole transatlantic thing.
Yeah.
I mean, who are we to kind of berate the fact that there's a lag of even like a second or two when it's like, you're over there and I can see you. And it's almost like I'm gazing into your room and your room and your room and your room. You can't see, but I'm pointing at, the four parts. So, I was pointing at Jess, Dave, and Kathleen. And you can see into my room a wee bit. And whilst, there is an imposition of stuff, it's like really amazing.
I think bikes are besmungus. Because you always cycle places, and I really think that's a great idea. And bikes also begin with B's.
That's true.
Yes. Alliteration's always good, yeah.
Yeah. You should have chosen blue or black as your colour, because it would be alliterative.
Yeah, but I think Res is so much of Bez's brand that how could you not say that?
Yes. Maybe we should rename the colour red to bread.
Then what would you rename bread as? Or would it be one word with two meanings?
It could well be.
So would you then have, if you put some peppers in, like some dry roasted peppers and sun-dried tomatoes, it would be bread with bits of bread because it's bread vegetables.
Bez's breakfast bread vegetables for brunch.
I'd try it if it was on a buffet at least.
That does sound really good, in fairness. I think a lot of people in lockdown have been making bread, so maybe somebody has made that already.
Yeah.
I'm sure that people have made all sorts of things. Anyway, I see there's a bunch. I'm just going to leave the banner down there while we do our thing, and if people want to enter, then they can, and I will choose a winner. Maybe I'll just let that run and choose a winner at the end of the stream when Kathleen comes back on. So Kathleen, it's fairly laissez-faire, let's say. I need to share this link with Jenny Harmon. So Dave, because we are going to talk a bit about Dave and also how Dave and I met. And so Dave, could you explain a little bit about your first impressions of me?
Yeah, so the first time we met was at a Playtest UK event. It was the very first one I went to. And Bez was hosting it in her flat in South London, in Brixton at the time. And I randomly turned up to this place in South London where I'd never been before. And yes, there was Bez and there was American Ben. And I can't remember if anyone else was there, Bez. Don't know
I think David Brain might have been there.
Maybe. So there were 3 or 4 of us, and we were playtesting games. And one of the games we playtested was In a Bind before it was launched. So I guess this would probably be about 6-7 years ago, maybe 7 years ago.
That could well be it. Like I started it. I can't remember when exactly I started testing it. It was 13 at the latest. I mean, 2013, it was definitely a thing. I want to say it was about the. Was it? I'm not. I'm thinking it might have been just a year between me starting on it and going to Kickstarter. Although that seems like a bit less than I imagined. And we've got Alex saying that the whole weekend has been a humongous joy to be part of. Oh, it's lovely. But yeah, doing this playtest, and Dave has gone on to make games as part of a LARP. So Dave's character in a LARP is a game designer in the LARP, but Dave also designs games and has become a published game designer now, thanks to Gibson's game. But before that, Dave was doing small print runs of like, how many, like 50, 100, something like that.
Yeah.
And then selling them for real money, but kind of fake prestige or real within this LARP also.
Yeah. So the LARP, the live role play event, it's called Empire, which is a large UK-based festival LARP with about 2,000 people or so meeting up 4 times a year for a big camping weekend. And there are different nations there, and there are lots of interaction going on between the players and between the different groups they're in. And my character, a chap called Lorenzo, was a very prominent character in this world, or still is. But amongst other things, he also creates board games or card games. He's also very, very proud of himself. I should say, by the way, about Empire, rather than having, well, it's got what are called 7 virtues, which are sort of values, and they sort of help drive the character of the game. So you've got ambition, pride, prosperity, vigilance, wisdom, prosperity, and what have I missed? Loyalty and courage.
Yeah, you said prosperity twice.
Right. So those define what it is to be virtuous in this world. So a bit like, rather unlike the real world, being proud and ambitious is a virtuous thing, whereas if you're humble, that's pretty unvirtuous. So, and again, prosperity is a virtue, whereas being poor or giving charity or whatever is not necessarily seen as virtuous. Anyway, the reason I say that is because Lorenzo, my character, the main virtue that he tries to live by is pride, and so a lot of the games note that. All right. So I don't know if you can see this. This is a there we go. A portrait of a load of the cards from one of the games, and this game very, very embarrassingly just features images of Lorenzo, my character. So in the real world, that feels a little bit cringy. Actually, in game, it's 100% in character, and the sort of thing that game's all about. It's about encouraging people to big themselves up, to big up other people, to promote other people, and that all encourages the interaction. So in that world, I started off by making reskin versions of other games. So things like Love Letter, I did that with portraits of my group, and I created an Empire themed version of Coup, and also an Empire themed version of Masquerade. Quite often with slightly different tweaks to the games, but featuring portraits and artwork of people from this in-character world. And then I started making a lot of my own games as well, original designs, and a few of those I've kickstarted. So one was called Best of Both, which was actually a set of several different games which you could play with a deck of 52 cards, which could also double up as a deck of playing cards, but they had different games I designed to play with that within this world.
And talking of, you know, being proud of what you've done, like, know that, Kathleen, you have a lot to be proud for.
Oh, thank you.
But we are going to chat, I believe, in like 2.5 hours-ish.
Mm-hmm.
So I will look forward to seeing you back with me to close off the show tonight.
Cool.
But it is always a delight, and I hope you have a really good afternoon.
Well, I hope you have an amazing birthday, and I will see you later.
So just to clarify, I'll explain Bez's day again, but this is not my birthday. I'm willing to share publicly, my birthday is 13th of August. Bez's day is simply, it happened to be the date when I started the In a Bind Kickstarter. It happened to be the date when, 1st of August, I decided it's a memorable date. It's the 1st of the month. When am I going to get this into shops? I want shops to sell this at a certain date. I don't want them to do it on whenever they get the game. Let's make little bits of an event. 1st of August, that's memorable. Then next year, when should people get In a Bind Junior into shops? Well, maybe, hey, wait a minute, this year, 1st of August will work again. Wait a minute, this could totally be a tradition. And so that was when it was born. And so then I announced it at UK Games Expo 2016. It became officially a thing. And I did stuff for it in real life, in like celebrating stuff, drawing stuff, which I've not done so much. I've not drawn anything this weekend because the streaming it's just been really engaging, for want of a better word. But
That's funny.
That's the short thing.
Well,
but
if anything, it's, like happy birthday to In a Bind. I think we could say that. Okay, thank you. All right, and I will see you guys later. Thank you so much. This was so fun.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for joining, Kathleen. Bye. I should have asked something that they were looking forward to. And so just so people know, before you go, if people struggle with it, someone once said, yeah, I'm struggling with it. Okay, I'm going to say I'm looking forward to Christmas, because I think someone else had said the same thing like 2 days running, and said, hey, wait a minute, you can't say the same thing. And it was like, yeah, it's fine, like it's still something coming up. And I guess the point is to sometimes reflect on something good that's happened, just for, mental health, and like I like to try and encourage myself as well as others. You don't have to do it, but to have something that we're looking forward to. For example, because it is so easy to focus on the negative. And when I think, I have had this year, 16 designers submitted 8 designers submitted 16 new games for the L deck via my form. And one other designer, quite a well-known designer, also submitted a 17th game, although that was via my email. So I'm not going to call that an official submission. But I'm really looking forward to sitting down and playing all of them with Chris and Layla, and spending like 2 or 3 days on that. And because it's really exciting for me seeing where people are going to take this, because everyone, when they start making games for this deck, they push it in different ways. You've got basically So, Dave, let me actually run through, if you will, Jess's. If you do want to skedaddle, please do let me know.
No, I'm all right to hang out for a bit and have a chat.
Okay, I was going to say, first let me talk, put Dave a bit more on the spotlight, and say, Dave, are you ready?
There's also, I'm going to go now because I need to wind down and go to bed and stuff. I just sent you a message. I couldn't hear you for ages, but now I can hear you again. Do you want something I'm looking forward to before I go?
Yes, please.
I feel like a massive geek, but I'm looking forward to lesson planning tomorrow. I've got a bit of extra time and I got some really good new ideas. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that like a weirdo. Yeah.
Well, that's lovely. And I think it's brilliant that you've got some work that you can be super passionate about. I mean, some crazy people are passionate about logistics. I mean, or manufacturing. What's all that about?
Oh, what weirdos.
And I'm passionate about teaching teenagers, and most people hate teenagers. No, most people wouldn't want to. Yeah, so I'm going to have fun tomorrow. Woo! All right, so thank you so much. And happy birthday for August the 13th. And I think it's
very much.
Birthday, so happy birthday to Inner Bind.
Thank you. Yes,
And
5 years old.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
5 years since it went into shops.
Oh, Inner Bind.
And 89, 3.5 years since the last copy that I sold.
Wow, amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now it's
That's
famous
been
in
a wonderful
Thailand.
journey.
Thai people do love Yogi, by the way, everyone, because
thank you so much
out of your
for
shell.
giving me the Thai version, because it's just amazing. And to have it be in a language that I can't even read it. It's not that I don't know what the words mean, but I literally can't even read it because I can't read the script. It's just kind of such an emotional rush. So, and thank you, Jessica Jane Sankey, for being in my life, and lots of love.
Thank you. Lots of love. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Take care.
So now I will rearrange like that, if that's cool. So, are you ready, Dave?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Did you have breakfast?
Yes.
When did you wake up?
9 o'clock.
What was the last thing you ate?
Carrots and runner beans.
Oh. Iced coffee or hot tea?
Iced coffee.
What's a good thing to eat or drink whilst playing games?
Hot coffee.
Not iced coffee.
That as well. Or chocolate. Chocolate's a good thing to eat and drink.
Yeah, agreed. Ooh.
Who's the last person you spoke to in person?
Rich, my partner.
And books or podcasts?
Books.
And what's the book that you last read or are reading now?
I'm reading a book about the universe and what's it called? Hold on. I thought I had it here. I don't. It's something like What We Don't Know About the Universe, or I can't remember the title of it, but it's all about what we don't know.
Okay, new question from the audience. Hot coffee or iced tea?
Hot coffee.
What was the last game?
Iced tea is better than hot tea.
I agree. What was the last physical game you played?
Rock pool.
Ooh. Published by Gibson's, designed by Dave Weatherall.
Yes. Yeah. I was playing that with my kids overlooking the sea, which was rather nice.
Do you know this one, Jess?
Which one, sorry?
Oh, Rock Pool.
I don't know that game, no.
It's a game about kids collecting shells on a beach. It's a push your luck game, and you are trying to collect different types of shells before creatures steal them, and also clearing away rubbish at the same time. And you're trying to do all of this before the tide comes in.
Nice.
So
I do like a push your luck game. I find them very stressful, but I think that's part of the fun.
I like to think it's a great fun game.
One with Don't Stop, Can't Stop even. Can't Stop. I only played it online, and playing it without anyone saying anything, it's okay. But then playing it with Sate shouting and screaming, go on, go on, go on. And then Alan Nelson saying, oh no, you don't want to carry on. Yeah, you probably want to stop. And then Jess, the other Jess, was playing with us, and it was just so much fun even having that audio. Playing that on Board Game Arena.
Yeah. One of the things I like about Rock Pool is the players can shout out at any stage to empty the cards from the rock pool. So on your turn, you turn over cards and put them into a rock pool. But anybody at any stage can shout to collect what's there.
Okay.
You've got different shouts, so you can shout rock pool, or depending on what cards on the top of the pool. So you might shout starfish or rock pool, or rubbish if there's rubbish on the top, or fetch, because you've each got little dogs and you can send your dog in to fetch dog toys and things.
Oh, nice.
So,
I like that element.
it's very fun. The good thing about the game, I think, is you've got a team of 5 children and 1 dog, and each of them you can only send to the rock pool once. So in the course of the game, you've only got 6 times maximum to push your luck or use that. And just judging when to do that, because everybody else is obviously also thinking, oh, is it good enough to take it now? If I take it now, then I might be using up my cards to my children, my team, so they can't collect it later. And if you're sorry,
it's definitely a nice wee twist. But talking about schemes, when you get to choose colours, what colour is your favourite?
I'm not particularly fussy about colours in games, but I would normally probably choose yellow or purple. But
cards or cubes?
Cards or
cubes?
Cards.
Wooden meeple or plastic figurine?
Wooden meeple.
How do you stack your games? Vertically or horizontally?
Horizontally. Or in a sort of heap of sort of falling tower of games.
Gasp.
Art or rules?
Artistic rules.
I'll let you have that. Tell us 3 board games that you love.
Am I allowed my own?
Go for it. I just get
Collider Cards, which is a game system a bit like Wibble is a game system, because that way you get loads of different short
technically
games.
Wibble was never a game system, and that's why I moved away from calling it Wibble++, because it was Wibble++ was the game system. So for those who don't know, we've got the original deck somewhere, and yeah, basically there was a game called Wibble, and which can be played with these cards, and the game system was called Wibble++ because it's Wibble plus more. But then people started calling the game system Wibble, which was never its name, and confusing the name of the game with the name of the system. And that's why now I've called it the L deck, because you've got Wibble, but you've also got alphabetical and categorical and puzzle and couple, which I think are equally strong, if you know what I mean. And the whole notion.
And I think what I like about Wibble++ or the L deck, like Collider Cards, is you've got a whole range of short, sharp games which are very, very varied. A bit like having a deck of playing cards. So anyway, Collider cards was my first choice. Second choice, I'm going to go for 4 Elements by Physical Gaming, which I was playing that with my kids on holiday. Not the sort of game I would normally have thought I would go for. It's a dexterity game where you're flicking Perspex pieces, and you're trying to knock your opponent's leader piece off the table. And I exhibited opposite Robert, the designer of 4 Elements, at Aircon about 3 years ago. So we've been friends since. But I really noticed how his stand was always attracting people around it, because people saw the game. It's very intuitive. People would join in and start playing, and it was a really good little game. And now I'm actually working with Robert on a new version of that, which is going to be called Arena, which again has the same idea of flicking pieces, but the arena bit is the idea that you can play it on all sorts of different surfaces. So some of those will be, it could be outdoors, it could be indoors, purpose-built tables, or you can just do it on a natural features or your coffee table or whatever. But the surface that you play it on varies the nature of the game. So we were playing 4 Elements on a picnic table, which was quite interesting, because you could then slot your pieces between the slots of the picnic table to try and make it easier or harder to knock other people off. And so I'm really looking forward to Katak Arena, which hopefully we will kickstart either later this year or early next year. That was my second. Third choice. I'm going to... Does it have to be board games?
Games. I said games.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Civilization. Civilization, the Civ 2 and others on the as a PC game, just because I wasted an awful lot of my life playing that. But I like that sort of long strategic type game, and I really like it because the idea of a tech tree and the explore, expand, exploit type concept of it. So it's got all sorts of great strategic elements to it.
Right. We've got another question from the audience who asks quickly, cats or dogs?
I'm allergic to both, but I'll go with dogs, because if I was to have one or the other, having the excuse to go out for walks and exercise is probably a good thing.
I think that was my friend Chloe, who used to work at the board game cafe that I have. I think that's her.
Oh.
But yeah, so if it is.
Hey, Chloe.
Hi, Chloe. Which board game cafe is that?
It doesn't exist anymore, but it was Coffee and Dice in Bournemouth.
I backed you on Kickstarter, I think.
I know. Because I recognised you as well. And I think I've seen you. It is Chloe. Hey! But yeah, so yeah, and also I'm pretty sure I've seen you at LARP events. I go to Consequences. Which
I've never actually been to Consequences. I've been planning to go to Consequences. But I've been in the live role-playing world for many years. So.
Yeah, so I'm also a LARPer as well. So
all people are. Bez is too.
Yeah, although not as much as I would like. But then that's true of so many things. I mean, I can't. Maybe that's in some ways the definition of something you enjoy. It's quite a sad way to define it, but you're never going to do as much of it as you would like if you truly have a passion. Because, but yeah, I guess life is all about making those balances, and we all have to choose priorities at some point, and we have to be okay with it. I normally do ask, Dave, could you give a shout out to a board game shop?
Sorry?
Could you give a shout out to a board game shop?
Yeah, so Fanboy 3 up in Manchester,
okay,
or Proud Lion in Cheltenham, and also Ludiquist, which is a cafe as well as a board game shop, and yeah, does amazing stuff. That's based in Croydon in South London.
Now, I wanted to, the next question I want to ask, talking about pride in oneself, what are your top 3 games for the LDEC?
Ooh, Grabble. Partly because I've also got Collider Clash, which has the same mechanism where you're trying to grab lots of different cards at the same time. And I can't remember whether I got the idea from Grabble or Grabble got the idea from Collider Clash. But either way,
definitely had the idea for Grabble as part of the formation of the deck.
Right. So it's possible that Collider Clash then was inspired by Grabble rather than me independently coming up with it. Can't remember. I'm not sure.
Grabble, for those who don't know, you've got all the cards in a big mess. You're grabbing cards as quickly as you can, and each card needs to match the previous one in letter or suit. And the one thing that I'm really proud of in that game is the end game mechanism, which is that you slam the table whenever you want, and if you slam the table, you get 10 bonus points, but the last person to slam the table gets as many bonus points as there are cards remaining. So according to game theory, you should really slam the table when there's 9 cards remaining, but that's easier said than done. So you've got to be grabbing cards quickly and keep half an eye out to see how many cards are left. And sometimes you might end up with a situation of, because it's hard to count exactly how many cards there are, especially if it's all in a big mess. And so maybe you slam down and it's like, oh wait, actually there's 12 cards in the middle, and so the last person says, aha, you all messed up. And sometimes it gets to the end and there's only 3 cards and it's because everyone's just forgot about it, and then the first person does it, then suddenly everyone else remembers, and it means that the game does end with a little bit of a climax as opposed to some other grabbing games.
I'm also going to go for Wibble.
That's the original one for the deck, where shout 1 letter from each card, so I could shout rain or...
And is it Wibble where each time you're successful, you get an extra card, and
exactly.
So it becomes harder? So I really like that as a mechanism, because it's quite a good bit of self-balancing within the game. And then I'm going to go for Puzzle. Not that I've played it yet, but I did watch a video of it earlier, quick how to play video from Tom.
So it sounds like you're giving a vote there to basically the idea and the notion of ever-increasing games, really, because that's the thing that Puzzle, more than any of the headline games, evokes, because it is the new game that was launched just yesterday, of course. Although the rules do need a bit more blind testing and proofreading, but given the state of the world, they are definitely something that you can read and understand the game from, and hope that people will understand.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Really like the idea of new games you can play with the same game system, same deck of cards. The other thing I liked about Puzzle is it's a solo game. So again, that just means that if you're on holiday with a deck of Wibble cards or a deck of Glider cards or whatever, or a deck of playing cards, you can play different games with different people. But if you don't meet up with other people, you can just play Patience or your own the sort of solitaire versions of different games. So yeah, that's why I chose it.
Now, we've got a couple of friends that I'd like to introduce. I think that these 2 people, you know them as well, Dave. I believe that I really got to know them best at Compulsion in Edinburgh, where we were beside each other, and they have been wonderful sources of emotional support, a little bit of mentorship, you could say, along the way. And I think there's a good bit of admiration, certainly on my side, and I Hope on the other. And I want to bring on Andrew and Jenny Harmon. Jenny and Andrew. Yay.
Hi, Jenny. Hi, Andrew. And I totally agree. Yay!
Yay!
I totally agree about the inspiration and the mentorship. And yeah, you guys have been fantastic in terms of advice and bouncing ideas off. So yeah, really appreciate that over the years.
Very good.
Thank you.
We're just here to do.
We're all one community.
And we've just finished having some questionably quick questions, and I will ask Jess, were those questions quick? Because that is the final question.
Well, they were quicker than when I did it the other week. That's fair to say. So if that's the measure, then yes, it was.
I think speed is always relative, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And things always go to fill the time and in a smidgen more. One last thing, I'm genuinely curious. If I were to expand the question, Dave, one last prideful question. To all of my games, so including the unpublished ones which you have played, out of all my games, what would be your top 3?
Top 3. Ooh. So the I've forgotten the name of it. The one with the eyes and the
Seize the Power.
So
Seize the Power.
Yeah. I think that's an amazing game. It's a great concept, and it's a great way of just learning and teaching about privilege, and so yeah, I think it's got a really good social bonus to it, as well as being great fun to play. So that's number 1. I've probably not played it enough to be sure, but I really like Plus. It's real simplicity and the elegant simplicity of it. Just a few cards, and you turn over a card, and it's got symbols and colours and numbers on it, or number of symbols. And I think that looks a really great mechanic. And finally, Yogi sort of speaks for itself because it's done so well, so I'm not going to choose that. I'm going to go for Wibble Plus or the L deck because of the versatility of it being a game system, and the fact that if I choose the L deck, then actually I've managed to choose dozens of different games, all which are playable with the same deck of cards. Is that cheating?
I'll let you have it for sure.
Yeah, I like to bend the rules.
Question, when people say what are your top games, like I was going on that Gabe Barrett's show, Board Game Design Lab, and we talked about a game system compared to a board game, and I think that's in some ways that's an unfair comparison. It kind of understates the value of a game system. Really, what you should be doing is comparing a game system to a shelf of board games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get that shelf in your pocket.
So you are welcome to stick around, Dave, but let me know if you need to skedaddle. I'm going to start chatting to Jenny and Andrew, asking them the same questionably quick questions, and see how quick these ones go. No, okay.
Okay.
So, are you needing to skedaddle, Dave?
I'm okay for a bit. I'm actually going to go and grab myself some water, but I'll stay on, and I'll certainly watch Jenny.
If you can mute yourself, Dave. If you can mute yourself and then pop yourself off unmute, I will pop your screen back on.
I might copy Dave. Instead of getting water, I might get a glass of wine because it's after 4 o'clock on a Sunday.
That's totally fair. If you could do the same, just mute yourself and unmute when you want to be let back on.
Will do.
So, I hope that I mean, it almost seems like a dangerous thing these days to ask how are you. Do you know what I mean?
We're good, thanks, Bev. We're good.
Mostly sane.
Mostly. Well, he's never been fully sane, so.
So, do you remember when we first met? Because I don't exactly. As I said, genuinely the strongest memory I have is in compulsion, but I definitely knew you before then.
We first met you at
at Leslie Singleton's event when you were demonstrating Frank's bodies.
That's right. Yeah. But one of the most memorable things I remember with you was when at UK Games Expo, you just had delivery of about 4 or 5 boxes of In a Bind, as it was then. And you were just running around being delighted on the Sunday afternoon. It was just great. You're just bouncing around going, look at my new game. And it was fabulous. And you were playing it with just complete random strangers. It was lovely.
Was this 2015 before I had a proper stand?
Yes, it must have been,
Yeah, that was when I was, the first time I was dressed up in red purely so that people could find me, so that Kickstarter backers could grab their thing. That said, because I was thinking to this is actually how it's all started, the whole dressing in red. And have you actually seen the Kickstarter page for In a Bind? I don't know if this is going to jog any memories or anything, but
the first memory I've got of you, I think, was at Dragon Meet, and you actually had the tiniest of little tables, but you had these people standing around you, contorted all over the place and giggling their heads off, and you were making a really big impression with everybody, and they were loving it.
So this is one of the videos on the page for In a Bind.
Wow.
And that is the first almost red outfit. And so Gotcha was doing all the stuff for that. That's just an entirely random person who wants it to be parts of the shot. And having done the Kickstarter for this, when it was actually done, I wanted to be able to get it to people at the earliest opportunity. And it was, okay, how do I make myself recognizable? Okay, I'm going to be dressed in red. I wore exactly this outfit, but I also had a red shirt as well. Because I was thinking, that way people will definitely recognize me. And what if I want to take the coat off? Then I wouldn't be wearing red anymore. People would just go, oh, they're not wearing red, they're only wearing red shorts. And so, that's where it started. And then I was gearing up to going to Essen in 2015. And one person said, oh, I'm not sure if you should wear red, your outfits, it might turn people off. And I was like, what do you mean? Because it's red, or because I'm wearing leggings? And they said, oh, the whole thing, it's just a bit much, it might turn people off. And then I spoke to some other people who, Rob Harris said, oh no, Reiner Knizia got their wee thing with the bow ties, someone's got their thing with the baseball hats, you do your thing. And someone else was like, if at Essen there's more risk of just being ignored rather than turning people off. And so I just went with it, and now it's become such a thing that even like 80% of my underwear is red.
Well, I know we've seen you at Designer Days and you're still wearing red.
Whoops.
That's good.
Hey.
Yeah.
Just.
Cheers.
You're very distinctive, Bears. We could never miss you. Not that we would ever want to.
Oh.
I also wear
Cool Chaos.
I wear my purple top hat to be distinctive, but I don't have it with me here in Cheltenham, so it's in London.
See, that's the advantage of red. That it doesn't have to be any individual red outfit. And once this garment's, maybe one day it'll be too small for me. Maybe I'll get chubby arms or a chubby waist. I don't know. Don't know how my body shape's going to change. Maybe it'll just get threadbare because clothes, in 10 years' time, if I keep wearing this, even my favourite skirts, one day I won't be able to wear it anymore. It's just the way of the world. Clothes get old. But apparently...
I hope you notice that we're in disguise at the moment. Because we're not wearing our Yeah Games t-shirts.
How would anyone know? The games in the background aren't away.
They're bright yellow.
So, Jenny and Andrew, and thank you for entering the competition, Chloe. That's you and Alex. I should write down a little thing. And when we have Kathleen Mercury on, we will choose a winner. So, Jenny and Andrew, did you have breakfast?
I didn't.
Yes.
When did you wake up?
When did I wake up? About 8:30 this morning.
Andrew?
After that.
We were up until about 1:30 this morning, though.
Yeah.
By the way, I should say that if any of these questions are things that you feel uncomfortable answering, feel free to pass on.
We were talking to friends in New Zealand, so it was the middle of the morning for them. So
I'm trying to explain.
Do you know CD from Wellicon?
No, I don't think we do.
Okay.
I don't have very many friends in New Zealand, but I have a feeling that might change.
What is the last thing you ate?
Sausage and beans on toast.
Sausage and beans on toast.
Iced coffee or hot tea?
Hot tea, of course.
Hot tea, yes. Chinese tea.
I see why you're kind of, in a loving relationship.
Well, he'd go for green tea. I go for ordinary tea.
Well, at least you don't need to make two completely different things.
No, we both drink both. But if you gave us a choice, that would be our choice.
What is the best thing to eat or drink whilst playing games?
Ooh.
How much would it depend on the game?
It would depend on when we were playing the game. If we were playing an all-day game, I'd say a cup of tea, definitely. If we were playing in an evening with friends, I might say a glass of wine.
Excellent.
Yep. And as for what to eat, oh yes, yes, Andrew's got
These
this.
are fantastic.
Yes.
Oh, they look.
Let's keep them up a moment. Mini choux, bleu et noir, blue and noir nuts.
Yes, they've got blue cheese and nuts in them.
Oh wow.
And they're French snacks that we managed to get. We managed to pick them up every time we're in France. So they're little biscuits with blue cheese inside.
Oh, I've never had that. Do you see that in Monoprix?
These are from Outjan, or Auchan, however you pronounce it. But there's other ones on the same snack shelf that are like little pastries with cheese in the middle of. No, just yummy.
You can only. I've only ever seen them in France, so.
But yeah, them and the gin and tonic is spot on.
Man, you're tantalizing. It's like just being teased.
It does sound very good, and it goes with wine as well.
They go very well with wine.
Oh yes. Yeah.
We were introduced by a couple of mad French people. So.
What's the texture like? Could you describe the texture to us? Could you eat one right now and describe it in vivid detail?
That's your
It's an unboxing of the
snack.
Okay.
Django.
Okay.
Disaster.
Think I'm struggling. Okay, getting the wrapping is a bit difficult.
You get the instant aroma of walnuts and blue cheese. Yeah. And another thing is
And they're stuffed. I can't show this video. They're stuffed in the middle with cheese.
Oh wow!
Really nice.
And are there actual crumbs? Is there actual discernible nuts in them? Or can you feel the nuts?
Yeah, on the just a few nuts on the top.
Blue cheese mingled delightfully with slightly bitter, nutty taste. Lovely.
So there you go. That's the best thing. Best snack.
Now we could say they sound fantastic in a completely different sense. Having heard them.
Yes.
Crunchy and crispy.
Very good.
Who's the last person you spoke to in person? Although I'm fairly sure I know the answer.
In person? Well, that would be different for the two of us. No, actually, it would be him.
Yeah, each other.
Oh, good. Yeah, okay. Yeah. A person not of this
not of this
two
unit
would be our chums that we sent off to New Zealand on Thursday. So yeah, in fact you know them, Adele and Robert, the Coleses. You have met them. But yeah, we sent them off
early Thursday morning.
Painfully awkwardly.
So we've been following them across the world as they fly across to Singapore, and now in New Zealand, and now quarantining in New Zealand.
So, books or podcasts?
Books.
Andrew?
Yeah, books, because you can stabilise tables better with them.
And what was the last book that you enjoyed?
Oh, cool.
Or currently reading? Whichever you want to give a shout out to.
What I'm currently enjoying is the Book of Bunny Suicides. It's absolutely incredible.
Oh, I love that. Yes.
It's just pictures of a poor little sad rabbit trying to kill himself in many different ways.
It's very morbid.
It's incredibly dark humour.
That one. Oh, you see poor little rabbit under the leg of the chair. It's tragic. It's very odd.
It's very odd.
But yeah, it's good fun.
Me, I've been reading Ian M. Banks stories, so I've been going through the Culture series.
Ooh. I find it really interesting how Ian Banks does use their middle initial as an indicator of this is what the book's about, because Ian Banks and Ian M. Banks, books are so different, even though they originate from the same mind.
Very different, and I've read both of them and really enjoyed both of them. So,
tell me, what is the last game you physically played?
Physically?
Yeah, not Board Game Arena or Tabletop Simulator or anything like that.
Me, I will say Robinson Crusoe, The Cursed Island, Island of the Cursed. Only because I just got it, literally arrived yesterday, and I was trying to learn how to play it so I could teach Robert and Adele in New Zealand how to play it, so we can try and play it in several stages with them whilst they're in quarantine.
Oh.
So
wait a minute, but I thought that in New Zealand they've eliminated COVID.
Yes, but one of the ways they've eliminated it is if you go into the country, you have to be there for 14 days in quarantine.
Oh, your friends have just gone to New Zealand. Oh, wow.
Yes. So they're sitting in a hotel room, twiddling their thumbs with their 18-month-old son, going, what shall I do for the next 14 days?
Gosh.
Yeah.
Actually, it's quite appealing, the idea of 14 days stuck in a hotel room playing board games on one level.
I mean, I was genuinely considering going there, because, I know that WillyCon's happening again, and it was like, I looked up the plane travels, and there was a plane that I saw for £500, which isn't terrible.
That's really good.
You wouldn't be able to get in. They wouldn't let you in.
But then I looked up the government thing, and exactly, they only, even with the 14 days, even if you're willing to do the 14 days, they only let you in if you've got like a real reason to be there, like relatives or things like that.
Or you're a New Zealand citizen.
Yeah.
So
That's probably why they're doing so well, isn't it, though?
yes, that is.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have stringent rules.
Yeah.
But moving... Yeah, Andrew, we never heard your last game played. Was it the same one?
No. That would be one of the ones I'm developing called Smuggler's Cove, which is a really interesting Mancala-based game I'm developing, and that's really nice. It's coming on well.
Nice. Chloe says that you can't come home to the UK without a 14-day quarantine.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that was properly being enforced. I thought it was just...
Depends on where from.
Chloe's in the USA. She's from here in the UK, but her partner got a fabulous job offer there, so they flew off to America. So yeah. Well, they're not doing too great in the US as a country, I think. So
yeah, I've got a colleague at work who's that's my non-Yay Games work, who comes from Spain, and she went with a young baby to Spain to see her parents, and has got stuck with the fact that she now has to quarantine for 14 days when she comes back. So there's a lot of people being caught by that.
I mean, I do think I kind of approve of that. I feel like it's I agree with Chloe. Frankly, it's too late. But let's not get bogged down in this. But,
talk about games. It's more fun.
So, talking about games, okay, Jenny and Andrew, what is your favourite colour to play?
I'd have to say probably purple.
I really genuinely don't mind, but generally I go for yellow because most people don't like playing yellow for some reason.
That's fair.
You just so happen to choose the two colours I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
Great minds.
I noticed that a lot of designers actually go for yellow because they seem to think that people don't go for yellow, and it seems to be a new trend where everyone's drafting yellow now, thinking it will be an obvious pick. But oh no, what's anything as if you want to claim your colour, you're going to run into conflicts.
Well,
unless you go with custom pieces. So what you need to do is you need to get your own bag of like 20 meatballs and like discs and like, you know, little long roady things and even trains, like all sorts of possibilities. And then you paint them something specific, like a tartan or like you can't just go with a solid color because that could be confused with someone else's. So you want to go with like a tartan or you know, a rainbow, but like not just any rainbow, because even that someone else might have it, but like maybe a rainbow and a starburst effect. Or you get where I'm going with this. Or really crazy, even crazier, okay? Let's say if you start putting nail polish on it and you start off with like the shiny stuff and then put on the top coat over it, that could actually work.
That could,
You have some nice sparkles.
Yeah.
Talking of colours, I don't know if you know Swatch by Scott of Minerva Games, which is kickstarted shortly. He's currently running a bit of a little online competition where you get to name the different coloured swatches in this game. So there's different colours up on Facebook, and you can choose what they should be called in the game, which I think is a great idea.
That's a lovely idea.
I don't know if there's a Bez Red, but
that should be a shade, shouldn't it, really?
I quite like the shade that I've got here. I did fiddle about quite a bit with the banners. I think it's FF1122. I don't know what you think of the red that I'm currently using on this screen.
That's a nice red, but it's not quite best red.
Do you not think?
No. The best red's what you're wearing.
I like red with blue undertones in it because that's the shade of red that I can wear. because then it doesn't clash with my hair. And my sunburnt nose that inevitably happens when I go into.
Yeah.
What, like this?
Have you just changed the red?
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah.
That's
better with
Is this the
hair.
red that you like, Jess?
Yeah, something with a bluish undertones. Yeah, that's more my style. Yeah. For you, just changing the colours with the live stream. So technical.
Yeah, no,
No.
I reckon that maybe slightly darker.
So you would go for
There could be a game in this, couldn't there? Everyone's sort of trying to adjust the
00
all the time.
09, something like this.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
So blood red.
No, I prefer the other one.
The first one.
Difficult.
I felt like, just for on the screen, this was kind of a bright, happy red. And
Hey,
It is. Yeah.
it is. It's a lovely red.
it does have a tiny bit more blue than green.
Yeah.
So it's FF1122.
Someone's just suggested a nice deep shade of burgundy. So if you really want to go different, I guess you could go there.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
feel like I'm all kind of color swatching out.
Mm.
But to Andrew and Jenny, I asked the question:
Oh yes.
cards or cubes?
Cards or cubes? Ooh.
you're doing what with?
Just in general, I think.
Ooh, that's hard.
Hard to think.
Ooh, I'm not sure.
I mean, we've had a lot of discussion about this in the past. Like, obviously, cards have the advantage that you can do more with them. You can have more information. But then cubes have the advantage that you can, have more bulk. And hello, Pri, it's lovely to see you again. And with cards, you can hide things more easily. So you can, in Tifa Tashin, it's important that other people don't know how much money you have. But on the other hand, if you want people to know how much money you have, well, you want something with a bit of heft to it. And if you couldn't choose poker chips, well, you choose cubes.
I think cards are really good because they're really flexible. You can play so many games with just cards. So nothing but cards. That makes them absolutely flexible. You've got all your games, then you've got all sorts of other games. We've done card games and so on. Cubes are really good because they're tactile and it's just nice to play around and just play with them. So I'd say both, probably. I'm cheating.
Maybe if you each pick a different one, then between the two of you, you've got both. So you could game this.
Or maybe you get half a cube and half a card.
I want to ask everyone, including anyone watching in the audience, can you think of any games which are just cubes?
Do long pieces count?
Because then you might get into Jenga and dexterity games.
I was thinking Tinder Blocks, the one that we're doing at Alley Cat. Although that does have tweezers as well. So that probably doesn't
count. That's got cubes and cuboids.
Oh, what about the stacking climbers, is it? You do have little meeples as well, but climbers, you've got loads of different squares and things and you have to move around. That's a dexterity game.
Oh yeah, Climbers is a really nice game, but it does have the little pawns.
Yeah.
And Alex has some love for cards for sure. And Lords of Waterdeep, but that also has a board. That's got so much more.
That's a lot going on, sorry.
If you want to cheat, I'll say Ominos, because although you've got a board, you've got the cube dice.
Yeah. And of course, any dice game like Perudo or whatever, you're basically rolling cubes, aren't you?
Yeah, but Perudo, you need the cups. And Jenga, we've just said it's cuboids. It's not. And is Chloe talking about Tinder Blocks?
The fireworks game. Oh, I think Chloe, are you talking about Hanabi, the deluxe version with the tiles? They're not technically cubes. You know Hanabi, the card
Yeah,
game?
Dark Cuboids again.
Yeah, so they're not technically cubes.
Although,
Like,
I guess that's as close as you can get. Ooh, we've got Tenzi. Oh, Tenzi, I think I heard of that. That's a dice-only game. Oh, Andrew, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the stream. Let me share. I'll post a link on Twitter whilst you talk about maybe wooden meeple or plastic figurine.
Mm.
Wooden meeple or plastic figurine.
Wooden meeple, just because of the fact that they were born out of one of my favourite games, which is Carcassonne. So, yeah, yeah.
Good answer. Yeah. Jenny,
Is
what
that where it was come from originally?
Yeah.
It's Carcassonne, yeah.
Oh, I never knew.
Variety, just got little stickers on them. There's some brilliant stickers around there.
Yeah. I said wooden meeples, and I did mine as well because I think I prefer the texture of wooden components compared to plastic. It's just a bit more, yeah.
It's more environmentally friendly.
Yeah, I was about to say more environmentally friendly.
Yeah.
I like it that you can stack meeples too.
Yes.
Yeah. Meeples are fun.
Meeples
I want
to. There's a game I'm working on at the moment which involves flicking meeples. It's a dexterity game.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
I'd like to give a warm welcome to someone else. I don't know if you know them. They are the overseer of things.
Ooh.
And they have been part of my journey with In a Bind since before, maybe it was known as In a Bind, but certainly before the Kickstarter. They have been a source of support. They have been an instrumental part of this deck. Their name isn't on this box. It might, but it feels like it should be. It is on the other box, which is here. It is, of course, Andrew Blas Dennison.
Hey!
Hello.
Hello.
Andrew.
Glad I could make it. Apologies to Bez for not having been any more organised this weekend than I was, but I did get my name down on a slot, and yeah, I'm glad I could make it for the tail end of the Bez Day extravaganza. So yeah, here we are.
I am just wrapping up the supposedly, the very questionably quick questions.
Whose set are these? I mean, you know.
It's for Jenny and Andrew.
This is Jenny and Andrew's questionably quick questions.
No.
Yes.
He's posing questionably quick questions to us.
I'm in no rush, so you can be as questionably quick or otherwise as you wish. And I think according to the schedule, I've put myself down for a chunk, and then there's a gap between me and Kathleen anyway. So if we want to run on for another half an hour with these guys, it's no trouble for me whatsoever. Just go with whatever you've been doing.
Thank you.
I want to know, Bez, who's been the quickest with their questionably quick questions so far?
I don't keep track.
I was about to say, please don't do that, because otherwise I'll feel compelled to try see how quickly I can do them.
I really don't want to. That's not the point. It's like, you're allowed to take time. I mean, if it was a morning show and we started rambling on too much, if we spent like 45 minutes doing this bit, then it would be ridiculous. But right now, this is just... Okay, so for those who don't know, it all started with In a Bind. Where's my Kickstarter page? Let me get that up.
Can you give it by its proper name, Bez? It's The Wonderful In a Bind.
Aww. So looking at the side, you can see... wait, I think it's hidden because of the banners. Hide that and hide that. You can see the funding periods. This is complete coincidence, but it started on August the 1st, 2014.
Oh,
So
wow.
It is the 6-year anniversary since it was launched. Now, in a bind, it went into shops. Oh, Campbell's Alphabet Dice Game is apparently a game with only cubes. I feel like we need to make a geek list now. Apparently, there's quite a few. Apparently,
Games
there's
played
at
with
least
only
3.
cubes.
Yeah, games with literally only cubes. I mean, Mancala doesn't really count because the board is so important to Mancala.
Yeah.
I would definitely not count Mancala.
There's Rory's story cubes.
I
as
was
well.
just thinking of Rory's
Oh
story.
my gosh, of course.
Yeah.
The clues in the title, you know.
Sit dice, craps,
Yahtzee.
and
I assume
Nimble.
somebody had.
Alphabet Dice Game.
Yeah.
Zombie dice. Assuming
Yeah.
dice are allowed, I can think of several dice games. Yahtzee.
There is
feel
a
like
card
more
of that
flexible.
you need a cup or something to shake them in. So technically,
Do you though, or is the cup just an artifact that exists
Oh.
because people like to sell things? Do you need the cup, or could you just rattle them in your hands and?
this is true. But cups are fun. They make a nice noise.
Oh,
when you-
cups are fun. I don't disagree. But this is the classic game thing, isn't it? It's minimalism. How many of the components do you actually need, and how many are there because they somehow enhance the experience, or
I mean,
or
that
because
reminds
as a
me of the
commercial
person
product
who
they're
made a card
attractive.
game where you played rock, paper, scissors by putting down cards.
Right.
That showed rock, paper, or scissors.
Was that Dave Cousins' game?
No. This was not Dave Cousins' rock, paper, scissors, bang. This was literally just rock, paper, scissors. But instead of using your hands, you just put down cards.
Yeah, you could play that with dice as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, what's the point?
I'm wondering if there's a reason I don't know if there's if you had some sort of disability where you didn't have the motor skills to do that. Maybe
Yeah,
that
scissors could be hard for some people who couldn't. Rock and paper seem relatively. Well, I mean, paper requires you to be able to unclench your hands. So if you had something that caused you to have a permanent.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Sometimes there's weird little things that we don't think about. If you're not disabled, you don't think about these things. But maybe there's somebody that will find that really useful. Who knows?
That's a really good point. And
I mean, I've got a broken finger that's permanent, and that's never coming straight again. That's just obviously that's just a traumatic injury. Yeah, not that traumatic. Classic.
That though, wasn't it? That was the best finger to pick for that though, because
Yeah, I mean, as it goes, the left finger on a non-dominant small finger was the best one, but
choice.
But yeah, case in point, yeah, you can get hand injuries and disabilities. I suppose there could be somebody who would struggle to form rock paper scissors. So yeah.
The other thing about a deck of rock, paper, scissors cards is you could actually do your future moves. You could line up your future moves in a way that you're committing to them, and you could. There's all sorts of other things.
Presumably, it means you have to play a third of the moves. So if you're going to play, 52 doesn't work because it doesn't divide through, does it? Or does it? No, it doesn't. So you'd have 51 cards and a blank or a joker. So you'd have to play 17 of each. But then if you select all your moves at the start, you wouldn't know which. You could still play 17 of one all at once. But yes, the other player at some point would know there can only be 17 attempts at each go, at each move.
It does mean that somebody, unless you take a random selection out, it does mean that one person with a very good memory would be able to know what you were going to play towards the end of the game.
Yeah, it depends if it's as suggested, whether you line them all up at the start or whether you play some sequence, one at a time, or lay down 3 at a time, or what have you. But yes, eventually it would become deterministic on some level.
It would be a bit dull, though, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, I think we've just invented a game that is attractive only to.
Which is just flipping over cards, and then you make the distinction of, well, if you're not making choices, is that a game, or is it not a game?
The Candyland dilemma.
Yeah, because Candyland is even more obviously lacking in agency compared to Snakes and Ladders, because when you're flipping over a card, once that deck has been shuffled, there is nothing more that can be done. Whereas you could argue that if you had enough dexterity, you could cheat with dice.
And also, technically, it's not predetermined. The actual absolute game theory difference is that when you play the game of Snakes and Ladders, no person can know what the result is going to be. The dice will still determine the result.
Yeah.
Whereas Candyland, in theory, if
But
you flip
from
the Candyland
point
deck,
of
you know
view
the
of a
answer.
player, if you do not control the dice, and so if you're playing fairly, aren't they technically the same?
In terms of outcome, yes, but in terms of, as I say, it's the idea of predetermination. If you stopped time, or if some outside party comes in, and instead of playing to find out the result of the game of Snakes and Ladders, you have to play it. To find out the result of the game of Candyland, you don't have to play it. You just have to turn the deck upside down and go, yeah, I know who wins. Although, arguably, if you know the results of the D6. But yes, at the point Candyland is dealt, the result is determined.
That's
Whereas the result of Snakes and Ladders is only determined when the final die roll occurs.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I did come across an interesting. It was a
chaos
ridiculously
possible.
small suggestion, but how do you make Snakes and Ladders not random? Every time you roll a 6 in Snakes and Ladders, you can choose whether to have another go.
Wouldn't you always want to choose to have another
Now,
go?
logically, yes. I can't think why you wouldn't, because you're still going to roll the same dice. But it was like, does that technically make it non-deterministic? It's like, yeah.
You could have it like 6, you get to choose which number you move.
Someone had an
roll a 6, and then you can roll another
for
dice, and then
Ladders
pick
as
which
well.
one you use.
Where basically you put any number you wanted. I think it might have not been 1 to 6. It might have been 1 to 4 to kind of narrow it down. You choose any number, but then the other person guesses what you're picking. Now, if they guess what you want to move, then you don't move, and they get to move one forward. I don't know if they will move, but basically that's the starting point, and it was a really interesting thing to play through.
Rationally, the player should always pick the best move, but rationally, their opponent will always assume they will pick the best move and therefore counter it. So, is it rational to always pick the second choice? It's never rational to pick the third choice, I don't think, because it's not a one to block. But do you block, and then as the defender, do you then block the first or second move? Rationally, they should pick the first one, but because they rationally will then get blocked, yeah, the balancing comes out. That becomes more like poker. Everybody knows what should be played.
Yeah.
But what the individual chooses to play becomes a matter of psychology. And how far behind you are. Logically, if you start losing lots, you start betting to take the best move more often because you're going for broke. But then, if again, your opponent then knows that, so...
It's the bluff, double bluff, triple bluff, quadruple bluff conundrum.
Yeah. At which point do you stop bluffing?
Never.
There's some degree of pot odds and stuff there, I suspect.
I feel these questions have really been derailed now, because I think this is the longest one you've ever had. Is that fair, Beth?
No,
I wasn't aware we were still playing. I thought we were back to playing games with cubes. Or was that not one of the questions?
That was really a question before you joined.
Ah, okay. In which case I missed that. So apologies.
So,
I'm going to have to go, I'm afraid, Bez. So...
Oh, wait, sorry, were you about to say that?
I'm afraid, Bez, I'm going to have to leave shortly. So.
Sure, well, before you do, you know what I ask? What are you looking forward to? Or hopes and ambitions? It's over to you for this section.
So I think I'm going to go with UK Games Expo coming up, Virtual Expo. Looking forward to that. I'll be hopefully pitching a few games there, and maybe doing some other stuff all around games design. So that should be fun at the end of August. Probably not as much fun as real life UK Games Expo, but on the other hand, a bit of virtual meeting up will not be a bad thing.
Yeah, and I look forward to seeing what comes of that. That is a nice thing to look forward to. It's been lovely having you, Dave.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and it was at UK Games Expo that I met Gibson, that I pitched Rockpool that we were talking about earlier to Gibson. So quick advert. There you go.
Oh, and if people would like to find out about you, Dave, where on the internet could people go?
So Dave Weatherall on Facebook, and I don't have a website yet for GGG Games, but I do have Collider Cards, www.collidercards.games, for other stuff.
Kaleidocards.games. So I will flick that up here, and you can see Dave Weatherall's lovely game system, which is described as a deck of cards for playing short and simple yet challenging abstract games aimed for all the family, where, yep. You can hear more about it on Dave's YouTube series.
Yeah. And actually, there is a... Well, I might do a YouTube, especially for you, Bez, actually, coming up for your birthday. I've got a special Desperate Dave idea, which you have to wait in eager anticipation for the next week and a bit.
Ooh.
Anyway, thanks for having me on the show, and have a enjoyable rest of your Bez Day.
Thank you very much.
Day. Cheers.
Bye, Dave.
Bye. Bye-bye.
See you.
So yeah, technically, the reason why Bez Day is 3 days, for those who don't know, is because, you know, a day technically lasts 50 hours, if you look at it from a global perspective. Oh, I didn't quite flag that up in time, Alex, sorry. But I'm sure that Dave appreciates the goodbye. But yeah, so, you know, from Baker Island to Kiribati, we've got a day lasting 50 hours. True story.
Okay, I thought it was just, it's your interpretation of a day.
No, it's so technically the day finished either 2 or 4 hours ago, but it's like, yeah, it's a bit longer. And it started off as the 1st of August, and then it was like, okay, let's enjoy it for a bit longer. And I've got these arts requests, and I should say that if you want me to draw anything, then it's likely that I will draw it. What you need to do is you need to go onto Twitter and do #artsrequest, #BezDay @StuffByBez. If you type that, exactly those words, and then write whatever you would like me to draw, I will do that at some point, probably over the next week, to celebrate Bez Day and the 5-year anniversary of this. And just, it's meant to be a day of, yeah, I guess ideally what I would like it to be in 20 years' time is, you know, okay, this is going to sound a bit outlandish because who knows what's going to happen in 20 years' time. But in 20 years' time, let's say that I'm kind of financially comfortable, and Bez Day is really the day of getting stuff out to trying to maximize the fun and maximize the accessibility of stuff, if you know what I mean, of my games. Because I think in January, sometime, not this year, previous years, I was like, okay, what is the mission statement for Stuff by Bez? What am I trying to do? And it's like, okay, what I'm trying to do is maximize the fun that's had with the games. So I want to make sure that I make good stuff, but I also want to make sure it's available to people to buy and to experience in. But I also want to make sure that I am able to continue doing stuff, if you know what I mean. And those are the 3 parts of it. So just because I am trying to make really good stuff, it doesn't then mean that I work myself to death, because then I wouldn't be able to make any more stuff. And then even if you don't care about Bez the person, even if you only care about Bez the game designer, you'd still be a bit sad, do you know what I mean?
We care about you, Bez.
No, I'm not. I know you do, but you know what I mean.
I know.
Like,
the other people.
You know, called
yeah, but everybody else who doesn't know you.
Yeah, so like for someone who has no idea who I am, maybe they've you know, enjoyed Yogi, maybe they enjoy Seize the Power. I don't know what kind of people would enjoy both those games, but hopefully, like, I mean, Dave Weatherall does, but it's, yeah, if I, you know where I'm getting at. So it's about, to some degree, caring for myself enough that doing stuff, making the games so that they are good, and then the third part of that, getting those games to other people, is parts of what Best Day is meant to be about. And I would like to kind of concentrate on having, there is a new release, even if it's not a new commercial release, it's a new game for the LDEC, because that's kind of making sure that there is an ongoing thing. And that's a tradition I would like to keep going. But also more than that, kind of like getting games to people who maybe can't afford them, like maybe over the rest of the year. It's like, okay, how much money do we have in our little cash reserves to get games to people who need them? And not just doing okay, let's get 200 games to this hospital or to this school, because are they actually going to use them? Do you know what I mean? Because you can't just give games to someone and expect them to actually use them, but to kind of get into education, to kind of do a celebration and have like some sorts of festivities and be in a way a day of engaging with in a new way, which is, I guess, why I did In a Bond, because it's like engaging within a bind in a very different way. But yeah, I hope that makes some vague amounts of sense. And sorry, I didn't realize that was facetious.
Yes,
But,
to say.
my interpretation of my experience of Best Day has been to enjoy these games and celebrate the people who play them.
Yeah.
I think that's it. And also for me, I wanted to celebrate, the people who play them, but also to celebrate the people who are parts of it, which is why I wanted to have the people who I reached out to at first were Simon Caruso, who illustrated Yogi, because that's parts of my journey, if you know what I mean. And Fraser Gibson and Liz. If Liz wanted to be on at 2 p.m, Liz would have. But, Liz might not want to be in a big crowd, even online. And so it's like appreciating all those people, appreciating Ben Neumann, appreciating Andrew Dennison, who, I've got it like randomly A. Dennison up there. And, you're always going in the categorical deck, you're probably not going to be mentioned because
I didn't do categorical. Funny that. Yeah. It's,
But still, I mean, you were part of the reason why it is a game system. I mean, your creation of alphabetical, of saying, okay, these cards, it's not just about let's make words with them or let's use them to start off words and make a story or phrases or something, but let's put them in order, in an alphabetical order. And that's like a whole new way of using these cards. And so that was really interesting. And so then that spawned Puzzle, which was the game for this year. And so, Andrew, and there's so many people that it's going to be impossible to thank every single person. I don't know if you've got that Choose Your Own Adventure by Ryan North, to be or not to be. No, not that is the question. It's anyway, but basically it's a Choose Your Own Adventure book based on Shakespeare's that's the Hamlets, right? It's the one with
To Be or Not to Be. I think I want to say it's Hamlet. I wouldn't swear to it. I didn't do Hamlet.
But anyway, so Ryan North has a thing at the start of the book. It says, these are the people. Now, would you like to start the story? Turn to this page. Would you like to read more credits? Turn to this page. And so anyway, if you turn to read more credits, and then after you've read the credits and it says, okay, do you want to start the story or do you want to read more credits? And then go to read more credits again, then it gets into like everyone going back to the Big Bang and basically having a big blanket statement saying, oh yeah, thanks you original, unicellular creature that's eventually evolved into me if you didn't exist. So hey, I think you're pretty cool. And yeah.
I mean, you could give it a go with a game wherein you blether, etc., etc., etc. That one is having a fair stab at getting all of everybody in the credits, or in fact, not even in the credits because there are no credits. It's just the name. There will be no need for credits for blether because the name is the credits.
Yeah.
I'm only in it once so far, so I'm about 2/3 of the way down the banner, but I suspect the Blether name is going to get ever longer. So, you know.
I'm in there somewhere.
I think most of us are.
Cool.
So, are we? Yeah. Where's my? So, quick questionable questions. When you stack your games, Jenny and Andrew, do you stack them horizontally or vertically?
Mainly vertically. And then we get to the small ones, which just get shoved into drawers and cupboards. And then we get the other games, which are in piles wherever we can find a space.
I'm just going to try and find a box because I've not shown it off today yet. A game where New Bledder does basically have a design diary on the box, as Chrysalis explains it. That is the box prototype.
Amazing.
Yeah.
But art or rules?
I hate writing rules because they always end up more complicated than they should be. I don't know why.
You also do your own art.
Yes, I enjoy that. Yeah. Although, in terms of prototyping, I'm getting more and more into just using Google Images and just grabbing things just to see if they work. But
I mean, I just find it faster to do a quick doodle on a bit of card rather than even drag and drop something and print it.
I think you're a very good artist.
There is that. There is that. You see, if I need art to do mock-ups, if I've actually got to the stage of thinking there should be some sort of image, it will be something horrendous thrown together from clip art or possibly paint, maybe. But I have no natural ability to sort of doodle and sketch and stuff. Either that or it'll be something very engineered, if it's like a diagram or something. But then I do technical drawing, so...
There's definitely an artistry to those technical drawings, like working out what is the key part of this.
There is, although would I call that artistry? I'd call that process. Not necessarily
Gray says
artistry.
if they had to pick, it would be the rules. And Jenny and Andrew, you do have to pick one or the other.
Again, you could game it, guys, and take different ones each.
I've got to come one side of the fence when I do mine in half an hour's time or whatever. So you two can split your vote.
Because he thinks visually. So I'll go rules. He can go art.
although I do have problems with some people who make the icons on card games particularly small so you can't see them.
Yeah, again, is that art or is that... You see, to me, the art is what's on the box or what's on the board or the general backing of the card, whereas an icon to me that's not art. That's the same as text. It's designed to communicate something to you. That's not art or rules. That's structure.
Everything is there to communicate something.
Art
You know,
is there to communicate.
I mean, like if you look at this card, you know, sure, this is an icon. It's there to show that it doesn't involve the cards. The starburst is there to it's not just there to convey that this hand is what's important, but it's also there to convey a mood. It's to convey some sense of energy. It's the type of person that's there. It's to convey, hey, anyone can play this game, and it doesn't matter what race you are. And of course, the fact that the right hand is above the left hand is there to convey, yes, your right hand is meant to be above your left hand. And that's what this game is all about. And even if it's something that's not, musician, I did kind of pick something to do with the things, but it's what is this to convey? It's there to, I guess, convey this is the mood in which the game should be played. Like, it's to convey a joke.
I think it's all media, games, any media, is consumed by different people in different ways. I suppose if I was to try to make a pure statement, I would say the absolute definition of art in games is any part of the presentation that you don't need to play the game itself. Not necessarily to get into the ethos of it or the feel of it, but on that card, I'd say the thing that is necessary is the -1, steal 3, play again. If you had those things written on a card, you can now play the game Cataclysm, Kitty Cataclysm. The rest of it, including arguably the font and the flavor text and the name of the card, are all arguably art in the purest sense. They are only there to engage the gamer or indeed the observer. They serve no functional purpose. Now, icons are interesting because they can be both. They can
you say that, but
communicate something and have
the
artistic
card in your hand, when you see this card in your hand, the Cat's Ass Trophy and the Cataclysm are cards that you will know what they do once you've played this game a couple of times. And so having this art, it does give it a function because it...
True. It doesn't... That's a convenience function, though, isn't it? It's a convenience function. It doesn't stop you playing the game. If you didn't have that function, you could play the game with just the text as written on these cards. It wouldn't be anywhere near as enjoyable, and yes, you would lose those convenience factors. I mean, that's it's like color coding, isn't it? At the simplest, you could take those cards and make all the cards that lose you Meowth, Mew points, whatever we call them, could be red, and all the ones that gain you them could be black. You know, in the same way red and black suits in cards. All of these things can be done, and indeed, equally, some of the bad designs I've seen knocking around in prototypes or even in published games are where people go overboard with it. They put too much art, too much color, too many symbols, too many different fonts, and you just go, because there's no commonality, there's no...
Well, that thing you're talking about there is graphic design, because I think graphic design is a skill set by itself, and that brings together the artwork and the text and the information. So that's kind of a skill set in itself, because a good graphic designer would be able to help you edit that out and be like, actually, do you think we need, you know? So I think there's two kind of separate parts to it.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of calling that graphic design, but you're quite right. That's what it is art can encompass graphic design, but graphic design doesn't necessarily need to encompass much in the way of art, but it inevitably will encompass something.
Well, a lot of graphic designers I know sometimes are also artists, so they do both the art and the graphic design, but a lot of graphic designers purely do that. So they will want an artist to create the beautiful visuals and things, and then they'll do the layout and that side of it, because that's a whole thing in itself. So
yeah, I've been credited with being a decent graphics designer, but I've never been credited with being a good artist.
There we go.
Which is funny, because therefore sometimes I have to source art from other people to put into my design, as it were. But yes, it's an interesting one. But yes, for the questionably quick question, they're extremes: art versus rules, and then everything between is some level of structure or graphic design or world creating or what have you.
I mean, I know that Gil Hova had a basically strong reaction to it, saying, you know, it is a false dichotomy, which you could absolutely, I do agree with. And a lot of these questions are oversimplifications, but it's kind of like part of the reason is to get a conversation going, and part of it is because now it's becoming an ongoing joke where Alan Outson says that anyone who picks arts is their best friend forever. And anyone who picks
whereas I will maintain that you can have a game with rules, but you can't, or you can have a game without art, but you can't have a game without rules.
I think they're both interdependent, to be honest. I quite agree that you can't have a game without rules. That doesn't exist. But a game without art, it's hard, because the art actually sets the tone of the game, the fun of the game.
Well, a game without art would
go.
I was going to say
the original scratched in the dirt with stones of different colours.
Yeah, but we don't tend to play a lot of those very much anymore, because we prefer the tone being set by the artwork.
True. So yeah, the argument would definitely hold up that a modern game they would be near inseparable. But for the evolution of the medium, there were certainly games when there were only rules before.
I don't know. Like there are still abstract games that I know of that have no art, as in the only graphical choices are entirely dictated by the rules of the game. So it had sorts of pentagons, and the exact shape of the pentagon and the boards was dictated by the game. But then I say that, but then the exact color you choose and the exact material that you choose, like what kind of plastic, is that an art in and of itself?
Oh, we should get my wife on, because she'd hold out on this one, because this is where she talks about modern art, and she will hold the opinion that a lot of modern art she doesn't consider art because it's too simplistic. There's not enough choice gone into it. The fact that you painted a red square on a white canvas, somebody will tell you, oh, it's profound and it's interpretive and it's the position of the square and its precise shade and stuff is all art, and she'll tell you, no, it isn't. That's just that is insufficient to be, in her opinion,
Let me ask you a more egocentric question. Andrew and Jenny, which one is better in a bind? The art?
Rules or the art?
Yes, which one is better? And by the rules, I mean both the rules of the game and also what's written on the cards.
You see, even though I'm... Oops, sorry.
Well, hey, Andrew and Jenny.
I was going to say, I couldn't
Andrew,
to be honest, because I actually prefer Inner Bind to Yogi.
Yes.
So
I'm in that camp too. Although I normally like rules. I prefer using my original copy, partly because it also, again, but because I have a connection, a friendship with the artist, the creator. I don't know, I'd rather play with their deck than the subsequent.
Yeah. So the rules are the same,
So I'm
but
biased.
the artwork is very, very different, and I think a lot more fun.
So if you had to pick which one is better...
Oh, for me, it's in a bind.
No, not in a bind or Yogi. I'm asking which one's better in a bind. In a bind's art or in a bind's rules?
Well, without the rules, there would be no game. So just the simplicity of put this card here and don't drop it is just genius. And having them all being different, stick it on your elbow, hold it on your nose, all that kind of stuff is... Yeah, you could have...
It's one of these logical tests, isn't it? Do we accept the convention that for a game to be considered at all, it must have a valid rule set? Because you can always make the argument, without a rule set, there is no game. But if we said, let's take a game that consists of the worst possible art, or the lowest evolution of art, the lowest possible rule, lowest quality of rules, or the lowest evolution of the rules, which of those would you now choose to invest more time in? It's a functional game with artwork that is distinct enough for for it to serve the purpose of this card is different to this card.
No.
Do you now invest in rules or art?
So either in a bind with Comic Sans text and no art, or the in a bind drawings with no game attached.
Well, I think you just answered it. If there's no game attached, then for me, there's nothing to play. So,
the question then becomes: would the fact that art's good enough that you would choose to put it up or something? Which
is a big exception to that is probably something like Dixie.
It also proves it's important for the genre. Inner Bind is very clearly the case of the weakest possible version of the Inner Bind rules, even badly written, tells you how to play Inner Bind. If you actually went through the Inner Bind rules and tried to make them worse, it would be relatively speaking quite hard because the game is fundamentally quite simple. So you could write them out badly, poorly formatted, unclearly, but ultimately most people would still understand how to play it. And certainly nobody reads them.
I bet you I could write
ask their friend
the rules of Inner Bind that 99.
Get a lawyer to do it. Get a lawyer to do it, and then we're away. But
and it would all be in English,
right? Whereas if you said, say, I'm trying to think of a complicated one, Game of Thrones, the board game, that rule book has to be written well because otherwise the game is completely unplayable. I mean, it's like Twilight Imperium would be another one. If the Twilight Imperium board game rule set wasn't even 90% as good as it currently is, it would be utterly unplayable because you'd never get it right.
Okay. I'm going to say this. I'm going to put a qualifier in first. This is not me asking for something, Bev. Okay? But if I had an original piece of artwork of one of those cards yes, I would hang it on my wall.
Oh.
Okay. Jammy so and so. But I think it's really good art. I think
Thank
it's
you.
really well done.
Okay, moving on. For these questionably quick.
We're an hour in, we're still going.
How long is this supposed to take?
2 minutes. Yeah. Normally we have less interesting debates around it.
And Alex would like to see a game where the rules are 144 characters. Surely you'd give at least 200 and like make it a tweet. That's but 144 is actually more interesting because I have made games that could be written in a tweet. So 144 characters and the art is all 16 by 16. Is that each bit of art is 16 by 16? But whatever, I mean, any restriction is interesting. Restrictions do breed creativity. So I guess we've got a surprise question from the audience. My inferral of that is, Andrew, would you like to make a game with these restrictions?
I mean, I'm all for making games as simple as possible and getting rid of. I've got this personal ban of caveats in a rule. It's got to be clear. It can't just be, oh, but you can change that because it's Tuesday and it's the afternoon. It's got to be as clear a rule set as possible. So, because I like making games simply, I don't know. I'd have to have a think about that. I'm not sure whether I could do the rules in 144 characters though. I don't know.
Rock, paper, scissors might be able to be done in 144 as an example.
We're trying to get down to one sheet for the simpler games. One sheet, one side.
Kind of 300 words is about my lower limit of it.
That's fair.
144 characters is all that.
Half a tweet, basically.
Yeah.
It's barely even worth using symbols because the amount of text you'll use, characters you use to define the symbol is worse than just writing out longhand a couple of times you're going to use the symbol. Yeah, it's almost too restrictive.
What I would really, really, really like to see is rules done like IKEA diagram.
Like what diagram?
IKEA diagrams.
Oh yeah.
So you've got all the information that you need. It's language independent, and here's how you build your Kallax shelves. But
I was thinking about trying to do that for Plus, because. But let's finish off these questionably quick questions. Can I get you both? Firstly, 3 games that you love.
3 games that we love.
Yeah.
Any games that we love.
Maybe make it 2 games, like 2 games each. You can go back and forth.
Well, for me, it's Carcassonne, hands down. That's just brilliant because of the complexity and the simplicity rolled into one. The ability, of that game, you pick up a tile, you have to place it, but the choices and the consequences of that are just amazingly big. You wouldn't expect that from such a simple mechanic. So Carcassonne is top, I think.
I think one for me, particularly at the moment, when we're in lockdown, is a 2-player game called Targi.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
That's a fabulous game.
Really good.
It's really good. We came across the guy who designed it when we were at Essen, and he tweeted about Ominos, and we went, "Who is this person?" And we just stumbled across Targi, and it is fantastic.
Really nasty, tight 2-player game.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
Another one from you.
Everyone's happy that we're talking about their game.
Sorry?
Well, Cosmos Games said they popped in at just the right moment.
Yay!
Hey.
I don't know. It's really hard to just choose those.
Just choosing one game. Oh, I've got loads of them.
It depends what mood I'm in. Yeah,
I mean, I've seen a lot of people talking about Targi, I think, on Board Game Arena. I think there's a lot of plays of it up there. I've not given it to go myself. Be up to try it with someone. Not tonight. I'll probably be a bit. I don't know what I'll do after this, but maybe I'll be up for Targi.
I'll put down for me, simply because it's one that we're really enjoying with our games club at the moment, is Seven Wonders. It's a go-to game. It's really useful for a larger number of players, so it's a 7-player, which is quite nice because there's a lot of 4 and 5s, and once you get past 4 or 5 players, sometimes it's a bit difficult to find games to play. So I will choose my second one. I'll go for Seven Wonders. You've got another one now.
Just because it's just sprung to mind, I don't quite know why. Takenoko. I particularly do like Takenoko. And yes, the beautifully unnecessary but beautifully necessary cute little panda and gardener is just, I mean, bringing art back into it again. You don't need them, but they're so nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, Takenoko, great. Like that.
And can I ask you to tell me your top 3 LDEC games? Sorry, Andrew, that you're cut off by the thing.
That's all right. I'll just sit here and.
So
LDEC games.
So Wibble, Puzzle, Phrasal, Mickle, Grabble, Fable, Couple, Categorical, and Alphabetical.
Yeah.
Again, choose a couple each, maybe. Boom, no pun intended.
Not as familiar with these as I probably should be.
I can never remember which one's which. I'm awful with names at the best of times, and I will routinely mix up the names of 2 or 3 of them.
To run you through them and give you this 30-second pitch of each.
Go on then. Remind
Okay,
us.
so Alphabetical is kind of a drafting game where you're choosing the cards and then you put it to the start or the end of a line. And the key thing is that you can skip letters. So if you've got an O, you could then put an R beside it. But if you then get a Q or an R, sorry, a P or a Q, you could never slide a P or the Q in the middle. So that's probably fine because there's not that many P's or Q's. But if you were going from M to A, obviously that's a terrible move. But it's the question of how exactly how much is too much, and how much, when do you draft, when do you hold off hoping to get more future points. Categorical is the new one by Tom Cauldron, which is all about quickly shouting something that starts with one of these letters. For example, let's say we were doing foodstuffs. Shout a food that starts with one of these letters.
All I can see is NZ New Zealand. It's like,
Kiwi food that starts with either of these letters. Nutella. So yeah, exactly. Nutella, nuts, noodles, zucchini, all sorts of things. And your brain freezes up, and then there's a quick dexterity element, and then you bring it to yourself like a tug of war. Couple is probably the most complex. It's a 2-player game. It's you're trying to make really long words or trying to help each other. You've got your own individual score piles, but they need to be in perfect balance at the end, which I'm quite proud of that little mechanism. Fable, it's a storytelling activity. And the key twist there is that you've got so this could be an evil witch, then maybe a terrible dinosaur. I don't know why these people are all so... Maybe it could be an excitable witch and a tremendous dinosaur. Let's be a bit more positive. But it's got an Ovaltine unit, which of course is a unit that just dispatches Ovaltine to people. And then you tell a story having these 3 things in it. And when you say a sentence of a story each, but then you choose a keyword starting with one of these letters, and the keyword has to be used by the next person. So not only are you influencing the story on your own turn, but also on other people's turns. Grabble is a grabby, and make sure that each card matches the previous one, either by suit, like that, or by one of the letters, like you know what letters look like. And the thing about Grabble that I'm proud of is at the end you slam down. You want to slam down before there's fewer than 10 left, so it gives it a bit of a climax. Mickle, it's a multiplayer solitaire game. You're trying to make longer words. You're going through the whole deck. Phrasal, you've got is the one where I come up with a topic. For example, let's talk about foods, because this reminded me of ice cream, but ice cream is a bit too restrictive, so let's talk about foods in general. And now everyone makes a 4-letter phrase using these cards as topics. And yeah, so you could say, for example, Sarah really loves crisps or cheese. Or you could say cheese lets Rachel smell. Sorry. Cheese lets Rachel smell, for example. And then you come up with these 4-word phrases, and then at some point the judge gives it to the funniest one. That's phrasal. Puzzle is a new one, which you won't have played because it just got launched yesterday. And Puzzle is a 1-player game. And Wibble is the original one, where it's shout a word using one of these letters and one of these letters. For example, at least one of these, sorry?
Really?
Really, perfect. Because it has the R and the L and also the Y. And now Jenny would get one of these cards as a permanent obligation, well, as a new personal obligation. And so I could say, for example, oi, O-Y, because that is a word. Whereas Jenny, for example, would have to say, for example, royal or loyal, because every card you get is a new obligation. And those are the main headline games for the L deck. Could you pick?
I like Wibble. I do like.
I think that's the one we played the most.
Yeah, I quite like the sound of one of your new ones, the second one, where you're. I can't remember. I can't read what it is now.
Categorical?
That's the one. Categorical. I quite like the sound of that one.
That was last year's one. That's what the next L deck is going to be all based on.
Ah, you see, we're slightly behind then.
Mm.
But I do like the sound of that one.
And Andrew, if you had to pick 2.
Yeah, like I say, Wibble's the one we played the most of. And there's, I think I remember playing Alphabetical as well.
Have you ever played Couple?
I don't think so. I don't remember it.
I mean, the rules are online if you go to that Google Drive. I might, well, let me find the thing and then share it with everyone, because, yeah, the main games are at the top and then the less good games are at the bottom, but I do want to get a better website for it at some points in the future, for sure. Yeah, it's been a temporary measure for way too long. I mean, we are coming up to the free. Yesterday was also the 3-year anniversary of the original Wibble Plus Plus, now known as the L deck.
Wow. Good for you.
But thank you. So, the final question is, what are your top 2 games? Actually, no, let's make it more interesting. What's your top game, only one by me?
In a bind. No choice.
Yeah, it's the fact that you can learn it so quickly, and the fact that you can get complete strangers giggling their heads off. It's just that tick all the boxes as far as I'm concerned for what a game could do.
And we've given several decks away as presents to various people. So, you know, we've wanted to spread it around to others as well. So there was no no question, it's definitely in a buy.
And thanks for popping in for a wee bit. I see you, Cosmos Games. Lovely to have you. So that brings us to the end of your questionably quick questions.
That's only taken an hour and a half.
I'm actually really glad that, you know, I really like the way that it works out. Before I was doing this, I kind of said to everyone, yeah, put yourself down for half an hour for like 1 or 2 slots if you want. And I'll pick people to be the primary person if they want to commit for sure. And I was almost imagining it as a more kind of rigorous, you know, when Graham Norton has someone on the couch and then we chat for maybe 20 minutes and then they go down and then the next person comes in. And so everyone's kind of chatting to that person. But I like the way that it has been completely rambling. And the only time when I had a bit of time to fill was on Friday evening when I ended up playing 3 games of puzzle that Prey was around for. And, you know, that was quite fun to play on live stream. That was literally my first ever live streamed game. So because I've got this new, I don't know if you've seen my second cam. You see this? It's like a selfie stick on a microphone thing.
Wow.
Very nice.
But yeah, so you are of course welcome to leave. And before you do leave, I would ask you to tell us something you're looking forward to and hope or ambition. But you are also welcome to stay whilst Andrew Dennison. It kind of feels almost pointless, but that's the end of that. Questionably quick questions. Now we're going to
just
have
done hers.
Andrew Dennison.
I did mine last week, didn't I?
Yeah, we've already talked. Although
oh, of course, yes, you were on last week anyway. Yeah.
Questions, but I don't
have they
feel
changed since?
enough
I mean,
of my games to ask you which are. Have you even played any of the LDEC games?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gave me a copy of Wibble at Nuremberg when we met there.
Yeah, but have you? That doesn't mean you've played it.
I have played Wibble, and but I haven't played the one I like the sound of that you mentioned there was the Fable one, because I do like storytelling and things like that. So that's the one I'm going to try. I did play with my housemate during lockdown because we've been trying to play a lot of games and things. So I think that's the game that works well with the more people. So I think the more people, the more fun you have with those games, really.
Fable works really well with 2 players, and I would say go to the websites which I linked to. This edition of the rules, Fable has been slightly tweaked, as has Wibble, in fact, based on the copy that you've got. But yeah, also it's just a bit easier when you've got like diagrams and when you, it also tells you, hey, if you've got a J, you know, here's some useful words that you can use.
Oh yeah.
And because I've figured that, hey, people really don't know what to use with X, and I looked through all the X words in a dictionary, and it is actually probably the hardest one.
Yeah.
But that's why you've got copyrighted stuff like the X-Men. But we've got a Xenopus, which is a type of clawed frog without a tongue.
Or you can have a xenomorph as well.
What?
A xenomorph, like the aliens from Alien.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You could.
I thought Xenopus was a toad.
Well, that's not what the dictionary said.
Okay.
I will look it up on Collins right now.
So do you want to do what are we looking forward to?
Yep, Claude Frog.
Okay.
It's a nice name for a frog. Hello, this is Claude.
But yeah, I think that going onto the website, even though I would like a one day, I want a really nice website for the LDEC. I mean, when I say one day, ideally within the next year-ish, where people go in and there's like, okay, these are all the best games, but says, oh, here's the headline games with some descriptions, and maybe the headline games, because now it's up to 9. 9 is actually quite a lot to be presented with. That's almost too much choice.
Yeah.
Maybe should just kind of rotate. Maybe every week there's like 3 different ones of the 9, and it's like, hey, choose between these 3, like a fast one, a slower one, probably 2 fast ones and slower one.
Or
And
if you
then
could do game of the month. If you get just 3 more, you could do game of the month. And every month it takes, so flavor of the month.
I mean, those are just the headline games. Those are like the top games, but then you've got all the other games. Like I'm working on a book, and it's definitely up to 26 games that I feel reasonably happy with, that I feel like I would be happy to have in a book. And yeah, but I want a repository where it's like, okay, here's all, not just my 26 favorite games, but here's like the 50 or so games, including all the things that people have submitted. Because at this point, people have submitted me via the normal Google form thing, like 30. I'm actually going to double check this number. It is 43 games from other people that have been submitted for the LDEC. And those are the submissions. Not all of them are great, but still, all of those are games that people have put time and effort into. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And it would be nice that even if I said, okay, some of them I will kind of some sorts of system for. Yeah, it can't just be you submit it, it gets automatically put up. But if I had, okay, like the top 5 or so from each year, they should definitely be up there. Definitely, even if I say there's only 26 good games for the deck, that's still quite a lot to navigate. And so what I would like is someone to be able to search it in a really easy, accessible way to say, okay, how many players do I have? I've got 4 players. Or I've got 14 players. Okay, how long have we got to play? We've got this long. Do I care how fast it is? Not really. Do I care how complex it is? Well, I want less than 3 out of 5 complexity. I want 1 or 2. And maybe for wordiness, we can play with words. You kind of do different things that you choose, and then you click it, and then it gives you all the games that match that. That's my grand vision for the.
So, before we go, do you want to do what we're looking forward to?
Looking forward to hopes and ambitions. It's over to you for this final section.
What about it?
Well, it's Games from the Deep Dark Wood, getting it out to some of the big box. I mean, it was launched very, very softly just before Christmas, but this year we're hoping to get it in to the bigger shops for Christmas this year. Nice. So Christmas 2020.
Nice.
So that's a really good thing that we're hoping that's going to come off, and that will be fabulous. That's the one.
If you want to find yourselves, you are yaygames.uk.
This is true.
That is correct.
And where else can you be found? Should people just go there, really? Because I see your social media links are there anyway.
The social media links are there. It's on Amazon at the moment. And hopefully for Christmas it will be in John Lewis's.
Oh, wow.
So that's what we're hoping.
And thank you so much, Jenny and Andrew Harmon. Sorry, Andrew Dennison. I will thank you in a minute. Thank you, Jenny and Andrew Harmon. And it has been a delight, as always. And I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bez.
Thank you, Bez.
Good to talk to you. Good to talk to you, Andrew and Jeff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Pleasure to meet you again.
Bye.
Always fun to talk to you,
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So, Andrew Dennison, Let's see how quickly we can do this.
Questionably quick questions.
Yes, it is time for the questionably quick questions. That seems to be all we're doing today. Did you have breakfast?
Brunch.
When did you wake up?
9:30.
What's the last thing you ate?
Pizza.
Iced coffee or
Yesterday's
hot
pizza.
tea?
Neither.
Really?
Don't like tea or coffee.
What?
No. Okay. What's a good thing to eat or drink whilst playing a game?
Ooh. I mean, you have pretty much what you like to drink. What's a good thing to eat while playing a game? It depends on the game.
Imagine
Actually,
you're
I thought
playing
these. I know these
in a
questions,
bind.
half of them. If I was playing in a bind, okay, so you got to handle cards. Chocolate bar?
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's the last person you spoke to in person?
My wife.
Books or podcasts?
Books.
Which one was one that you recently enjoyed?
I recently reread Anthony Holdham's Big Deal about poker.
Oh. Is it a book of tips, or can you describe it?
It's a story of him in 1989 going on the professional poker circuit for a year. So this is pre-internet poker. This is sort of the tail end of old school poker. And he entered a world championship, and then he documents the following year, which is mostly about poker and anecdotes about poker, but it overlaps with playing it and various things. If you find him or his style of writing funny, it's good. So yeah, I read all sorts. I read lots of fiction, non-fiction. That was the last one on the nightstand. So yeah.
Now, getting to games, what was the last one you physically played?
Ooh, I'm going to be in trouble here. Risk, StarCraft Edition, which we played this afternoon. It's been on the shelf for ages. And I know lots of people will say horrible things about Risk and about its derivatives, but yeah, we've had fun with it. So,
I mean, I'm assuming that the StarCraft edition is quite different from the old school Risk. I'm assuming that it has the missions from...
It's actually a lot closer than you think, because the map is the same. It doesn't look like it, but the map is actually the same. The continents,
So
the
is
planet
it you need to play until total global domination?
It's the same concept. There's a few extra stuff, a few extra things in there. There's certain tokens you place on certain regions that make them worth more when it comes to your reinforcement step. There's some cards you can play that throw in some random events or gotchas and stuff. It's like all Risk, it's not really balanced. It is ultimately a dice rolling game. There's definitely a strategy to it, but me and my wife play a lot of games where, shall we say, we're not playing the game necessarily to see who wins. We're playing the game to play the game. So we both will, neither of us will try to lose or throw it, but when we're playing two players, we're mostly just having fun with the game. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a particularly great game to play competitively. That being said, again, if we can get 3 or 6 people to do it, we will.
Using it as a centerpiece for a social lubricant.
Yeah, essentially. We, particularly when we're playing games together, we're doing it to pass time and spend time together, not necessarily to see who wins. Every now and again, there are certain games we get out that we get competitive. Or if we've got certain friends or partners or whatever over, then yeah. Mostly though, we don't. We have a lot of co-op games. We play too. So yeah.
When it comes to choosing colors, do you and Laws have preferences?
I will often play blue these days. For the longest time, my color was green. Somewhere down the line, I changed to blue. What color does Loz often play? Loz will often play yellow.
And cards or cubes?
Cubes? Marginal? I do
Meeple
like a Euro game.
I mean, that's totally fair. You enjoy the tactile nature, you enjoy the heft, you enjoy accumulating your resources.
Yeah. I mean, again, pandemic, both. So there's so many good games that have both. A lot of my favorites have both. Yeah, I guess, I'd probably prefer a game with cubes than a game with loads of cards, but that depends.
Wooden meeple or plastic figurine?
Wooden meeple, obviously.
Horizontal or vertical?
It depends on the game. The shelf is currently largely vertical, so you can slide them in and out easily, but there are some special cases that get horizontal stacking. So Time Stories, when it's in save mode, always is horizontal stack.
Yeah.
There's a couple of other ones that just have loads and loads and loads of pieces that fit into like slots and so forth. You know, they're not in baggies, but they have slots in the thing, and if you turn it sideways, you just get... and then inevitably, there's nearly always somewhere where you've got a pile of vertically stacked ones that are leaning sideways, so you shove something in horizontally to fill out the Kallax slot.
Yeah.
So vertical, except where exceptions apply.
Arts or rules?
We've had this debate. Rules. Yeah, I will say. I mean, I do often pick games based on the art, but there have been games I've played where I haven't liked the art or the theme that I have then enjoyed the rules and come back to. Or particularly like game conventions, not expos, but game events where you go and play lots of board games with often people you don't know, and somebody's waving around a game going, "Oh, I need 5 to play." Game you've never heard of, which doesn't really appeal, but you perhaps there were a friend and they say, "Oh, let's give it a go," or you've got time to fill before the tournament you've booked for or something, so you say, "Okay, yeah, sure, we'll sit down and play it." And there's been ones that the theme and the art have left me completely stone cold, and then I've played the game and enjoyed it. And equally, there have been games where I've really liked the art and I've sat and played it for half an hour and gone, "Not for me." Loved the theme, awful game. So yeah, I have to come down on the rules side.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I know that there's a strong argument. That doesn't mean to say that the order isn't important, but to come back to your original argument that without rules there is no game.
There is no game, yeah. But yeah, I suppose for me, I can be encouraged to play a game again or put off from playing a game far quicker by its rule set than by its art.
Yeah.
Would be the defining factor.
Can you tell me 3 games that you enjoy?
Scythe, for one. Would be one. Poker is 2. I mean, debate that as a board game, but poker. I've played a great deal of poker over the years.
I think I did actually just say games.
So, Scythe, poker, and I mean, there's so many good ones. There's so many good ones. Ticket to Ride's up there. Me and my wife. Well, yeah, that's like a go-to game. If we feel like a game, but we can't really. Tired, whatever, don't want to learn a new rule set, can't remember. Ticket to Ride can always come out, we can always play that one. That's got to be up there. Or Pandemic. Those would be our two games. If I have to split them, I'm going to go with Pandemic Iberia as my third. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it is different enough to make it interesting, and everybody's got Pandemic, but not everybody's got Iberia.
It's pretty as well, Iberia. Different art.
It is pretty. So yeah. If I had 3 games, and that gives you that would be a good 3 games to have a range of. One pocket game that you can play anywhere in the world with just about anybody. Scythe as a big box competitive, and then Iberia as a co-op.
Now the next question is, what are 3 L games that you enjoy?
Okay, so I like Categorical a lot. That was partly because I remember I was playing it on your kitchen table at some ungodly hour of the morning, and having had it was, I can't remember your birthday. There was a party. We'd had a party, or you'd hosted a party, and we ended up playing that at some horrible hour of the morning on half of a kitchen table. But that was great fun. That was when it was a prototype too.
That might have been shortly after Tom submitted it.
Very possibly. In fact, we may even have played 2 or 3 of the games that were in the competition that year.
Yeah, I think we played Followable, as
and then
it's now called.
yeah,
And, no, we played the game that Mark Stockton Pitt later released independently as Forks. Back then it was called Economical.
Yes, and I remember I liked Categorical, or I was interested in some of the rules around it, so we played a few more hands of that, and we sat playing that one for some time. I like Mickle or Muckle. I mean, I like all the Muckle variants that aren't on that list, but...
you can shout out one particular Muckle variant.
I do like... I like the 3mm, 4mm games. I haven't decided which one I like better yet, but they appeal. I think 4mm. But
So for those who don't know, 3mm is about making words of 1, 2, and 3 letters long, and 4mm is about making words of 2, 3, and 4 letters long. Whereas last week, someone proposed a brand new idea, which is having a race. So you've got 5 lines. On one of the lines, you've got to make a 1-letter word. On one of the lines, you've got to make a 2, another line 3, another line 4, another line 5.
Okay, so the optimum is win in 15 rounds.
Yeah, you can skip cards if you, and presumably towards the end, once you've only got one of them that you're trying to finish off a 5-letter word, you are going to have to skip a couple of cards. But yeah, it's how quickly can you win?
The strategy seems obvious. Start with the longer words, get them away while you've still got options on outs, and then take whatever you can grab for your smaller ones. I would think is the game strategy, but I'm intrigued to play it. Okay. And then Grabble. I always like Grabble. Partly because it uses the... do we call them suits? Have we decided they're called suits now?
Yeah, they're called suits. I mean, they used to be called borders, but I can't find...
They're splitters on the categorical cards, for example, aren't they? And
yeah, they're identifiers, and the language already exists on traditional playing cards. So I think it just makes sense to call it something that people already know. They're suits.
Yes. If you gave somebody a Wibble card and said, what would you say is the suit on this card, they would probably, after pondering it briefly, point at the shapes and squiggles and so forth, because the others are obviously letters and numbers. So yeah, there you go. There's my 3 for that.
And finally, well, penultimately, what are your top 3 games by me?
Top 3 games by you?
You're allowed to include unpublished stuff that you may have played. And you don't even have to say the full name necessarily.
I was about to say this the full name. Okay. In a Bind, definitely one. That's the original. And then, are we allowing the Wibble system, or do I have to pick one from the Wibble system?
You have to pick a game. Let's say, to make it more interesting, you have to pick individual games.
I'd say Grabble, because it's the one I've played. You know, when the deck's out, we end up playing Grabble somewhere down the line, because it's very easy to explain Grabble. You know, especially when we demo it as well, I inevitably end up showing off Grabble because it's a quick one. It plays well for all ages. I'm quite good at it. I'm being dyslexic. I'm very bad at some of the Wibble games, right? So Grabble is a game that I am better at because it has nothing to do with actually spelling anything. So Grabble appeals to me. And then Blether, I'm going to pick as the other one in development title.
You mean a game wherein you?
A game wherein you, yes. Well, you said I didn't have to give it its full name, so you know we're going to have to agree the abbreviated name of the game Blether.
Yeah.
A game wherein you could be a perfect example.
On Twitter, I used the hashtag Blether game because I figured that that's something that no one else is using currently, and I can't ever. Well, I was going to say, even if I used a like just the first initial of every word in the title, it would still take about 10 tweets just to say the full title.
Yeah. Hashtag long pack had better have a small font.
I mean, when I produce this, and you know, I'm increasingly starting to become re-energized about it, as a couple of people, Rose was on the other day, who said that it's definitely their favorite game of mine and possibly their favorite party game, full stop. Which is, I'm really when you'll
have to let me know if you need a loan of the copy I've got, because I think I have one of the 2 originals, and I assume you still have the other.
Yeah, there are very few copies of this game in existence, but when I make it, I want there to be basically nothing on the box other than text.
Right.
I've not finished writing the name, but I wanted to go from here, and then you see how it kind of curves
Can you render
out.
a barcode as text? Probably not. It's probably not dense enough.
And then it would kind of just carry on round here and then go to the back. I think I don't need a barcode because yes, it makes it easier for shops to sell, but there's no legal reason why I need to have a barcode. And shops could still sell it. It's a bit of a pain in the arse for them.
It's very useful for shipping and logistics though at warehouses to scan barcodes. But you could just have the barcode on the carton, which the big box full of lots of them, so you could get around that way. Or you could get a nice display box, and in the display box that has the barcode on. And
I like the notion of display.
Yeah, on the back flap of the display box, so that when it's on the shop front display unit, they can just boop the back of the display.
I mean, legally, I think I need to have the CE mark, but I think that's all I legally need to have.
You can get that into the text, surely, Bears. That's easy. A game wearing you leather and which has also got the approved CE mark.
If it's designed to be used and played and marketed by people under the age of 14, if you made it 14 plus, you wouldn't need a CE mark to meet EU standards because that is for children's games.
Oh,
I think this game is more of a family game where people under the age of 14 would be playing it. So,
well, you say that, but I was playing it with Nick Smith of the Ludoquist.
Yeah.
So Nick Smith was playing in the same event that I invited Andrew Dennison to, and I recorded a lot of footage, and it's quite annoying that all that footage I lost in my whole laptop robbery of 2018.
Yeah,
that was... anyway, so yeah, that was in Peter Blenkarn's old ITB offices. Anyway, so Nick Smith came and played and said, okay, before I played it, I was like, okay, I wasn't sure about some of the topics that you had on these cards, like dating and whatnot. I wasn't sure if that would be suitable, but having played it, I can say absolutely this is not a kid's game. This is a game for like teenagers maybe to play alone or adults to play alone, but it's definitely not a kid's game. And I did one time at Library Pot try to play it with a family, and because of the nature of the game, it just you need to have a certain degree of comfort with language that I think you only get when you're 12, 13, 14 years of age.
It's hard to handicap it. Played to its logical conclusion, an 8-year-old can't beat a 20-year-old. Unless you apply some... Yeah, it's a tricky one.
If that's why a lot of board games it says 14 plus for that reason, because then in EU standards it's out of the category of being a child's game. So it means you don't have to have all the safety testing that's required for other games. So you talk about manufacturing now, I'm in there.
Yeah, I always assumed that there was, again, where it had content that was appropriate, 12, 15, 18, but I'd never twigged why 14 always came up, because that always puzzled me. It's like, well, it's not a 15, and it's not a 12, so why didn't you call it a 12?
Yeah, it's part of EU regulations on it for safety testing, and that is, but then if you're going under the age of 3, there's a different range of testing that you need to do as well. So if a game's between the age of 3 and 14, then the CE mark and the safety testing, which is
may not be suitable for children under the age of 36 months due to small components and choking hazards. Yes, beating that one out.
I'm not
legalities.
Most board games don't. Sorry,
the person I'm about to have on realized that they could have any legal name that they wanted, so they chose the name Mercury. And it says Kathleen Mercury. Back again. Hello, Kathleen.
Kathleen is muted. Kathleen may not realize this.
Yeah, Kathleen has muted himself.
And that is
Kathleen is now not muted.
Quiet. Andrew, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you, Kathleen. I can't remember what it was a while ago.
UK Games Expo 2019.
No. We've been on stream together.
On yours, playing your games.
I thought you meant. But yeah, we were just talking about
a game wherein
the fact that a game wherein you should I say the full title?
Oh, is this like that one Fiona Apple album where it's like 2 paragraphs long?
Yeah. No, 2 paragraphs wouldn't begin to cover it. Last we checked, it ran to a banner and a half.
As far as I know, 3 people have said the name of this game. Myself, Dave Weatherall, who was on earlier, and Crystal from Board Game Blitz.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dice Tower. They were doing it as a thing where they basically were looking at long game names, and then they found my game, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And then they basically finished the Dice Tower episode by saying the name of this game.
Oh, that's cool.
But for the fact you want just words on it, you'd need a QR code on the box that links to you doing some silly video of you reading the entire title of the game wherein you.
Crystal did do a good job, although Crystal did get some of the words for like Edinburgh and
Edinburgh.
Like, instead of road, it was like.
Let me tell you, being an American in the UK, because where is the UK Games Expo held?
Birmingham.
Birmingham, right? Birmingham. Birmingham. Which is actually more fun to say because you're like Birmingham. You know, like I get that. Well, and my brother.
And the worst of it, Birmingham, no matter how you pronounce it, has most of the letter sounds in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Nobody would dispute that there isn't an IRM.
Edinburgh.
Ham. They're all there somewhere. There are some UK towns that have names that bear no resemblance to the way they're spelled.
Like the one close to Birmingham. Are you going to suggest that one?
I played a game last night, Foothills. It's a variation of the game Snowdonia, and it's basically Welsh railways. And so it's like, I'm going to build on the yellow train now.
Yes, the one that connects to
Yeah. And so
17 L's and a V.
Okay, I think that Jess and Andrew will know this, but Kathleen, how would you pronounce this name?
Well, okay, so I would say, just if I saw this, I'd be like Milngavy.
Andrew, do you know this one?
I want to say I should. It's Milgarve, isn't it? I think you just skip off them.
Jess, do you know this one?
No. And now I'm panicking because I thought you were going to do the popular place, which is the Source, which most Americans can't pronounce.
Which Source?
Near Birmingham. But this one, Milgave?
It's Scottish, so.
Well, Milgave.
I'm looking up Wikipedia, which I believe I'm legally allowed to show anything on Wikipedia,
Milgay?
right?
Milgay, are they going to pronounce it?
So this is Milgay.
Milgay, okay.
Well, I mean, it's especially if you see like classic Irish names. Like, I don't even have a chance, you know what I mean? Just because they're so uncommon here, so it's not like what's her name? Source. She's an actress.
Oh yes, that one. I've just seen what Jess has put up. Yes, there's no chance that Kathleen is going to pronounce that correctly.
Oh no,
that right.
Well, here we would like you said Worcester, right?
Yeah,
Worcester. Or something similar.
Worcestershire.
Pretty close.
Yeah, because there's like Worcestershire or something, but actually, because there is a Worcester, Massachusetts, but I think it's actually spelled like as Worcester. Yeah, so Worcester. No, my brother-in-law is from Paisley, in the Glasgow metropolis, and what's really funny is when his mother, who grew up in the Outer Hebrides, is speaking to her sisters on the phone in Gaelic. And it's like broadband internet, Wi-Fi access. It's fantastic.
Yeah, my family does that as well. My mum's first language is Welsh, and my sister and my nephew and niece all speak Welsh, but me and my dad don't. We only know a few phrases. So occasionally they'll just be talking, and and then you're just like there sitting there going, okay, got the odd word there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be probably pretty fun to be from Wales. You know what I mean? Because just sort of like its position within the UK and everything is just kind of like, I mean, England versus Scotland conflicts, legendary, hundreds of years, thousands probably, of course, and obviously with Ireland and everything there, and then there's like Wales.
The fourth one, it was just a lot quicker. It was
I know, but like it's just like we're just gonna have our W's and our Y's and our T's, and I've never been to Wales, so I can't.
All the castles that Americans love to come to the UK and think of as proper castles are mostly in Wales, and they're functions of that era of history.
A good symbol of English oppression.
Good symbol of English oppression, the proper castle. Yes, yeah. Because much after that, you started getting cannons.
What does Pop-de-Ping? What does that mean?
It's not real. It's not a thing. So
Oh.
allegedly, pop-de-ping is the Welsh word for microwave, but people in Wales don't. They just say microwave because Welsh is such an old language. When there's modern words and technology,
Mhm.
that didn't exist. So
It's like with the it's like with the Pope in they record everything the Pope does in Latin. So over time they've had to make up words like a Latin word for helicopter and stuff like that, you know, so they have to be creative with the language there.
It has somebody in the comments was sad because it's not really real. It is technically a real Welsh word because somebody did make it up for that, but it's not one people use. My favorite Welsh word that I didn't know was a Welsh word for a long time until I lived in England for a long time and said it is achavi, which is it just means ew, like gross, disgusting. But I think the sound of it is very, you know, viscerally like that, just achavi.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I didn't know it wasn't English. So I said that to somebody over here and they were like, what just happened?
So did you need a cough drop?
Well, that's actually how my sister met her husband. Was she was at Oktoberfest in Munich in the big tents, had to go to the bathroom, and came back, and there was this cute boy in her seat, and she heard his accent, realized it was Scottish, and so she said, and it's not a complicated phrase, but I botch it every time. It's like, "Danene, go do that." You know, Bez, you know what I'm talking about?
Gonna do that.
Yeah, that one. It's like 15 balls bumping around in your mouth before like the last word comes out, and like trying to like get it all out there. And anyway, so she said that to him, and then there you go. So
now I know some peeps need to go, and Kathleen,
I'm yours
with me on chatting until the end, where I'm going to see if I can finish up at 7. The last couple of days, we've had some amazing rambles.
Amazing run-ons.
I mean, I say this, that, like, you'd think that starting at 1 and then finishing at 7, I would be like ready to stop bang on. But it never works that way.
You just get into your flow. I mean, bearing in mind that the one Welsh word I know is the word for slow. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but I professionally needed to know the one Welsh word, which is the word for slow.
Oh, for the traffic pattern. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I needed to mark up one of the only words we actually write on our carriageways, other than directions for locations, is slow. It is a standard marking in the UK, except in Wales, where it is now legally mandated that you have to write slow, araf. So I know the word araf.
Big resurgence in the language to make so they have both in a lot of places.
And then there's an ongoing argument about which way up it should go. Because should we give precedence to the English and the Welsh, and then which way up do we write things to give precedence? Because if you look at UK and American words, you'll notice that on our roads, we write them one way, and on American roads, you write them the other. Because we write it as a paragraph. If we have 2 lines of text to put on the road, A46, King Cleftly, we write A46, King Cleftly. In America, you don't. You write it in the order that you reach it on the road, which makes a certain degree of sense, and has also been proven to be harder to read. Fire lane in American is read by every single British driver as lane fire.
Yeah.
But it's marked on the lane as lane fire, and read by Americans as fire lane. But in Europe, we all write them the other way up.
Well, that's one thing, because I'm not...
Puts a pin in that.
Yeah.
I want to...
in that diversion from the point.
Looking forward to hopes and ambitions. It's over to you for the final section. So,
I'll fill you in on some other
not
stuff.
of the entire stream, although it is always a final section when we say goodbye to someone. So, Jess, what are you looking forward to? And what are your hopes and ambitions, maybe for tonight? Maybe you've got very small things that you're looking forward to, or maybe for, you know, the next weeks, or even the months, or the years ahead.
Sure. Well, immediately for tonight, after this, I'm going to go take my little dog for a walk. He ran in and out the shot earlier. So that'll be fun. And my ambitions and things I want to do work-wise. So on Friday, we finished the Kickstarter for EM Publishing for mythological figures, and that did really well. That came in at over £100,000. So great. So now my mission for next week is to get that at the printers as quick as possible, got everything set up, and then start the shipping, all the international lovely people that have backed that. And then with Alley Cat Games, we are in the middle of manufacturing and finishing the fulfillment for all of our new games coming out as well. which is Kitten, Tinderblocks, Dice Hospital Community Care, and Tungaru. So those are my main focuses, just physically getting the games to the people that have backed them so that they can be happy.
That's so awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, so I think really pleased at EM Publishing that's gone really well. So it's a plug-in for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition games. So if you play D&D and want to have Santa or anyone that you can think of, mythological, real, or legendary figures in, we've got them there for you.
That's cool.
Awesome.
Nice.
And thank you so much, Jess, for popping in. It's been lovely to have you. Oh, before you go, I do want to say this is a Xenopus.
Oh, good. I'm glad you showed me that.
Now you know.
Now I know. Yeah, but I will. Sorry.
If people want to find you, where can people find you?
Yeah. So on the social medias, I'm Tabletop Jess, as is written down here. So I'm on Twitter, Instagram. I'm not on TikTok because that's full of young people, and I can't.
Yeah, I'm far too old to be anywhere near a TikTok.
I know. I thought I was young, but apparently not. And then you can also email me. So I work for Longpack Games. If you have any questions about game manufacturing, we've got our social media page, Longpack Games, or you can email me, jessica.hancock@longpackgames.com.
I'm very good friends with Daniel Zayas.
Oh yeah, I work with Daniel. So yeah, so I work in the UK and kind of do the equivalent of his job over here.
Cool.
So I'm one of his Padawans in Europe, as it were. So via the website there you can get in touch about manufacturing, and there's also EN Publishing and Alley Cat Games, who I also work for, and my contact details are on those pages. I won't list them all out, but yeah, so if you like games and are interested, just contact me, whether it's role-playing games, board games, or manufacturing them. I can do that.
It has been lovely having you, Jess, and it's been I mean, it was really nice having you a week ago, like I said, just chatting, because I know that I saw you we first got a chance to share more than 2 words at Nuremberg.
Well, actually, I don't think you remember when we first met. I do. 2016 at the UK Games Expo, when you had your stand for In a Bind there, and it was this copy that you gave me, because I was just about to open my board game cafe, and we were chatting, and you said, "Oh, you're opening a cafe? That's so exciting! Here, have these copies for free and put them in your cafe and tell people about it." And I thought, I will.
This probably means that me and Jess met then, because I seem to remember our stalls were a whole 20 feet apart that year, weren't they, Bez? 2016? Was that 2017? Can't remember.
2016, you didn't have a stall.
Must have been
I can't remember which design year I was in. Yeah, because that was the game that never went anywhere, but I can't remember which year it was. But
wait.
Cool.
Oh, wait.
When we first met and you gave me this, so that was technically the first meeting, but you were very busy that year and everyone was flying around. So you were just like, "Hey, hello, here, have this." Da, 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 da. So,
I think my ambitions did outstrip my things, though. I wanted to have a competition every hour. So my idea was that every hour stop me if you want to skedaddle, but every hour for the I'm sorry, I'm going to say this one thing and then I will stop, I promise. Every hour for the actual opening times of UK Games Expo, I would basically get all the Twitters, and one of the tweets would win a copy of the game. And so basically it was tweets about this game, and if you've done it within that hour, then you will get it. And what I was hoping, and people needed to do the hashtag UK Games Expo and hashtag In a Bind. I was trying to get that to be trending. So I thought hopefully people will be like, "Oh, I don't want to pay £9 or whatever." It's like, okay, I'll do a tweet instead and maybe win it. And then it got to the point where there were multiple hours where no one tweeted about it. And it was when there's an hour where it's only 1 or 2 people, it's do we even bother promoting this anymore? And I kind of did do it slowly until the end. But yeah, it was probably, especially for a person who's just going there for the first ever time, it was biting off way too much.
In which case, it wasn't the first year I had a stall. I was doing Elemental Ascent in the game redesign, and you were just across the way from that. And I think I came over and spent a half hour on your stall when I was on a break at some point, or for lunch or something. Because that was in 2016, and then 2017, I was there with my own little stall.
That's
But
one of the things that I
do
love
recall
about
you giving copies away, and it may well have been to
Yeah.
Jess. I remember somebody talking about a cafe, so yes, probably unconsciously the conversation was with Jess.
Maybe, or it might have been my business partner Mark Kenobi, or he was also there. So
Could have been. You see, I was also talking to Longpack, at least at one of them, about the possibilities of looking at what production costs might be, but it never got that far. So.
I mean, it's a small little country, and there's a small little group of board game people. So yeah.
And Spike States, you're just in time to say bye-bye to Jess.
Bye. Thanks so much for having me. It's nice to meet everyone I haven't spoken to before, and hopefully we'll see you all soon.
I mean, we'll start abducting you on Tuesdays and Thursdays and making you play games with us. So it's
I
always
mean, currently Tuesdays and Thursdays are free for me. That could work. So yeah, send me a message.
Every Tuesday and
StreamYard
Thursday
does.
at
We've
8
been
PM.
trying to make StreamYards have more, haven't we? You've wanted more people on StreamYards. Now you have the option, Bez, to do the bigger games. So since it got bigger.
Well, you know how to reach me. So yeah, always up for an invite. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Awesome.
And enjoy and happy birthday as well to everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That
Bye.
birthday.
Bye, Jess.
Bye.
And Andrew, you are also skedaddling.
Yes, there's a few odds and sods I need to deal with this evening. So yeah, I haven't got anything anywhere near as good for a what's it. There's other stuff going on in the background in life, which I'll talk to you, Bez, about some other
You
time.
can be looking forward
But-
to Christmas. That's totally a thing.
Yeah, I will continue to
What
look
looking
forward to
forward to
Christmas.
hopes and ambitions. It's over to you for this final section.
Yeah, actually, for many reasons, Christmas would be a good one. Not just for Christmas. To be honest, I'm now looking forward to the end of 2020. There's various things going on that need some closure on them, shall we say. And I am optimistic that various of them will be dealt with by the end of the year, maybe. So, yeah. I look forward to planning 2021 with a little bit more certainty about what's going on.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, in the short term, it's very, very small stuff. Just playing some games with my wife, and
That's always a nice thing. It's good to take pleasure in wee games.
yeah, there's various. I've sort of given up on the midterm at the moment for various reasons. There's some. I'm looking forward to longer term stuff to get some stuff under
Tell
control
us
when
what
I'm
you're
able to
looking
do
forward
so.
to doing tonight.
Tonight we're actually going to play. I think we're going to play Risk StarCraft again. So we played it again earlier, and obviously I knew Risk. Loz hadn't played Risk before. I knew Risk, and neither of us played it well. And our tendency is nearly always when we get a new game, assuming it passes an initial test of we'd like to play that again, we nearly always leave it on the table, and we nearly always then play it again later that day, or maybe immediately the next day. To sort of give it a fair test. There are some games that have failed that test. They've been played once, put back in the box, and sent to the charity shop. Just nope. Neither of us enjoyed it. No amount of replaying it or getting the rules right is going to change that. It's gone. Or just ones that are really long. But most games, if it's a 1-2 hour game, it'll come out, it'll get played, and then it'll get played again. And then once we've done that once or twice, then it sort of, at that point, finds out where it goes on the shelf and how likely it comes out in future. But so yeah, I think we've half set it up for another one. We're going to do another one of those, and then there's another online group based in America, actually, Kathleen Inside the World. I'm going to catch up with later during their time slot.
Cool.
So yeah, just small stuff, and
Well,
there
it
we are.
just sounds like at least you've got bits of joy and happy things going on, and so I might see you in a future evening.
Yes, I will try to do. I can't remember Tuesday or Thursday this week. I think I might be good for both, apart from just general busyness. So maybe I have to curtail to just one, just to allow space in time for other.
Oh yeah, of course, and I think that's as we are going to see more and more people. I think it's important to strengthen the bonds with those close to us as well as those who are far.
Yes, sometime I will. In fact, actually, either after one of those Bez or just generally, I should catch up with you sometime just to go through. As I said, nothing major, just a couple of things. It'd be useful for you and I to talk about offline, as it well, not offline, but you know what I mean, not live. The other sort of thing we do where we look at each other over the camera.
Privately.
Privately. That's a good word. Yes. Yes. That.
As opposed to
no
this, where literally every word that we say is going to be recorded on YouTube.
For posterity.
Indeed. For posterity. Well, I don't know about posterity. Nothing I say is posterious. What Bez says might
Well,
be.
it depends on how you interpret the word posteritus.
Yeah, with a dictionary, I suggest.
Literal humor.
Oh dear, yes. So yeah, I will skedaddle and enjoy the remainder of the Bez Day, and congratulations on the Bez Day, Bez. I thought we were on 5 years in a bind, I have to say, but it's 6.
5 years since 5 years since it was in shops.
Oh, okay. 6 years since I played it. 5 years since it was in shops.
Yeah, it would have been just over 6 years since you played it. Because
there you go. That's what I'm counting. I'm crediting you an extra year because, to be honest, with all games I play, whether it's in a shop is irrelevant. About half the games I play these days are playtest. So when I first played something and when it was published are two completely unrelated incidences. But there we go. So yeah, have fun. Thank you for having me again. And I will see Bez probably during the week and Kathleen whenever we next see each other.
Yeah, cool.
Cheers, guys.
No one noticed. What are you eating? Oh, now you're muting it, so now I can say whatever I want.
Nuts.
All right. Oh my gosh, that's been one thing. So I've bought a lot of trail mix this summer, just bags of, nuts, raisins, M&Ms. Yeah, there's one that I really like. It's dark chocolate. So it's chocolate chips, chocolate covered coffee beans, chocolate covered nuts, some like praline nuts and all that. And I mean, it's not healthy. It's delicious. And it's the kind of thing that like I keep a bag by, so if it's like late night, I can just like kind of munch on that. But then all of a sudden, like I've eaten half a bag basically of chocolate chips. And I don't know that that's the best health choice sometimes, but sure is tasty.
Chocolate covered raisins and
no. Chocolate covered raisins are awful to me. I can't. Fruit and chocolate. Bananas are okay. Strawberries okay, but fruit and chocolate to me, if it's any way acidic with the chocolate, for me they don't go together. They just smash against each other.
I mean, how do you feel about salt?
Oh, I love salt. Yeah, so salt is good. Like,
How do you feel about orange and chocolate?
I don't love it. Like I had one of those, foil wrapped, like orange chocolate balls, like the wedges and all that. And I remember thinking like it was okay, but it wasn't anything that I remember as like particularly delicious that I would rush back to. So
that makes sense.
Actually, it was funny because my one of my friends here has met a friend who's in the Manchester area, and I told her that people from Manchester is Mancunian, and she's like, "Why is that?" I'm like, "I don't know actually, but I just like it's such a great like derivation. I'm sure there's a really good reason, but I have no idea what it is. I just love that Manchester Mancunian, obviously,
I think just so you know, the noise of the wee thing is a bit loud. It's just because of the pitch of the stirring. If you could mute when you are doing your stirring.
My stirring?
Yeah, thought you were stirring like a coffee or something.
Right. Okay. Oh. Okay, I won't stir my coffee anymore.
No,
sorry.
Feel free to do so. Just there is a mute button.
Yeah. No, that's a good thing. I didn't even think about that. Oh my gosh.
I do it all the time. It's just like, okay, I'm grabbing all these things. Okay, I'm going to mute it.
Yeah, no, I was on a work meeting when I was probably eating some of my trail mix, and I was asked to stop crunching so loudly. So yes, it's a good reminder. So you're coming up on the end of In a Bind Day, not Bez Day, not your birthday. I made that mistake like 15 times.
Funnily enough, Bez Day, I'm going to check this on Google Translate to set it on automatic translate, and I found out that Bez Day might mean birthday in another language. So in Russian, Bez Day apparently means let's go.
Oh, that's fun.
In Czech, Bez Day means no day.
Well, you had a good run in Czech, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that, I mean, especially for, I mean, how many languages have your games been translated into?
Oh, more than 20.
Right. I mean, have they had to do any significant meanings changes because of like
Well, like I was talking, I'm actually good thing you reminded me. I need to message Jigame, because sometimes when you don't know the language, you know, back in the day, I didn't understand French well enough to go. I'm not going to translate through Google Translate every single card. I'm going to assume that they got it correct. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, there's a couple of cards that okay, instead of right elbow touching torso, it's left elbow touching torso, which does slightly change it because there's also left elbow above shoulder.
Right.
So these ones even though you could technically do that, so now it's touching the torso and it's above my shoulder.
Right.
But you know, that just feels like, okay, if you get those two cards, you're done.
Right.
That doesn't feel fun.
Well, that was sort of my fear earlier today when we were playing, because the thing is I have really bad shoulders. It's not worth really going into, but basically keeping my arm above my head as long as I did was actually really painful, but I like to play and I like to win. So, I mean, if I was that bad, I would have said something, obviously, you know, I'm not, but that's why I was going over to the bookcase to like, and why I asked about, you know, propping my arm up, because, and then I was, you know, kind of balancing on my head and trying to lean it over and everything. It's just like in actual yoga, like the downward dog pose is really hard for me. Just all that pressure on my shoulders. For some people, their arms just sort of flow into their shoulders. For me, they don't. It's out of all things, of all the problems to have in this world. So I was really like, there are some cards, like when it was somebody, you know, cards would come up and then I would be like, okay, how can I manage this one? And then, you know, luckily, but there was one where I was like, oh God, well, it was like, I think it was when we had to make your arms touch, and that would have been physically impossible for me to do. So, you know, I couldn't do that. And so luckily that one wasn't passed, but there's definitely that. I think that's an important point of giving people two actions that are so like, you know, they should be complementary, that theoretically you could build upon them. And I think that's one thing that's interesting, because I kept thinking about In a Bind the whole time as we were playing, like, especially from a design standpoint, you know, having, you know, like how having the, giving players the cards, but having that investment in them, like, because you're wanting, because there's that sort of like stockholding aspect, but there's a big pressure luck aspect too. It's like, how much can I put on a person, but actually wanting them to be successful instead of just wanting to watch it all fall apart, you know? Yeah. So I thought that was interesting. I think what might be kind of fun is, especially for the players who are the ones who are the companies themselves, for them to score points too, you know? So it's not so much that I'm doing all these things for others to benefit on or to bet on me, like, you know, horses in a horse race or something like that. But the more I'm able to stay in, the more like I can be, you know, like I score my own points as well, because that might give, you know, players more of an incentive to like just keep pushing in there.
The idea that a company at the end, it's sorts of who's the last kind of company in, but also if you manage to get to 15, then you win instantly. And we kind of thought that 15 might be an achievable thing. On Friday, Catherine managed to get to 15, and then Catherine went from 15 and then went to 20 before kind of absorbing the other companies before collapsing.
Yeah.
When we switched rules, I think on Saturday, I kind of made an emergency rule change to say, well, if there's only one company left, that's the end of the game, because at that point, that should be the end of the game. And then everyone had so much money, like we had 45 money, or 34 was like the losing amount for a trader. But it was like, okay, you are the last surviving person, you did really well. But I don't know, Doric mentioned that it felt weird having the last surviving company might not have as much stuff played on them as someone else. But I don't know if you could actually make that bit balanced properly.
Well, and that's the other thing I kept thinking about too is, having somebody who is an economist, to sort of look at this from a game standpoint, because I think I think it's totally fine for play purposes that it's pretty simple, straightforward as far as points go and scoring. The point is, obviously playing the physical aspects with, just that layer, not necessarily meant to drive the whole thing. But I think there's some really interesting possibilities that you could play with this, especially from an economic standpoint, especially when, if you're ever wanting to model like when a company suddenly like blows up. I mean, a lot of times there's reasons, but sometimes you really don't, when there's these sort of like economic collapses. And so you might say to them, like, there's no way that this company can keep hanging on because they're already doing all these things. But then if they manage to keep holding on and doing all those things, it really has sort of like a beautiful sort of mirror, I think, sometimes to like real world, like corporate collapses and everything. So I think it'd be really interesting to see how an economist could take this and, kind of look at the whole picture as far as like the flow of points, money, into seeing how you could actually model and simulate this, because you've got the fun aspect. So that would keep kids obviously like engaged in playing, from any age level through college. But then, how can we make this more applicable? So for example, like when a company fails, right? And if I don't know how, I think it was up to 7, I think, when a company fails, it's like, well, then just all of that goes away. And it's like, well, I was thinking to myself, like, does it go away? I mean, sometimes it absolutely does. Sometimes it absolutely does. But then is there a way, like, just, I don't know, just looking at it as a way to explore economic concepts, which again, I don't think is the point of what you're 100% trying to do. But I think there's some really interesting aspects to the game where you could.
Yeah, I mean, Sate, who basically the way it worked is on Wednesday. Well, before that, I asked Sate if Sate would be up for helping me professionally finish off the design and development work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, bye, Alex. It's been lovely having you on. And I hope you have a great evening and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But Sate, who, I mean, I would love to hear about yet another Not Yet Tell game, although I am personally looking forward to all these competition entries. I think, were you here when I said that there were like 40-something entries for the LDEC?
No, that's great.
So this has been since I opened this Google form.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fairly sure all these people said that I could, give them feedback publicly. So yeah, I'm just looking at all these names. Nah, maybe I don't want to do that, but. Basically, there's 43 submissions since I started it over the 3 years. And in the first year, there were like 17, something like that. And there were a bunch that I got privately, but which weren't really fully done ideas. They were just, okay, hey, what's if you got a game that was involving geography? And that was literally it.
Right.
But it was like, okay,
right.
Actually, because the deck was so new at that point, and I was still kind of trying to work out in my own head, it was like, yeah, I made a game based on Lewis Shaw's suggestion of making a game that's all about place names, because, yeah, a word game where you can use place names, that's now totally different. And so imagine now you're not allowed to use any normal words, you just have to use a place name. And if you need to know where it is, you need to know the country where it's in, and if you know if it's further away, you get more points. So that I kind of had a multiplier. So if it's like, different continents, but then that made it started making it too easy. If I were to approach that again, I'd start doing, okay, once one person's done America or USA, then okay, that's one drops down.
Right.
Because everyone was just, we all know the USA, you know what I mean? Like USA is kind of stamping its culture everywhere.
So sorry.
It's all good. You're not responsible. And you're kind of that way as a personality, let's be honest. Kathleen Mercury stamping their personality everywhere. But
I can't help it. I mean, I guess I can, but yeah, I was playing Codenames.
I'm not asking you to stop that.
Yeah, I know. No, I was playing Codenames online late last night because Gen Con's going on in the US, or at least virtual Gen Con. And I had a bit of a drink before I started, and then I had another drink while we were playing, and then I was like, I better stop. Or it's gonna be a little bit too much of my personality stamping. But it was quite fun.
Like, I mean, going
back to the topic.
Yeah, to the L deck. Yeah, the first year I think I had like it was quite a few, and then I think it was like 17. Then the second year I had like 9, and it's like, oh, why did I only get like 9 entries? What's that's all about? And then I thought about it and was like, okay, well, actually, that makes sense. Because the first year, everyone's excited. It's a brand new thing. And then...
I have a question. I have an idea. So currently, I'm teaching an online game design class for 13 to 18-year-olds, and I've got a few weeks left. And so each week, I'm giving them a challenge. Now, I actually don't know how many people are actually taking the class because it's more like self-paced and like pushing things out each week, especially where everybody's at right now, that it's kind of hard to, I mean, people could be taking this all over the world. So if I were to like schedule, a Zoom call or something like that, some kids just couldn't make it, because they would be asleep or whatever. So it's all pre-recorded, all pushed out. So the first week, too many details. First week, I made a race game. Second week, we talked about theme and conflict narrative. So then they had to make a game based on a fairy tale. This week, mechanically, they had to take a classic game that they already have and throw out the rules and just create a whole new rule set, like playing around different mechanics. This upcoming week, talking about designing for the needs of their user, and then they'll have to pick an emotion and design to that emotion. Like one I did before was rage. At Tabletop Networks, I ran a game design jam. They had 10 minutes to come up with 3 different...
in a game that elicits rage, or a game that deals with rage, or a game with...
Elicits.
Okay.
Elicits rage. And it was funny. I mean, everything from dexterity games to this one person had this almost like nihilistic game where like you just kept adding cubes to the board and you just could never like get them off the board. I mean, it was just like they just kept coming and coming. I just love that, like, it's sort of like as an experiment almost, and so people had all kinds of, like, in others, social deduction kind of games and stuff like that. It was really interesting. And so so I was thinking about like what I need to do, one more type of challenge. And one thing I could do is, if you're interested, I mean, again, I don't know how many people are taking this class, but it could be centered around the LDEC. So if they, provided a PNP copy of it, and then what type of games could you make from the, this set thing? It's a possibility if you're interested, or I can make it an optional. I mean, everything's optional. If they don't do it, they don't do it. You know what I mean? But if you're interested, that's something that I could include in this class if you're interested.
Yeah, I'd be definitely down for that, and we should have more words about it.
Yeah, privately.
Privately.
That's the word of the day. Privately.
Privately. Like sometimes I like to go to the toilet privately.
And sometimes privately. Probably better.
Sometimes I like to get dressed privately.
Well, it's like with like fortune cookies at Chinese restaurants when you're supposed to add in bed afterwards. Do you do that? Is that a thing over there?
I heard it on the internet.
Yeah. So that's the kind of thing, like, tomorrow's a lucky day for you in bed. You're like, ooh, but just because obviously you're getting a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Family show.
Of course.
Because,
bed is a place where... Do you remember that Simpsons episode where Bart says, "Oh, I hate going to bed," and Homer says, "Oh, you'll change your minds when you're older." And then Homer's kind of thinking of eating in bed.
That's funny. Well, I mean, and that's one thing that's, what I love about you and your approach to design is it's never one and done. You know, it's like even for something like, you know, Yogi with, you know, all the crazy actions, and you can add different types of actions and all that, but then to add this, you know, for In a Bind, adding this you know, stock component to it, you know. And honestly, I think it's really brilliant, because when I teach my kids about mechanics, you know, I don't ever talk about, you know, like stock holding or anything like that, because you know, it's can be really mathy, kind of abstract for them, you know. And there's other mechanics that, I mean, I'm just trying to get them away from roll and move, you know. But
Yeah,
I mean, but this is one that I will totally use with students, because I mean, one, it doesn't involve any physical touching, so that's good. I'm just thinking about, like, especially if when I do my game design class after winter break, which hopefully in America, that's a whole other issue. Hopefully we'll be able to be in school at that point. But anyway, you know, but that idea of just that, you know, just playing around with stock holding as a game mechanic and having students play around with that, I think is a way to show them a game mechanic that they couldn't really show them that much about before. I mean, press your luck is sort of similar in some ways, but you know, when you've got that stock, so I have a question. When somebody's company fell, were all those stocks in that color immediately wiped out?
Yep, that was
Yeah.
what I did.
Yeah, because it's almost like if someone then were to like restart up the company, like let's say green crashes and green had been worth 5, you know, it'd be interesting that when somebody's like, if you gave somebody the option, do you want to be a trader or company again? If they wanted to be the company, maybe they would start with half, you know, rounded down. So they would start with 2 stocks automatically. So they wouldn't be so far, but you know, you wouldn't have like a big runaway leader, you know, like.
I mean, the weird thing though there is that when you've got new startups joining halfway through, I kind of feel like you almost want to push more for having new companies join in, like along the way, because being able to say, okay, I'm going. The second game on Saturday, I feel was almost the best one, because a lot of us, I think there were something like 3 traders and 5 companies. And so it was 3 traders, including myself, and 5 companies. And so the 3 of us, we pretty much ignored one of the people. But then that meant that at a certain point, I was like, okay, I'm going to pull out all my shares. I'm going to now invest in these companies that have not done very much. And now I'm going to start operating them because I can really ramp up my money. It is a little bit weird. I think this is always going to be the case, that going from 2 to 3 to 4, you know, it's just such a massive jump versus going from 11 to 13. And so it's not just about how, I mean, if we really wanted to simulate the stock market, those startups are never, you know, it's not like, okay, you're definitely going to get to a certain point before you start crashing down, because maybe it just never gets off the ground, which this game doesn't really have.
Right. Well, it would be interesting if companies had the ability to ask for more actions too, you know, because right now, like as a company, I can only wait to see if people choose to, you know, invest in the product that they're seeing, you know, and if they think I'm doing a good job, then obviously then there's that aspect too. But it's also, and again, I'm not necessarily talking about you making changes to your game. I'm just more talking about like the game is like a possibility. But if players could choose, like if I could say, you know, like I want to build growth. Like I get a turn to basically say what I want to have happen on my game too. You know what I mean? Like, do I want to take on another action on my turn just to like kind of boost up my own value? Or maybe I don't, you know, because I think that might add a little bit of interest too, especially as far as players go. And again, I'm not necessarily talking about your game. I'm just saying like kind of in general, you know, like what would happen if, because, and that's one thing too, is when I was on a panel yesterday for Gen Con talking about game design, that game designers are often the worst people to play test games with. And this is not a play test, this is your game. But because it's like, we're too busy trying to figure out how to fix it or basically make it our game or what we want it to be. And that's not what I'm not trying to change your game. I'm just like kicking it, but like just, it's fun to kick around in my head, like where the possibilities are, which is what I think is so great about the game, is that it has a lot of really interesting possibilities.
And I'm really happy to hear that. And as an aside, Alan Outson's come back and to say Jerry Maguire is a Bez Mungus film. Show me the Yogi. Show me the Yogi.
Then I had finger my nose, pinky pointing down, both wrists were bent.
I mean, my normal go-to pose is, okay, sometimes you've got one finger touching ear, one finger touching nose, one finger touching chin, two hands touching, hands on the knee, and then you still need to grab your next card. Because when someone wants a quick explanation of the game, that's kind of, I just literally show them that.
Yeah. It's almost, do you ever do reverse yogi where you give people like 10 things at the beginning and then take the cards, shuffle them in, and then have them peel off one by one? I don't know if that would work at all. It probably wouldn't work at all, but I just like to mess around with things.
That's fair. I don't see. Yeah, that feels like you're just starting off. That doesn't have any escalation.
Well, but so I guess the escalation would be in terms of like what comes off when it comes off, because if like my hand is here, like if I had suddenly had to end up stop touching my nose, would that impact anything? And I guess not, with how we already talked about how you design the actions so that they're complementary, that they're not contradictory to each other. So I guess it wouldn't work, but I just like to, I'm a what if kind of person.
Well, I think that's the healthy parts of being a designer. And I had Leo on yesterday, and Leo was talking about playtesting and being given almost too much feedback by people at Playtest UK. And yeah, David Brain was there, and David Brain was saying, yeah, someone like Paul Mansfield, who is more of a developer, and whereas if you play it with other people, they start wanting to turn it into their own kind of thing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and what we were saying with Leo is there's a certain degree of responsibility on the designer to lead that conversation, and to take charge. And I know that that's something that some people are better at than others. And it is a skill as a designer. Like the biggest skill that I think I would be good to improve at is, you know, learning more about psychology, learning more about body language, so that when I watch people, I'm able to notice, okay, is this shift because they're wanting to, because they're addicted to their phone, or are they looking at their phone because they are bored?
Right. Well, actually, that was a huge part of the panel discussion that we had yesterday, too. And there's one resource. My friend John Brieger, Brieger, is a really good game developer. You know John.
Yeah,
he used to live in London, yeah. And on his website, he has an article that he wrote about observational research, because he used to design Apple stores, did a lot of observational research that he would funnel into his design work. Yeah, and so I always refer people to John's article, because I think it's super helpful when it comes to everything from, yes, there's John. He likes to tell people he is the least fun person in gaming, which is patently untrue, but he is a hoot. And anyhow, so yeah, that's really good. But that was a big part of our discussion too, is when you're playtesting a game, to be able to say to playtesters, you know, there's a lot of things going on in this game, but I'm interested in your feedback on this component, this component. There's lots of other stuff that, you know, I don't want to hear about right now, you know, and that can be really weird at first for the designer, it can be really weird for like playtesters too, but it can help, especially if there's something like, look, I know this part is broken, but I'm not fixing that today. I'm really just interested in your thoughts on this, and being more targeted, you know, is, you know, so helpful when you need to be. But it's like, it's almost like you don't even know to do that sometimes as a designer until somebody else does. You're like, oh, obviously, I mean, you know, I'm not intuitive about some things. I have to be told.
Mean, yeah, you know, this is parts of why I wanted to have you and other Americans on to some degree. Yeah, I know that I've had a lot of UK people. I'm actually can't remember all the people. I think, are you the only American? I'm sure that I'm forgetting at least. No, Ben Neumann, of course, Ben. Yeah, American Ben came on. But it's like, you know, I wanted to make this a kind of, okay, if people want to join, then they're very welcome. And I know I've got these morning 10 a.m. things, but it's like, you know, that's a terrible time for Americans because it's like 5 a.m. or 3 a.m. or something like that, depending on.
Well, if you want to hear a fun little story, with this morning, and I was in bed kind of piddling around, and I'm like, oh, I've got an hour and 10 minutes. I better get up. And I'm like, wait a minute. And the thing is, because also in America, we use single, we don't do 24 hours for our clocks, right? So 6 p.m. is 1800 for you, right? Well, so not only was I having to do the conversions for times, both in terms of I'm on the East Coast, there's a 5-hour difference, but also with 24 hours. And it's not hard math, but, just time differences, and everything. And I realized I don't have an hour and 10 minutes. I have 10 minutes. And that was like, whoosh, 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 whoosh. So I know I was a few minutes late, but I was only a few minutes late. It was literally like eyeliner, lipstick, something on my face, brush my hair. Hey. I would have been so furious.
I did not realize. You looked amazing anyway.
Well, thank you. No, but I would have been really mad. I would have been really, really upset with myself if I had messed that up for you. So I'm glad that lizard brain inside of Kathleen said, "Hey, don't get out of bed."
Conversation. And I was thinking at some points it feels like what would be a good on-board games topic. Talking about games where the people are the pieces, if you know what I mean. Because you have a lot of that in sports. Obviously, and arguably in any dexterity game, your hand is part of it. But to say, okay, your body is actually part of it. I mean, when I think about what I would call big body dexterity games, when I look at what games are there that have been actually going that went longer than a couple of years. I mean, apart from Minibind / Yogi, Twister, and Happy Salmon, Dancing Eggs, I cannot think of anything else.
Well, and that's Dancing Eggs is super fun. Like my friend Morgan, whom I'm staying with, like we became friends in part because of Dancing Eggs, because I refuse to be physically dominated. I don't care who you are. So I was like, I want the egg. Well, I've actually, I was thinking that's interesting because when you're talking about using people's spaces, then you need physical space, and so even indoor spaces may be too small, which is why a lot of really great games for outside, are physical in terms of like games like, well, called cornhole here, but like horseshoes, there's lots of other like outside like lawn games because of that spatial element that's like more whole body. But even like the body is pieces. I actually used to have students do a project like this where I made a big grid on the floor and they had to come up with some type of game where people were the pieces. And one of the problems was that, if you need basically you have to have a group working on the game in order to make it work, because otherwise if one person's trying to figure out the experience, then everyone else is just sort of standing there. And there's some other interesting things too, because if like someone takes their action, like if they're the active agent as well as the pawn itself, if they're just basically moving themselves to a different square, like how interesting is that if you could just put it on a board? So really exactly. the physicality would have to matter. So it's almost like
games of Go, where someone's basically been saying, okay, I want to put my stone there, and then there's like some people dressed in black, some people dressed in white, and they go there as the things. But then what they've done to kind of elevate it above just, okay, people moving into the square, is that some people are all following like a yoga routine. So like the black pieces are all following one yoga routine that's being done by an instructor on one side, and the white pieces are all following a different yoga routine.
Do you have
so then it kind of becomes but that's really not part of the game as such. That's more of an arts installation. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. And I guess you've also, talking about sports and stuff, you've got hopscotch. But
well, do you have Simon Says over there? Do you play Simon Says or something similar? No, that's Simon.
Oh, Simon Says touch your nose. Simon Says touch your ear. Simon Says clap your hands. Touch your foot.
Right. And if you don't say Simon Says, you're out. Like that's an example where your physical body is the game piece. I was thinking about like if let's say that you had like a grid again, and then when you like 1, 2, 3 clap, people would have to like make their choice. to like jump to a different square. And obviously people like collided with each other. That could be funny or dangerous, depending on how you look at those things. I tend to say funny, but then too, it's like there's that thing where you would need everyone to like act at the exact same moment. So if everybody had like a card where they picked their direction and number of spaces almost, and then that way when they jumped and then they had to like hold and show their card, it wasn't like you could just like, you had to like have that moment of commitment. So that, or maybe not, that you see that you and somebody else are both jumping to the same space or same island. And then, like a giant game of the floor is lava and only one person can be on the island. Can you somehow try to like, get to some other like place of safety? I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. And if there is anyone I know who will come up with 15 games based on this, I get to talk to her right now. So there you go.
I mean, thank you very much. Definitely, I do like to think that mixing it with the stock market is like a new thing in some ways, and sometimes even if it's been done before, it's been unexplored enough that if we don't know it, But let's rush, because I thought we would, okay, an hour, it's fine, but it's already been like 50 minutes, and we've not even started the questionably quick question.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Did you have breakfast?
Yes.
What time did you wake up?
An hour too late.
What was the last thing you ate?
Scrambled eggs on toast.
Iced coffee or hot tea?
Iced coffee.
What's a good thing to eat or drink whilst playing games?
Coffee.
Who's the last person you spoke to in person?
Morgan Dontonville. He's upstairs.
Books or podcasts?
Books.
What's the last one? What's one that you enjoyed recently?
Snow Crash.
Ooh. Could you give a 20-second description?
It is a book about a futuristic American society that has gone completely commercialized, and hackers who have created an alternate virtual reality metaverse sort of come crashing together.
What's the last game you played physically?
Foothills.
Can you describe it in 10 words?
Welsh Railroad 2-player game with runaway leader problem.
Very nice. Favorite color to play?
Yellow.
Cards or cubes?
Cards.
Wooden meeple or plastic figurine?
Wooden meeple.
Stacking games, do you put your games horizontally or vertically on the shelf?
Horizontally.
Ooh. Art or rules?
Wait, say that again, please.
Art or rules?
Rules.
3 games that you love.
Eat Poop You Cat. Iron Dragon and Survive Escape from Atlantis.
Oh, I think something's happening to my laptop, and I think it might be about to die.
Uh-oh. I think I'm the only one in the show. Welcome to the Kathleen Mercury Show. Special thanks to Bez for having me on. I hope, ask me some questions. Fire away. I'm here. Let's do it.
Hello.
Why rules over art? Well, I mean, there's of course like from a meta standpoint, I think game design as a medium is an art form, but when it comes to playing a game, bad rules can sink a game. but games can operate independently without the art. So, or with bad art or substandard art. The right art can obviously enhance a game, but if the rules are bad, I mean, you could take pieces and try to make something else out of it, but so that's why I would prefer rules. Bad rules will sink a game for me more than bad art.
Yeah, so I did have my computer, I think, for some reason, Firefox is using 54 gigabytes of RAM. So I think I need to, anyway, it suddenly stopped. But yeah, I do have several hundreds of windows open, which I really need to sort out properly.
Well, that's why I like Chrome, because for every tab you have in Chrome, like it's for some, like Safari, every tab is basically like operating its own Safari. With Chrome, each tab is just part of the one program running. So having a bazillion tabs open in Chrome doesn't seem to be as much of a problem. If that.
I mean, Safari's a lot. Wait, I'm trying to get my phone to stand up.
Are there any other questions from the audience while Bez is readjusting?
So, my other question for you was, tell me 3 games you love.
Okay. And so my 3 answers were Eat Poop You Cat, which is my favorite party game. Iron Dragon, which is a crayon rail system train game, and my favorite game from a design standpoint, which is Survive Escape from Atlantis.
Ah, that was a bit that I missed. So next, if you can name, have you played many of the L games?
Mostly with you.
Okay, because I was going to ask you to name your top 3 L games, but you might not have played enough. We could skip that, and I'm going to say, instead, name your top 3 games by me. You can include prototypes or...
Well, let's see. I mean, again, this would be probably, I mean, L games in a bind, and then Yogi, right?
You count in a bind and Yogi as 2 separate things?
Yes. Yes, because I think, granted I was a company, so basically as a company, you're functionally playing the same way as you do when you play regular, but when you're a trader.
Oh, so what we played is not called In a Bind, that's In a Bond. In a Bind is the original name for Yogi.
Oh, okay. I'm just confused on all the details, aren't I? So In a Bind.
So In a Bind is almost identical to Yogi, whereas In a Bond is a pun on In a Bind.
Yes.
And that's why I said, yeah, we need, because Yogi is the new branding for In a Bind, that's why I said, yeah, we need a Yogi for...
I mean, I thought yesterday was your today was your birthday. I mean, I'm just all over the place. It's also, I mean, here it's virtual Gen Con weekend. So yesterday it's funny because, I mean, normally when I'm at Gen Con, and it's, similar to, big conventions, especially, but it's just like, it was just like one thing after another all day long. It was like, holy cow, like even virtually, like I kind of have that sort of like Gen Con feeling of just running from place to place. It just happened to be from like podcast to live stream to panel to this to that. So I'm just glad I'm awake right now.
I mean, that is the end of my questionably quick questions, although I am doing it on the phone, and they've actually improved StreamYard, so I can do it from a phone, which is really cool, because otherwise we would have been really scuppered. But and Alan Outson says your score was 8 out of 10 with a bonus point for mentioning Snow Crash, plus another point for answering Alan's own questionable question. Well done.
So did I have
that's the
6
best score anyone's ever gotten from Alan.
Whoa. I mean, so wait, did I have 6 out of 10 that was mathematically adjusted a 10 out of 10? I mean, my friend Tom lives in London, and I can't do tea. Like raspberry tea maybe sometimes, but like tea is part of like my life in general, liquid consumption, just no, to his unending chagrin. I feel very strongly about other things. I don't believe you can bake a donut. I think you have 6 for quickness plus 2 bonus points. All right, fair enough. All right, that's cool. I'll take that too. Sorry.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm down with this whole just giving you points for being quick, because that's not the point of it. Although, what time is it? Because I can't see the time on my phone and do this at the same time.
It is 1:59 p.m. here.
Okay, so
I don't know if you can hear
yeah,
that.
I said I was going to finish up, and actually, this is a good one to kind of go slightly off the rails and have make my computer finally crash, because yeah, yesterday we talked about all the comments of In a Bind. Sorry, Friday we ended up going through all the comments of In a Bind and reviewing their commenting on their comments, let's call it. Then yeah, I think at this point I'm going to try and stabilize this. And
one of the things that I did yesterday was with Catan Studio, I helped them do a I see a mischievous face.
Yeah, the phone's just quite low down. Okay, so we've got 3 cards. There has been a competition. So at the bottom it says, what's the best mungus thing?
Okay.
So we've got a card for Chloe, which has a C on it. We've got a card for Aquasulis with a Q on it. A card for Alan with an A on it. Now, tell me when to stop shuffling.
Okay, stop. I was going to let you go for like 20 minutes, but we'll stop there.
Okay, do you want this card?
No, that one's terrible.
Okay.
Oh, God, no. Trash that.
Do you want this card or the other card?
Always go with the left hand because left means sinister. Left is your evil hand. So yes, absolutely left.
Well, this one is... Oh my gosh, it's Alan Outson again.
Hey, Alan, aren't you glad you gave me 10 points plus 2 bonus? We had it was a collusion. It was 100% collusion. We had this plan the whole time.
And I will get in touch with Alan and I am going to finish this off because of reasons.
Okay.
But it has been legitimately wonderful to see you, Kathleen, and to chat.
Thank you. Likewise.
It's always a shame to stop things, but good things must come to an end.
Yes, that's quite all right. And my family is wanting me to Zoom with them right now, too, so it all works out quite well to call it here.
Well, lots of love, and see you in the not-so-distant future.
Yes, and wear a mask.
Left to do, and that one thing, let's see if I can find a banner on... that one thing left to do is to say bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along. Bye,
bye,
bye, bye, bye. This is the end of the show. Bye, 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 bye. But now it's time to go. Bye, bye, bye.
That's quite
bye.
good.
This is the goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along.
Yay!
Bye. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Bye. This is the end of the show. Bye. 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 And now it's time to go. Bye-bye.